talk about some Rocket League here. Of course, this is the second regional, so we need to talk about the regional that happened before this. Let's do a bit of a recap now on the regional one. So let's take a look at that playoff graphic. There are way too many matches to go over. So we just got to kind of focus on those finals there. So this is what that final bracket looked like. We had 32 teams, guys, that went down to 16 throughout 2 weeks, then down to 8. And this is how it went. That grand final is a little bit different than I think most people expected, with BDS taking the dub there. Europe has just been phenomenal to watch, Gibbs.
Yeah, we thought BDS had the hard side of the bracket where they got Vitality. And at that time, I felt like those were the two top teams throughout the whole region. But BDS handled them pretty well. But you got to talk about Magnifico. They were the 8th seed coming in. They weren't even supposed to be in the top 16. They take down Guild, and then they move on to a top 4 finish for a team outside the grid. So that's a fantastic result for them.
I feel like, Shogun, that this bracket looks very different than the results we've been seeing the last little bit in the grid and everything as well, too. It just seems like a much different Europe.
I mean, what is a consistent Europe? When have we ever really had that? We've now just got a format that really just goes to show how difficult it really is to predict this region, where this entire season is going to pretty much follow a format. You're going to have a favorite team, and they are going out. You're going to have to, unfortunately, get used to that one. It is ridiculous. We're going to have more of the same fun this week.
Yeah, crazy. Just again that we've, in that bracket, there was no Oxygen, no Liquid. We had Top Blokes and BDS in that grand finals. Let's talk about that a little bit. Top Blokes, I'm pretty sure I saw Jorby's EU standings or power rankings had Blokes at the top. Johnny, how do you feel about it? Did you feel like the Blokes still are deserved of the, that top spot in Europe?
I wouldn't rank them number 1 myself just yet. They got to the grand final, but I think their side of the bracket was a little bit easier. There was no Vitality over there, and the BDS beating Giants, that result in hindsight looks even more impressive because Giants have been playing phenomenally recently. But Top Blokes seem to be on the rise. It was questionable whether or not that result was just a fluke, but they've recently taken a grid as well and got the win there. So clearly this team is here to stay, and I really love watching them play. Hopefully they can produce more of the same as they did in the last regional.
Yeah, we have to talk about Archie. He looked great throughout the bracket until they played BDS, where then things kind of fell apart a bit for him there. And it seems like that team has to ride on that offense from him. So we'll see how Top Blokes do. They obviously looked good 2 days ago. See if they can continue that here.
And of course, BDS winning that. We're actually going to talk about them in a little bit, of course, when we get to that topic over there called Spain. But, again, BDS taking a dub, super important for them. Let's take a look at where all these teams stand now. Of course, they're playing not just for prize money, but they're playing for points. Let's look at their standings. Gibbs, this is a lot of points over a long time here they have to gather. So this obviously isn't going to be indicative of how it's going to look down the road.
Yes, and plus all these teams outside the top 10 from the RLCS had to requalify. So teams like the Stormtroopers, one of my favorite teams to watch last regional, didn't even qualify for this one through the top 32. So they just got picked up by an org as well, but they have 70 points. They can't get any more because they are not here this weekend.
And one of the other teams that was involved in the grid as well, Chalked, have not made it to this one either. They've had a rough go of it.
Are you surprised, Shogun? Are you surprised?
No. When a team comes in and says, we're just here to have a bit of fun, then you really should not be overly surprised when that team is not necessarily doing all that great. But there's a few teams in here. I think the main one around that I'm surprised didn't make it is Servette. Now that they've switched over to a new org, they're with Edelweiss these days. And they didn't make it despite having a number of player names on there that I was maybe expecting. But the big thing actually I've noticed, Johnny, and is that we've had a lot of teams that qualified last time, picked up 10 or 30 points, and they've disbanded. They've decided to go look elsewhere for new teams. They've lost their points because of it. I don't know where you stand on that. I'm very much against it. I don't know what miracle people are hoping for when it comes to a new team.
Well, it's it's bound to be one of those things that, you know, some players will look back in it and they'll say, look how clever we were. You know, we had points, but we threw them away and got a much better team as a result. But other teams will think, well, wish we stuck with the, you know, the points. now we've got no points and no team to play with. So, I mean, we'll see how it works out. These players are willing to risk it all to try and get the big winning. They're not happy with 10, 20, 30. They want the hundreds.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice a lot to get where you want to go. So hopefully for these teams it works out, but we'll only find out later down the road. But as mentioned, there are a lot of points still to give out. So let's take a look at the prize pool and the points that they are playing for during these next 2 weeks here in the European Regional number 2. Of course, Gibbs, that top spot, you know, is looking good for the money, but as well as that 351 points is such a big jump from even 3 spots down.
Yeah, that is so nice. Like Team BDS got that last time and they are sitting comfortable. Like as long as they have an okay showing here, they won't have to worry too much. But 351 points is huge. That last day, the points just escalate like crazy. But again, $100,000 on the line for these guys, and everyone walks home with some money that is here today. So as long as you get a win, you're going to increase that money every single time.
I feel like this is a good time to talk about the teams that we will be seeing today. Of course, we're only looking at Group A. Group B will be tomorrow. This is the first stage 1. 32 teams will be cut down to 16. Only 8 making it out from today. So looking at this group, Johnny, I mean, how do you feel about this? Do you feel like this is a stacked group, or it should be relatively straightforward on who makes it through?
Well, I think it is stacked, but, you know, great job in the seeding for this one, because in round 1, every team that was expected to win did win, and none of the games went to game 5. So clearly that was as expected. But this next round, round 2, where we will be able to see every single match streamed either here or on the B stream, these are much closer. We're not even into round 3 yet of Swiss, where things are incredibly difficult to predict. But round 2 already, there's some, you know, top quality matchups here that I'm sure Twitch chat especially are going to go very 50-50 on, or will they? You know, sometimes they like to go 70% in favor of the team who are probably going to lose. You never really know with these guys.
Well, we'll find out about those and talk about those a little bit more right now. We got to recap, of course, a couple weeks. We haven't seen Europe in a little bit, except for the grid. Let's talk about the grid and talk about some topics people have talking about. What does the grid mean to a lot of these players and to a lot of the fans and everybody that's involved in Rocket League? And a lot of the topics, or at least specifically the word for me that I see brought up a lot, is that consistency is key. So I'm really curious for you guys how important consistency is. Johnny, I've heard you talk about this before too. Across the regionals and the grids, where does the weight fall for these matches being won?
Well, it's easy to, you know, look at what happened in the first regional, think, uh-oh, big changes need to be made here. That was a terrible showing for us, guys. Disband, forget the 10 points, we're out of here. But there's 9 regional events throughout this year. It's a long, long season, the longest that we've ever had in Rocket League Championship Series. So, yes, the team might do badly here, but if they can pick it up, if they can improve, if they can do well, if they can see things that can be worked on, then really that is a good sign moving forward.
Yeah. And the one thing that we have to take away from the grid and the regionals and all that, there's been 5 tournaments for Europe so far, 5 different winners. That's exactly how Europe plays out. It seems like every single time. There's so many teams that have a chance to win it all when they're red hot. And there's a lot of teams more that still have that chance. Teams like I could see maybe Endpoint with a hot day. What about Oxygen, who's 3rd in grid points, but they don't have a win yet? There's a lot of teams like that that can still be number 1, and just comes down to the given day. So don't get too panicky yet. Wait it out a little bit and then come back and be like, all right, we just have to be hot on that day and try and get a little bit more consistent. Keep collecting those points throughout this entire year.
Shogun, just for you as well, how important is this consistency across it? Or do you see the grid as a chance for these teams to try out new things? Or do you feel like they should be really driving in and getting those dubs as well, just as much as the regionals?
I think there's a cutoff point when it comes to the grid of you have to switch over from, okay, we're trying things out like we have seen Guild and we've seen Dignitas do. Leaf and Booth giving us both a little bit of leeway here because those are our teams for it. But there is a cutoff point, and I think it's coming up very soon where you have to go, okay, now we need the results. Now we actually need to start pulling things together, because the teams that we are looking to do a little bit better, you know, the Guilds, the Dignitases, they've done all right in regionals, but they need a set play style now because it's coming towards the end. You know, they've got potential things coming up on the horizon that they need to be at a solid form for. So time to start locking in. But at the same time, I think it's proven that Europe is just never predictable. I mean, we just talked about Jorby saying he's got top blokes number one in the region. They came in on 1 this week after going 0-2 both the previous grid weeks. You know, it's chaos.
Yeah, no, I think it's an important thing, I think, for a lot of people out there and fans, for us as well, is to understand the perspective shift that happens now with how long these seasons are. You know, in the past, it was a few matches in, you've lost, and you're like, uh-oh, big trouble. But now, a few lost grids here and there doesn't really mean anything for this, what's going to happen 3 months down the road, 4 months down the road, 5 months down the road. So you have a little bit more time to work on what you want. But you're right, absolutely, especially, you know, you brought up Dignitas, is that, you know, you look at a team like that that's saying, we got time, guys, we're planning. You know, that's a team that likes to build over time. But when is that time coming a little bit too short? So teams eventually will have to start to look at it, maybe after the second regional. Obviously, of course, heading towards a major is going to be an important time to realize, okay, we should have things together by now. But I think it is important for everyone to realize that there are more grids, there are more regionals, teams have time to be able to build. But you're right, it does need to be.
I think it's fantastic that originally, you know, you could go 22-0 and that meant you had a perfect season. This season, you go 22-0 and it means, hey, you did good for the last 2 weeks. It's
right?
Great.
Absolutely. But we do have to talk about some other players and teams that are doing great consistently here. And I am, of course, talking about the rise of the Spanish Rocket League scene here. We got to talk about a strong RL force coming out of Spain. Johnny, what is a Spain?
Well, Leaf, Spain is an up-and-coming country in Europe. They're really expanding their Rocket League influence. And I think, well, recently I've heard rumblings of this team house, but it's not really a team house, because in that team house are 3 players from 3 different teams, Mark by 8, Demensa, and Samway from BDS, Giants, and Magnifico. They are all living together. And those are 3 teams that are all doing really well at the moment in RLCS X. So a really bizarre situation. I don't think I've heard of this happening in Rocket League before.
It is interesting,
It's maybe happened in, you know, other esports, but that's a really interesting situation going on there. You know, the Spanish scene all very close together. They're all helping each other out to improve, I'm sure. But yeah, you got to wonder what kind of objects are being thrown across the gaming room. You know,
while they're playing,
setting off the fire alarm to distract the other team during the middle of a game. I'm sure none of that's happening. These boys are lovely, lovely blokes.
But here's my question, all right? Mark by 8, he obviously takes out the Giants last time, wins the entire regional. Do you take out all 3 of them for a championship dinner? Is that awkward? I'm not sure. I think Mark by 8, he would have to pay for that for sure, because he came in first. But I just don't know. Do you celebrate together when someone else wins, when they knock you out of the tournament? I think it could get a little awkward on those days.
I think that's a very cool thing, though, because you're right. It is almost like the opposite of what a team house is. Now, just it's all the other teams. So I think it's cool, though, because it really shows just what Rocket League's always been about. You know, it's always been about friends, family, and community. So I think it is really cool, and overall they can all help each other grow. But let's talk about specifically the teams here now, and with Spanish players on them. Let's talk about BDS, of course. You know, they won the last regional. What caused this success for them, and can they replicate it?
But
I guess I could ask that to someone specifically.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Like, I'll take it for now. BDS is one of those like offensive powerhouses that just want to play offense all the time with great speed. And I think a lot of these Spanish players have that, just intense speed that is hard to match. Like Vodafone Giants, I think, were the like underdogs to BDS, like number 1 and number 2 in terms of we want to play fast Rocket League. And Giants, it took them a little while, but I think now they've caught up to BDS and can compete there. But those 2 teams, when I think about speed in Rocket League right now, it's Vodafone Giants and BDS.
Well, let's talk about the Giants then, Shogun. You know, I've been asking this question for a while. Are they stronger than BDS overall? I guess maybe they have more Spanish players, so as a result, they should be. But the Giants, to me, just in my eyes, seem to be a team that I would put more wager on if there was a matchup to come between them.
I mean, the question I would then pose towards you is, if I then change that to be a semifinals or a finals, would you still take them on it? Because Giants have been fantastic. They really have. But when it comes to the big regional ones, the things that really they have to put a lot of importance on, we saw when it came to them trying to take part last season in the playoffs to actually get up to the RLCS, they didn't make it there. They underperformed. Then we see in the regionals, you know, we need that big result on the big day. It's the same issue we've got with a lot of teams right now. Thankfully, we are getting a lot of those big days. So I'm fully convinced. The grid, they'll play really well. Swiss, they'll play really well. Playoffs, that's where the question marks start to pop up for me.
So for me, for them, like it felt like it was always the Giants were behind BDS and they would get beat by BDS, what was it, like 4 straight times through the rival series and all of that. And then through that last regional. But I think that's where the grid comes in and really helps them build that confidence, because they finally beat them in grid week 3 and then went on to win the whole thing as well in grid week 2, I believe it was. So the Giants are gaining that confidence throughout these weeks of the grid, because we just had off for 3 weeks where we didn't see any European Rocket League in terms of these regionals, but they have the grids, and that's where they're building that confidence now. But again, when it comes to Championship Sunday, we'll see what happens, but it feels like they're getting those building blocks going when they play the grid.
Well, we need to talk about,
we lost Leaf, I believe. We lost Leaf and Shogun. So now, Johnny, it is time for some fireside chats with us. We're gonna talk Magnifico. We have to talk about these guys because these guys were a huge surprise coming into the last regional. Now they're not a grid team, so we haven't seen them for 3 weeks. What can we expect now?
It's a much harder team to predict, but you know, I believe in Magnifico. They've qualified back into the second regional after a very strong showing in the first one, and I think that they can repeat that. I think they can repeat that performance by. I mean, really, for them, they if another top 8 is going to be a phenomenal result, and that's when the points start getting to the stage where making it into the first major after these 3 regional events is a reality. And now the pressure will be on surely for the third regional, trying to get in and get some more points. But yeah, I believe in Magnifico. I think that they've got what it takes.
I think I'm back.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm back. Okay, cool. Sorry, I fell into the nether for a while. I fell in the trance of the pillow. Where do we end off here? What do we do? Are we talking about Magnifico and how awesome they are?
Yeah, exactly. We got to talk about Atomic. We got to talk about Demensa. These guys are new rising superstars coming out. We saw them last time through the bracket, and just the mechanical plays from these guys. We see flip resets into dunks. We saw everything from those two. And then Greasy, like obviously veteran leadership. He's been here before. And sure, he might not be the top of the world right now, but he showed through that last regional that he looked really good as well.
Yeah, so this is the thing for me when it comes to Greasy. For a while there, I felt like it almost felt like his meta was a little bit behind. Like he was playing with old touches, and it just obviously was being intercepted. There was giving away possession, and he needed to work on that. And I've been so surprised at how well he's been able to get himself caught back up here. And I think it really helps that he's got teammates like Demensa right beside him doing crazy things. The only thing I worry about, and I'm curious. Oh, Chokin's back too. All right, cool. We've got the gang back.
I hated it in there, Leaf.
It's a scary place, isn't it? I needed someone. Okay. I needed a companion. We're back though. We're safe. I want to pose this question to you. How do you feel about Demensa on Magnifico? Because I feel like a lot of times he can do really cool things. There just hasn't been a follow-up from the team to be able to get the goals. Demensa, a lot of times you're like, oh my goodness, that is looking really cool, but there's no goal as a result of it. So how do you feel Magnifico, or what they need to do coming into this next regional and make sure they can replicate success they got last time?
I mean, I think we're coming out from Magnifico's last performance. You're not exactly going to look at it and just go, oh, we need to improve this, that, and the other. They'll be very happy with what they managed to do. They just need to, gain the confidence to go along with it. As for playing with Demensa, I mean, we've seen Demensa play 1v1. We've seen Demensa play 3v3. Good luck trying to predict him, no matter which team you're on. He is... he is very much Greasy Meister's old stereotype of he's going to do his thing, just figure out what you're doing around him. Now Greasy is very much not that anymore. He's very much the almost the elder statesman. He's very controlled of what he likes to do. There's almost a criticism in previous seasons that he was too controlled and almost too boring. But on this team, it does really work. It is just Atomic and Demensa do often what they want to do. He's going to hold the rotation. They've just got to figure out now how aggressive can they get away with that second man.
Well, we got to move on and talk about results because round 1 has already been underway, and finished because it's a very long day. So some matches already going, let's take a look at the Group A standings and let's take a look at how the day's been so far. And I do like to see already at the top there, as we're talking about Magnifico, that they do have their 1-0 already. It's already a good start. Of course, it's a team they should have won against anyways. But for you, Johnny, any upsets here? This honestly looks relatively on point. It's almost pulling in North America right now, just looking pretty standard.
Oh yeah, this is totally what we expected from the first round of matches. Like I said earlier, the next round is significantly harder to predict. But all the teams who were supposed to win have won here. But that's, a pretty big deal for a team like Oxygen, who they bombed out of the first regional. They need a big win here if they're going to start putting some points on the board and make it into that first major. So yeah, all the results are what we expected, but maybe that in and of itself is unexpected in Europe, where results are never.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess that is fair. You know what? In all honesty, since that's pretty straightforward, I feel like there's not much else to say on it. You did mention predictions. I'm going to jump to that earlier and start to get some out there. I want to see, now that it's hard, I want to put you guys on the spot and try to make some predictions. So I am going to start with you, Johnny, as well, since you brought it up here. Give me your teams that you think are going to go full 3-0 today, all the way to the end, and who is going to go 3-2? Who's going to struggle to make it in but will ultimately qualify?
Okay, so I really think BDS are going to replicate what they did in the last RLCS X regional. The defending champion, pressure, slash confirmation of skill is always an interesting thing to see. But I think this team are very, very strong, and they don't really seem to struggle beating teams they're supposed to beat, which is a big thing in this format. And when they get into those tough matchups against the other best teams in the region, even if Vitality were in here, they seem to have a good matchup against Vitality. I think BDS at the moment just have to be that 3-0 team that everybody will have their eyes on.
And how about your 3-2 team then?
3-2, I'm going to go with Monkeys for that one. 3-2 is a bit of I think the much harder prediction to make, because once you get into those matchups where two teams are both on, it's a 2-2 team going up against another one, just really who knows what's going to happen. But Monkeys, I think that they're a team who could easily go 3-2 at the end of the day. I doubt they're going to qualify better than 3-2. But at the same time, it's hard not to see them making the next stage of competition. And so far, so good. They've got the 1-0 start of the day.
Does anybody disagree with the Monkeys? I feel like having the Monkeys qualify is a bit on the edge in the first place.
I mean, they've done it so many times now. Yeah. It's hard to sort of say they're not going to.
It's true. It's true.
It's their third time between a DreamHack and then the last regional. Just sort of following a pattern, really. I don't think there's much kudos to be given here for that one, unfortunately, Johnny.
Okay, Shogun.
Wow.
Step it up with a better pick. Right. Give us your 3-0, and then...
Well, and there's also not many kudos to be given for my 3-0.
Fair.
Because you have to sort of go a little bit. But I'm picking a team that didn't even make it to top 16 last time. So, that's a big shout. It is still Oxygen.
Trying to sell it.
Yeah.
They are still Oxygen. They are still really, really good. But if you try and ignore all of the actual facts of who the team actually are, then it sounds a little bit better for me. They've got to bounce back, really. Last regional was atrocious for them, and as good as the grid has been, the grid is, unless they actually, start getting some major results, they're not going to carry them towards the bigger stages of this tournament. So this has to be a very big day for them. As for 3-2, I have gone, and there's another out there prediction that's probably not going to work out well for me. I've not done very well on those recently. I have gone Libertas as my 3-2.
Okay.
I expected a lot from them in the last regional, and they kind of let me down. And I've gone back to them again this time around. I feel like this is a team that can do better than they've shown lately. And I think today's the day that they get to show it.
I feel like that's always been the story of Rick's, and he's always just on the edge. And I feel like that's, top 32, that's cool. But it's just, that's kind of where he goes,
But these guys are a grid team. They don't want to be top 32. They want to be top 16 at this point. They're probably that one team in the 0-1 where I'm like, they can pull off some upsets here. So we'll see how that goes. But for me, got to go the Giants 3-0 because they've been the most consistent team throughout the grid. 4 top 4 finishes. No one else has that. They've been a pillar of consistency. It really comes down to who they play in that 2-0 matchups. It could be BDS. It could be Oxygen, something like that. So those matchups could get very interesting, but I think Giants have looked great. And then for me, the team that hasn't looked great, but sometimes they look amazing is Guild. And I know Shogun loves Guild right now, where they are probably the most inconsistent team we have seen. Last time through the regionals in stage 1, they barely make it out 3-2. So I'm going to do that again here. Then when it came to the following weekend, they go 3-0 and get the first seed, and then they lose first round of bracket. So honestly, I have no idea what's going to happen with Guild, and I bet we'll see them 2, maybe 3 times on stream, and I think we'll see a different team every single match, but that's why I have them 3-2.
Well, let's talk about those matches that we will be seeing very soon and take a look at round number 2 matchups. Of course, we do have 2 streams. Remind you guys that here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, we'll have Oxygen versus Guild coming up second, and first will be Barca versus Magnifico. And over on the E-League stream, that's twitch.tv/eLeague TV, we have the Vodafone Giants versus Last Resort and BDS versus Monkeys. Which should be some good. Well, that should go in the favor of BDS, according to Johnny and his predictions earlier. Yes. But you'll have to hit the squad button, or of course, head on over to twitch.tv/eLeague TV to watch that one. But let's talk a bit about the Oxygen one first here, since that will be our second match. We won't be able to talk about that. Oxygen Guild. Shogun, I know you have some thoughts on this one here, and given your predictions, I feel like I know which way this is going to go.
Yes, very much. These two already played last week in the grid. Johnny got to be on the correct side of that one, unfortunately.
Of course.
I feel like Johnny always is in the
I
grid.
did not get
in all
a good
honesty.
week against the European talent in terms of that. Endpoint beat us, Johnny beat us over on Oxygen. Wasn't a fun time for me at all, because I do enjoy bragging quite a bit. Oxygen just have something to prove today. Guild have looked shaky. I think they've literally just got back from boot camp, so they'll still be trying to settle in and whatnot. But we'll see what the boot camp has done for them. If they can make this competitive, I think that will be a positive for Guild.
I think teams really need to start just pulling Johnny on, because I feel like any broadcast he's on for the grid, there's just winning at this point. But we're going to talk about our first matchup, of course, the kickoff coming up very soon, Barca versus Magnifico. Let's start talking about this match here, guys. Gibbs, start me off on this one. Magnifico, of course, was a team that got to the top 8 last time, was looking good. Barca, a team we expect to do good, but it's been a little bit shaky in the past little bit.
The one nice thing for Barca, they looked great for the first weekend where they went 3-0, had a fantastic offense, nearly 4 goals per game, and then everything kind of crumbled after that. And I think that is the main concern right now for Barca, is how do we get that offensive pressure going once again? The one good thing for Barca is these last 2 weeks in the grid, they've started to look better. They seem to be turning around. The first 2 weeks, dead last. Then last week, a top 4 finish and a top 8 finish this past Thursday. So for Barca, they're slowly figuring it out. And I think that's what a lot of teams are doing right now. Have they figured it out in time? We'll have to see. On the other end, with Magnifico, we honestly have no idea. They had this surprise finish, top 4, but they're not a grid team. So we don't get to see them week in and week out. So we have no idea what type of form we will see from them now.
Well, I'm kind of curious what the chat thinks about this one. Please get in chat with the hashtags FCB and a hashtag MGN. Let us know who you think is going to take it, Barca or Magnifico. But I'm curious about you guys as well. Let's get it written down here. Let's make it definitive who we think is going to win before we find out what chat thinks. Johnny, I'm going to start with you. Barca or Magnifico is taking this one?
I did say earlier that I believe in Magnifico as a team, and I do still think that they have a great shot at making top 8, but I think Barca have the edge in this matchup. They're more likely just to edge it, but it should be a really close one. Well, like a really difficult series to call, and we're only in round 2.
Shogun, what's your pick?
As an analyst, you're supposed to typically go with what you know about. And as Gibbs mentioned, we definitely know a lot more about Barca than we know about Magnifico. And because of that, I shall be going Magnifico on this one, because it just sounds like fun. And how can I keep pushing this idea of 2-time world champion Greasy Meister if I don't pick him here?
Gibbs.
Happy Europe Day. We think it's going to be Barca, so Magnifico, they are going to take it. We haven't seen them in a few weeks. It's a battle of world champions, which is pretty cool. Greasy versus Devo. I'm going to give the edge to Greasy because I like his cast with his 2 other players on his team.
Well, Shogun said it's all about what you know about, and I don't know anything, so I'm just going to go with the story that I like, and it's Magnifico. So I got to put Magnifico on the board here as well. And it definitely seems like we got a favorite for Magnifico on the desk here, and chat is 100% split. Johnny, you were right. You were right. This is a hard one to predict.
Hey, that's a really, really fair matchup to be split on, so good job, Twitch chat.
Yeah, that's pretty solid because every time we see it be 50-50, we think that the graphic probably broke, but it didn't break this time. It is playing a little bit.
We saw a little 51 there.
Yeah.
Like, it's working. It's working.
It's working.
Okay.
It's working.
Oh no, Barca's gonna win it. Okay, yeah, that is close. Chat, that was a pretty good one. Also, let us know your thoughts. If you want to get full thoughts out there, Twitter is a good place for that. Hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports so we can hear that as well. But it's time now for our first match of round number 2. Johnny and Shogun, you guys got to get some action. So head over to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. Well, that was a good time. Thankfully, though, we have now finally got rid of both Leaf and Gibbs, and we are ready to bring you match number 1. If winner of this one will be going 2-0 so far in our Swiss system, and the other one will be going 1-1, and very much getting dragged into the shark pit, Johnny. The vast majority of us have sort of gone against you here, but I don't feel like this is the sort of one that, you know, we're going to come out and just go, I told you, because I'm very uncertain on my prediction.
Well, see, usually if I make a prediction on an analyst desk segment for RLCS or any event like this, and I'm going one way and the whole rest of the desk are going the other way, I'm thinking, what on earth is going on? But in this matchup, I think, to be fair, I don't blame you picking either team. It really is as close to 50-50 as you can get. And you know, no better seen by a Twitch chat vote, which still baffles me after seeing some of the shocking predictions that Twitch had last weekend and the weekend prior. But yeah, Magnifico, they're out to prove that they aren't just a one event wonder in this one. And Barca trying to prove that they can still be a top team in EU.
Yeah, Barca definitely lost form at the worst possible time. They looked so good in the Swiss system and then just fell apart between the field and the grid. And it definitely carried over as Atomic will start us off. And it has been a very one-sided opening half a minute.
And expect to see more of this. Plenty of this type of play coming out of Magnifico. Atomic was actually rotating out of offense, but he noticed a chance to turn around and just go straight back in for a rebound, and he did. And there was no confusion about that. There was no double commitment as Greasy, maybe wanted to join the offense as well. That is what we come to expect from them. Greasy taking a very defensive role by default and letting Demetsa and Atomic just break rotation, turn on any ball that they want to.
Oh, wow. Almost gave away another opportunity. Barca looking to try and work their way into this game. Hasn't worked for them just yet. Here is Greasy. He's got Dementor in the midfield. He's going to get there unchallenged. So far, Barca not quite getting to hang of it. Here is Ronicky. It's him and Itachi that have had the connection that has really provided the most so far for Barca. They're going to need it again today, as here's going to be another opportunity.
Oh.
Greasy just scuffs it.
Yeah, Greasy will be disappointed with that one. He arrived at the perfect time. It was spot on. Just being in the right place when he needed to be, but the finishing touch wasn't good enough. Now this one should be, it's Atomic to Demetsa, role reversal from the first goal, as these two continue to just be an offensive powerhouse. What a nasty duo to be up against.
This is very much a team that is, they just do basic numbers against you every single time. If they've got 3 and you've got 2, they are just going to outpace you to the ball. They don't really care where it goes. Just know that if they can get you to bite, if they can get you to commit, then eventually you can have no one left as Devo will cut the lead in half.
Yeah, good positioning by Devo. He gives himself a good chance at catching a wide variety of center balls here. But the pass from Ronicky was also impressive. He didn't really have Devo cleanly in his sights, or clearly in his sights, I should say. But he still managed to stick that ball in the ideal position for him. So great awareness. That's just showing the synergy that these two have been building over all their time playing together.
Oh, that is a huge challenge. Forces Itachi into the move. Barca will need to try and use that last goal to catapult them back into this, because it really did seem like it was goal out of nowhere. They're going to get another one from it.
Wow. Incredible
pass over to Ronicky.
Both teams now have had a little 1-2 role going on. It seems like it's Atomic and Demensa as an offensive duo against Ronicky and Devo in this game. Now Devo returning the favor that Ronicky just gave to him. Brilliant infield passing out of Barcelona. That's a brilliant response.
Barca, just like that, overturned the 2-goal deficit. 3 minutes left. They might get another one for this. Atomic forced to just bash the ball high. Devo flip reset. He got a decent amount of power, but couldn't quite catapult it. Suddenly Barca very much turning this around. This has become a flip reset off, unfortunately, Greasy. Well, that one is not going in this montage anytime soon. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, I don't think he had enough momentum as he tried to land that reset. It was more of a hope than anything else. But flip resets in Rocket League, they're still new enough that you never know. As a defender watching Greasy there, you're like, he might hit this. He could be about to launch it. Oh, there he goes. Greasy will get on the score sheet. It seems like the last shot was just misdirection. It was just, he's playing the long game. Don't be afraid of me, guys. Don't worry, I can't do anything. And now he's scoring.
It's very rare that I've seen a player throw themselves further than they've thrown the ball off a flip reset. Greasy was capable of it.
I can show you that anytime you want, Shogun. Just give me a keyboard and free play. We'll make it happen.
Lead reestablished for Magnifico, but Devo is the passing option. He wanted to go to Roniki, but Roniki was out of boost. Ended up having to turn himself back around for it. This is now exactly where Magnifico want to be. Oh, shot scuffed the front of the net. And that is the danger. Atomic is so rapid. He comes in again. And Devo managed to get in front of him.
And Atomic is just double touching the ball from every angle. Now here comes Metz with an air dribble. Atomic's up for it as well. Why not? You know, I talked to Greasy about this team and his thoughts on their success. He thinks he's just waited. He's had the same play style this entire time, ever since he's the world champion in Season 2. He's played the same way. And now the meta has finally come full circle and it's back to something that his play works with again. That being a team that just doesn't really care. They just go for any ball, any position, any opponent, no fear. And that, for me, fits Greasy perfectly.
Yeah, Greasy for me has always been a player that, despite his reputation, has never really set the pace for his teams. More seems to fold in with it, as that is going to go in. And we're up to 3 each. This game has been a rapid fire for us.
I thought surely the next goal had to belong to Itachi. He was the last person in the lobby to score, but he's at least been credited with an assist here. Not really sure he was the one who assisted that goal, really. It did look like Greasy just handed it off to Roniki with a poor clear. Now a chance for Itachi to get on the score sheet. Well saved by Atomic. And a great recovery as well. Now counterattack for Magnifico. Metza is just being a nuisance in this game. Every single time that he can do something to annoy Barcelona, he is doing it. And just watch how aggressive he is with his positioning. He'll be playing for demos when his own team are defending with no boost.
It's a playstyle that is very much starting to rise. As here comes Greasy, wants to put in his second. Dementor will be the last one back. Chooses to try and play us around the world. He's got Roniki following up. Itachi moves in. Very brave defensive play from Magnifico.
Ooh.
They do look to transition. What a pop that was. Greasy starts moving in. Maybe one final opportunity for Magnifico before we go over to overtime, as Itachi does play away. Good stop from Greasy. Looks to turn. Keeps the ball up. Brings in Atomic. No boost for him. So Dementor will play it off the backboard again. Still beats the ball by Devo. And we head over to overtime.
Well, if Game 1 is any indication of what to expect from the series, we're finally getting exactly what we did expect from a series. A 50-50 matchup in every way so far. But Magnifico have looked extremely difficult to play against. It's been Barcelona's, synergy that's allowed them to stay in this one. Magnifico's unpredictability always makes them a hard team to go up against. You can just hear them jumping and you start to panic and thinking, what on earth are they doing now? Who was that jumping from the middle of nowhere? What's he even doing in that position? That's the chance. Dementor has blocked it. Roniki was looking for the hat trick.
And now Dementor's got free air to go for off the demo. Looks to try and tap it over to his teammate. That's a good block from Itachi. Magnifico keeping the pressure on. That's going to be an attempted shot. Good stop once again. I do have to agree with you. The point that you're making is that, for some of these players, ball count will be on all the time. You'll hear the jump, but they won't necessarily know where it's coming from, because very often, especially for Dementor, it is out of the last place you would possibly expect it to be coming from.
Yeah, Dementor is just so hard to read. I honestly don't know how his teammates can read him after such a short time playing together. They seem to have a great idea of what he's doing. It might be like he might just be EU gimmick. If you want to know what Dementor is doing, just think what the most annoying thing he could be doing is, and then multiply it by 3. That's probably what he's doing.
This is going to be a good opportunity. Itachi lays it off for Roniki, and good save, denying the Roniki hat trick. It's a huge breaking opportunity. Greasy might have the infield option, does choose to take it. Atomic realizing he was beat by a pre-jumping Itachi. A game that was ripe with goals has suddenly slowed down. Atomic almost played that underneath Devo. Almost 2 minutes of overtime played. There is no fear for Magnifico of playing this ball back, no matter how risky it seems to be. They will launch it at themselves if they have to.
Yeah, they'd rather launch a back pass than give Barcelona the chance to launch a shot. Look at the passing plays of Barca. That was creative. But the shooting has let them down in the last couple of attacking plays. Extremely hard to see where this series is going, but Barca have looked impressive at the tail end here. Full team passing play. Split past the ball. I mean, it's true to his name. It's unpredictable and not what we meant.
So usually in this situation, Johnny, I'd be talking about, oh, that's not the goal that this game deserved. That's kind of the goal this game deserved after what we saw. What a phenomenal way to open us up, though. Regional number 2 over in Europe, delivering as we expected.
I mean, this is, I'm starting to get PTSD right now. Like, seriously, every Dominus player that I ever get teamed up with in Rocket League, they play exactly like that. The last little clip there from Demensa, warping around the ball. It's like if you tried to do this again, if you tried to replicate that, come very close to hitting 3 different surfaces, 3 different sides of the ball, and miss them all. It's very difficult to do. But yeah, Demensa clearly knows how to do it. Just like all my Dominus playing ranked teammates. I don't want to see any of them anymore, to be honest. It's too much. I don't know how to handle it.
Is that us never teaming again?
Oh dear, you're playing Dominus right now?
I've been in a car crisis for the last 5 years, dude. Like, even heading into battle cards. So it's like 20% Dominus, 20% random button, and then 60% whatever else.
I'll take a random over a Dominus any day, personally. But hey, good start in game number 2 for Magnifico. That's the 2nd game in a row where they've come out of the gates hot and ready to play. Quick by Atomic. No need for a 2-man offensive rotation here. He's just turned on a challenge and caught Barcelona out of position.
This is one of those series, Johnny, that really shows off just how important it is to get a great start over in Europe. Especially with this system, is that despite how close they've been, one of these 2 teams is going to be in a much nicer position coming out of this series. And so for Atomic, he's not going to quite win that race. This has been massive for Barca, just how quick they have been on the offensive turnaround. Rocky gets scared off by Atomic. Now he will pop the ball up over to Devo. Good mid-air transitions. Here's going to be a follow-up shot. Rocky might still get it. Barca were desperate to find their shot on target there. Just couldn't quite get there, though.
Yeah, at times Barcelona, they've got to be thinking to themselves, what is going on in this matchup? We can't read these guys. They just sometimes miss the ball entirely. They're getting these random touches that just bounce out so much faster than you'd expect. That's what Magnifico are all about, just being as hard to play against as possible. As the aggression ramps up once again. They're sitting on a 1-goal lead here. You wouldn't guess it with how aggressively they're playing.
It's something that, you know, obviously they would like to be in the grid and playing for $10,000 every single week. But the fact that they are not in it has made him even more difficult to prepare for. Shot follow-up from Devo is blocked by Atomic. But we've got a team that's already a question mark at the best of times, not getting weekly showings for teams to start studying them and start figuring out how they like to do things. You know, the only teams that are going to know what Magnifico are doing are Magnifico themselves and whichever teams are lucky enough to scrim them.
I don't know if Magnifico know what they're doing, Shogun. I think they're just playing the game and seeing what happens. Big 50-50 win by Itachi. He had momentum, and the Magnifico defender did not. Once again, Barcelona able to come back from behind.
Yeah, Demensa tried so hard to correct the position. Knew he was going to be forced into a challenge, but as always, it's going to be second best, especially to someone running in with that much power. The lead just keeps changing back and forth. Round and round it goes. Barca would like to try and grab one here. That'll be the first one that they've actually got from regular time. Demensa on top. Looks to hook round. It's going to be an interesting position to try and play this. Still tries to drop it to Greasy. Not the best touch for him. Got to be said that, as ridiculous as it's been so far, Barca have done a great job to not get... Oh, no! Oh, what has happened there?
Oh,
Rocky gets credit, but he had very little to do with this one.
Oh no. Oh dear, Greasy Meister. That was actually hard. I feel like that was harder to score than it was to save or clear. But somehow he stuck it in the top corner. Oh, that's the most Magnifico goal you're going to see all day. This truly is why this team are so fun to watch. More of a threat to their own net than their opponents at times.
No idea. Like, just ridiculous. Greasy looks to drop it over to Atomic. It's very fun on our side as well because you look to see what should make sense and then you have to start talking about the exact opposite. Right now, what would make sense for them is to try and get that goal back. Atomic couldn't make contact, so Roniki can clean up nice and clean. Devo actually has got Roniki to aim for. It's going to be a difficult shot. Roniki was still up there very quick. Barca just look like they're settling down here. They're very unfazed. There's another good shot. Roniki starting to find at least the accuracy. Next up would be the power. Barca holding midfield, but it's only Roniki by himself. He's got two players up near him. Dementor will have Atomic coming in midfield, but the pass is so far away, right next to the defenders.
Yeah, the infield pass was read like a book by Barca on that play. It looked like the backboard may have been more open, but it's really hard to know where to, you know, set up your shots from against Barcelona. They do defend extremely well. A team with these three players, you wouldn't expect them to be a defensive powerhouse, but for me, they are more impressive in general. In defense than they are in attack. Although today their passing has been spectacular. Their defense is always difficult to get past.
Roniki is just going to shoot every single time he's had the ball so far. And he is hitting the target more often than not. I'll definitely want him to really start popping off. Breezy keeps it awkward, wants to pull Roniki in. Roniki might just step Atomic. Atomic keeps the ball up. And there is no follow. There's a lot of multi-touch plays going on in the midfield, and Magnifico have been getting the slight better of it, but they've never had an extra touch afterwards to really take advantage of what they have gained. Now 40 seconds left. Despite how well they have played in this one, they might be heading down by 2. Good shot. Roniki just keeps it out, but every single time I see a defensive touch from Magnifico, I'm a little scared.
Same. I already know where you're going with that one. I was the entire time there. I was just thinking, okay, which one of them's going to own goal this time? Who's going to make a monumental win? Oh, dear. Well, Magnifico are giving it a shot here. They're trying to play as aggressively as possible in the closing seconds to get a late comeback, but getting in each other's way at times. The synergy is lacking as Barcelona almost extend their series already. Will they be able to do it? Yes, they will. 2-0, Barca. Have taken 2 games in a row by 1 goal, and both of those winning goals had enormous mistakes from Magnifico. One whiff from Dementor in game 1, an own goal by Greasy in game 2. Atomic's probably just thinking to himself, oh dear, what am I going to do in the next game? what have I got in store? What blunder am I going to pull out the factory?
Dementor has left the lobby real quick, so maybe he's heard you here, Johnny. Maybe we're off to get a non-Dominus. What do you think? I think this is a Fennec.
It has to be a solid card. This team has enough unpredictability as is. You don't need a Dominus in the team as well.
He's going to double down it. This is the Batmobile. We get the rare Batmobile, I reckon.
Yeah, I think 3 Fennecs would be the best choice for Magnifico. Just try to dial things back a little bit. That being said, Greasy did own goal in a Fennec, so it's not like that's going to make them foolproof.
Jumping straight over here to find out.
I still think they're fully capable of, making ridiculously random plays in a triple Fennec team. But we'll see. Dementor, I think maybe just changed his paint job for this game.
Maybe he's put a go faster stripe on it,
Well, he is red. Red cars are the fastest. People will know this.
The aggressiveness will scare Barca off.
Well, so far, I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction, Shogun. I didn't think it was going to go like this. I didn't think Magnifico were going to be their own worst enemies, but Barca do have the edge. The best part about this, though, is that if Magnifico win from this position 3-2, I wouldn't even be surprised. I'd be like, well, of course they do. They've won. They've decided all 5 games.
It would be a handicap that they have set for themselves and still managed to overcome. And yet again, it's hard to get excited for it anymore because they have again taken the lead within the opening minute. Just sort of become part of the script, really. The other part of the script is sort of the big mistake. They'll like to try and avoid it this time around. This could be a monster play Dementor
wow.
does get the challenge set up for Breezy and bundles it over the line.
For a second there, I thought Dementor was just going to run right into the back of Atomic for the team pull shot, and I would have loved to see that. But this also works, the little handoff, kind of a bat and pass goal from Atomic to Dementor. You see the communication was definitely on point in that play.
Oh, that is a good clear as well. Ronicky forced back. So 2 goals up. I've already lost one of these so far this series. I'd like to try and keep it this time around. Itachi again up in the race. Can't beat Dementor. I'm looking forward to seeing how Magnifico will take to this lead this time around. They've been very happy to try and chase everything like they're goal down. After last time, are they a little scared off? Are they willing to take a little bit more time off the ball? Or are they just going to have Dementor go the whole way? It's a huge setup for Atomic. Well, he's not going to miss that.
Yeah, these guys are the real deal. So hard to read, so hard to play against. Huge 50-50s coming out in game 3 for Magnifico. They don't just clip on their opponents. They don't just style on them as they weave in and out and over the top. They go straight through them as well.
We made the comparison earlier on, Dementor to Gimmick, in just terms of like how awful he can be to play against at times. That was the most Gimmick play I've seen in some time. Just take the ball to the air, keep spinning around, you know, set the rules for the mid-air challenge and put yourself into the best possible position to win it. Something Gimmick was so strong at, especially when he was on that World Championship winning team with Cloud9.
Oh, wow.
Up for another opportunity. Magnifico are mauling them here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Dementor, he is EU Gimmick. This guy will not stop being a nuisance. He is completely missed in defense as well, so still I stand by exactly my comparison.
You've doubled it up here.
Yeah, he's definitely EU Gimmick with these plays. Here he goes again. It's another walk-in goal, 4-0 after a defensive whiff. Just Gimmick things.
It wasn't really as stylish as the last one, really, was it? This game has very quickly gotten out of hand for Barca. This is big, though. Can I even say that Magnifico can carry over momentum to the next game? Do they really worry about that? It's sort of difficult to tell on them, as that is a good goal from Ronicky. And if they are going to make the comeback happen, and a 4-goal comeback is more or less unheard of at this sort of level, this is going to be the start of it. Phenomenal shot.
Yeah, that's a sick pre-flip from Ronicky. Had to get a bit lower than the shot initially, and then just wait for the ball to come down to him. But perfect timing. Just clipped it right at the end off his flip and knocked it over the top of Greasy. You know, the one thing that's quite interesting here is that if Dementor is EU Gimmick, then I guess this is what Cloud9 would have looked like back in the day if they didn't have Torment on the team, if they didn't have, you know, a solid defensive player. This is what you would have got, guys. It's definitely entertaining, but a lot more unpredictable. But yeah, what would you like to see from Magnifico Shogun to try and iron out these defensive mistakes, try and stop these from happening with such consistency?
I don't know. As the neutral, I wouldn't want them to get rid of the defensive mistakes. But as the NS, wait a second. They've given up another weak one here.
Yeah, we got a game. Yeah, Atomic just completely missing here. So inviting Itachi to shoot, obviously that's a terrible idea. Once again, it's the defense crumbling. And if they lose this, their confidence might be crushed.
There we go.
Oh, never mind. They're fine. they're good.
Good job, Johnny, trying to build that one up, but we're not allowed it today.
Yeah, did you see that little caster trick there? It's like Magnifico might win, but they also might lose. We're just
you always speak as slowly as possible.
Yeah, they might score, but they might miss. Keep watching to find out what happens next.
I think to your point that you're making earlier as well, it's hard to not point at Magnifico and say, oh, they can fix this by not making the big whoopsie.
Yeah.
You know, just that's it, really. You know, just clean it up. Maybe don't score in your own net. You're looking all good. Oh, dearie me. That was a collision.
It's infectious, Shogun. They've been infected. I'm sure we can all relate. Sometimes, you know, you see one whiff in a game and then everybody starts missing. This is what's happening. Magnifico are infecting their opponents with their random misplays.
I mean, they've just double committed for that.
It's all
It is
part
a
of the
Greasy
plan.
Meister strat. Yeah,
It's
Greasy
all
is the
part of the
originator of the quote that double commit means double the chance. He definitely does follow it at times. He would much rather see 2 people go for it than nobody.
Exactly. You know, but to answer my own question earlier, I don't know if a Torment or a similar type of player could balance out the kind of
You would need a
ridiculousness we're seeing. Yeah, you do. You really do need a Gibbs, don't you? You just you need the modern equivalent of Gibbs to try and somehow rein in this team. They are immense offensively. Absolute monstrous team to play against. But yeah, they do love to concede goals at their own expense, that's for sure.
Do we have anyone in the pro scene right now that is that defensive that we could maybe throw in?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question.
Make sure you give us a shout on that one. Hashtag
Let us know on
RLCS
Twitter
X.
who would be the modern day Gibbs who could just sit in defense while Magnifico run riot in the other side of the field, breaking every rotation and every rule that we think applies to professional Rocket League while they do it.
Know that if you do indeed try and put yourself in for that role, then you don't get any credit. Because as we all know, offense gets credit and defense gets blamed.
Facts.
It's just the way of things, unfortunately. 20 seconds left here. Magnifico very much in control the entire way. They look like they had it wrapped up ever since they had that 4-goal lead. They made a little bit of a scare of it. Of course they did. This one has been comfortable. We are going over to game number 4, Johnny. You said a reverse sweep wouldn't surprise you.
Oh, it
One
wouldn't.
step of the way there.
Yeah, watch this happen just to have me be the only person with the wrong prediction on the analyst desk in the pre-show. That's the worst part about going first. Everybody else can just conspire against you just to make this happen.
It's
on
even
occasion.
worse. I had it last week where you make the prediction, then you've got to go and cast. And
Yeah, true.
we never have that. No one else today is going to have that problem. It's just us.
Yeah.
It's a conspiracy against us, I think. But my goodness. Magnifico showing off what they do at their very best. And what their very best is just an unrelenting force of offense.
Yeah, if nothing else, Magnifico seem to be the ones who are choosing their own destiny today. Should they win, it's on their own terms with relentless aggression, and just shot after shot after shot. Oh, we're winning by 3 goals. Let's just keep playing the same way. Let's just continue to attack non-stop. And if they lose, it's off the back of a huge defensive mistake. So let's find out which kind of Magnifico it's going to be in this game. I'm predicting at least one really silly goal going into their net.
Okay, well,
Minimum.
We'll see how that is. We'll also see whether or not the opening goal for Magnifico coming early will continue on here. This will be their 4th game in a row, which would just be ridiculous. Here's going to be a starting attempt. Devo gets it to attach. He does make contact, and this is going to be a good chance for Magnifico to put some pressure onto Mensa. Wow, I think he pre-jumped that by like 2 seconds as Itachi goes one-on-one, takes way too much time. Greasy goes diving in. He's got a good block. Magnifico determined to keep the pressure up. Heavy pass, though. Greasy's not going to quite make it. Barca, they're starting to run out of boost a little bit. 0 boost on 2 of them. Roniki's the only one. He's gone hunting, but he's not got anything for it. Off the backboard, doesn't make contact. I mean, it's so important that Magnifico weren't aware of just how bad that was for Barca. Otherwise, they would have gone full on in.
Yeah, they're still coming at them with everything they've got. That's a terrible clear by Demensa, though. Itachi puts it into the open net. You know, I don't think this even qualifies as their biggest defensive mistake of the game, though. I have full confidence that something worse will happen later on. It's bad news for Magnifico. They've had good starts in most of the game so far. This one is pretty shocking.
Just a panicked play, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He knew that there was players around him. Thought he had to play as quickly as he had to. Would have been better off just taking a touch, seeing where things went afterwards. So Magnifico down by 1 in the game that they have to win. Otherwise, they will drop to 1-1 on the day. In the ever-stacked European groups, Atomic called in to save, and he's managed to do it. Barca would love to try and make this a 2-goal lead. And as difficult it is to defend against a team as chaotic as this, doing it when you know you don't have to go pushing forward afterwards is much easier. And for the drop, Devo took the shot, huge save! And Greasy keeps it at 1-0, but for how much longer? Demensa tries to find the corner. Roniki for the set, nobody following, however. That was a massive play to keep this at 1-0.
Yeah, huge save out of Greasy, just diving down onto the goal line. In the nick of time to save that one. Nobody's back to keep Ronicky out, though. It's kicked off out into the middle off Hitachi's 50-50. And Ronicky, as usual, an accurate striker from the edge of the box.
Yeah, Ronicky, you're only going to stop him if you've got about 1 or 2 defenders in your net. Put no one there. And he's not going to let you get away with it. We have been talking an awful lot about Magnifico here, Johnny, but Barca have just been their perfect foils so far. It is very easy to get dragged into the pit and fight this with the same style. They have not done that. They have stuck with their guns. So far, it's worked.
Yeah, this game, it went kind of perfectly for Barca because the first 2 games, they didn't have to really press the issue. They were just doing their thing, trying to keep a solid rotation going, trying to pass the ball whenever they could, and wait for Magnifico to make mistakes. And that did happen 2 times. Now, they are well aware that if they just continue to play a consistent game, the mistakes will come. All the wins, or all the lead, this being, I'm already calling it a win for Barca, started off with a, really, really poor clear coming out to Medicine from Magnifico. And that's, just as bad, really, as the own goal and the whiff that threw away games 1 and 2.
Now for Barca, this is exactly what they want to see. Mentioned on the desk earlier on that they had a rough patch during the regional, but my goodness, that rough patch is done and dusted. They have rolled over Magnifico here in Game 4. And maybe this, as entertaining as they are, this will open up some questions about Magnifico, especially defensively. And it will start to show a few other teams how to play against them.
Yeah, if you just wait for the mistakes, then you might just get a free win. The problem with that, though, I'm thinking back to something I've heard from Fairy Peak in the past. Oh my goodness, what a save by Atomic. That's, well, probably something Fairy Peak will be saying these days. But in the past, I heard Fairy Peak say that when he used to 1v1 Devo, he wouldn't really know what to expect. Oh, Devo's aerial, he's coming at me with an aerial play. I might as well just sit in goal and then find out if Devo's scoring or if I'm getting an open net after he misses. You just wait and see what's going to happen when you play Magnifico. They might just throw the game by a landslide. They might just throw the series. But if you just sit back and wait, they also might pop off and win 3-0. So it is risky. And it worked here for Barca, just sitting back, doing their thing, and waiting for Magnifico to lose. But this Magnifico team, they can actually play a great series start to finish. So that's the risk that you have to just accept. If that's your play style, then you know the risks that come with it.
Now, 5-0, I think, Johnny, you are definitely coming out correct on the prediction. Me,
Yes.
Gibbs, and Leaf all coming out wrong, as well as 50% of you in the chat. Or was it 49? I don't quite know where that one ended. Either way, half of you are right, half of you are wrong. And since we're not really following each individual vote, you can claim either way.
I think the 51% on the chat vote that kept on flicking back and forth.
Oh, there we go. There's the goal. There's the own goal.
I told you there would be a sillier goal. It's an inevitability when this team are on the field. Yeah, I believe that Twitch chat were leaning like 50.5% for Barca, so I suppose that Twitch chat can take this as a W for them as well. They've technically gotten this one right, or as a collective. But yeah, this is a really difficult matchup to predict because you don't know what to expect from Magnifico. This has not been their best showing, and hopefully for their sake they can pick it up, because if they do continue to play like this, I don't think that they go three wins in the day. However, I expect that they will pick it up and bounce back in one of the later rounds.
Well, we do have the results from the last regional to work from as well. Last regional, it was Barca that went 3-0 on week 1, and Magnifico went 3-2.
Yeah.
Off losses to Dignitas and Venk, but they managed to beat Giants and Oxygen. So, sort of the typical results of Magnifico, really.
Yep.
Losing to the ones that you'd expect them to be and beating the ones you'd expect them to lose to. That's a good play over the top, but 7-0. This has got very silly in terms of scoreline towards the very end. Maybe we can get the one extra for Magnifico, but not forthcoming from Barca. They are laser focused on getting another 3-0 and really just capitalizing on their current momentum. Here's Ronicky, flip reset. Go on, buddy. Let's try and get up to 8. Ronicky's already got a hat trick. Ronicky will continue to just be the standard of goal scoring in the regional. Barca moved to 2-0. They've now got 3 opportunities to make it through to week number 2, and they have done it in style.
Yeah, the sooner the better. If they can make it into the next stage of this regional event for EU, after just 3 rounds, going a perfect 3-0, then that will improve their seeding for the next stage of the competition. So they're absolutely going to give that their best shot. And they look like they've got a great chance of making it happen. Yes, there's been a lot of mistakes from Magnifico in this series, and a lot of really glaring errors that are hard to ignore. And it's kind of made Barcelona's solid performance, I think, a bit harder to appreciate. But they did play well. They took their chances. Their passing plays were phenomenal. And they look like they could go 3-0 on today. They've just got to wait and see who they're going to be up against in the next round.
Yeah, for Barca, 8-0. They not only get the win, but they fully avenge what was a bit of a silly scoreline in the last game as well. As for Magnifico, they were Magnifico. This is what we expect from them. That's what they've been so entertaining for. Question will be is about whether or not this sort of play style, though, can, get them into majors or get them into a world championship, maybe even win them one of these. It does very much feel like they are a couple of coin flips away and will require an awful lot of luck when it comes to their form.
Yeah, if this is the first time you've seen them play, then don't judge Magnifico entirely based on that game, because they can pop off and beat just about anybody in the world. And maybe we'll get a chance to see that later on today or later on this weekend. But this was definitely a series that they'd rather forget in a hurry.
So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it is a rematch from last week's grid as Oxygen will be taking on Guild.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work. No more patience when I'm feeling low. On vacation, my mind wants to go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up for love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up, because we are the fighters. Caught up in the storm, but we're the survivors. Looking up for love in a little bit of darkness. Hold each other up when we're falling down. Never give it up, because we are the fighters. Underwater, swinging my fist. Tension rising, but no part of it. Nice to meet ya, been called a misfit. No need to fake it, we all got some shit. Can you check for my vitals? Think I need revival. Broken down and fading, my heart keeps breaking.
Welcome back, everybody, to RLCS Season X. We have just seen one of the most banterous series we have seen in some time, Johnny, between Magnifico and the lads over on, I managed to forget, Team Barca. There we go.
Barcelona,
Sorry,
yes.
it was a whole 5 minutes ago, all right? I cannot be expected to remember these things.
No, to be fair, you know, you try and remember what Barcelona did in that last match. You're like, actually... Were they really Magnifico's opponent in that game, or was it Magnifico themselves who were deciding like who was going to win this one? Because it's a difficult series to pin Barcelona's level of performance on. They ended up, you know, just picking up so many easy goals off Magnifico mistakes. And Magnifico themselves who were just putting the ball in their own net at times. It's not something that I'm, you know, surprised about to see happening occasionally, but definitely in like that amount all in one series, a little bit worrying. But yeah, we'll see more from Magnifico later on today. I still believe that they can make it into the next round and indeed the top 8 if they can pick things up again and catch some teams off guard. But well played to Barca definitely to go 2-0 in the day. Better team by a mile.
Well, coming up next, we have got Oxygen versus Guild. I think both of these teams have got an awful lot to prove here, really, because one of them had a decent performance in the last regional, Guild making it into the top 8, but not doing all that well in the grid. The other team having a very much the opposite effect so far. Oxygen have been doing fantastic in the grid, multiple second places, a lot of very solid performances, and always making at least the top 8, but they didn't make it past round 1 last time in the regionals. We do get ourselves underway. Huge amount on the line here, Johnny.
Certainly, Oxygen are the team with more to prove at the regional level. Obviously, they've done well in the grid, the weekly 10K tournament. That is a smaller part of this season of RLCS than these regional events are. But they have a point to prove. They still consider themselves to be in that, you know, top 3, top 4 teams in EU kind of category. Something that I don't think Guild would say about themselves these days, given how much they've been struggling week to week. But they did have the top 8 performance coming out the last regional. Oxygen did not.
Guild very much have been a team that have looked like they have been in development these last few weeks, especially coming in from boot camp. This is their first day back home and might very well go down by a goal here as Farah continues to put the pressure on. Astral takes over off the backboard. Can't quite find the shot he was after. For Oxygen, they feel like they are just so close to that one big result that really announces this roster move that they made. Haven't been quite able to get it yet. This regional will be one that they'll be trying to grab a hold of it.
Well, Guild shouldn't be a team that Oxygen are surprised by. They had a couple of upsets against them in the last regional where, you know, teams that you really wouldn't expect to beat them were able to come out on top, and that left them with a horrendous scoreline going into the 5th series of the day with a massive amount of pressure on their shoulders. One of the top teams in the region barely, you know, making it into the latter stages of round 1. Like that shouldn't be happening, and they know that shouldn't be happening. But against Guild, they'll know what to expect. Guild as a team have, you know, struggled to put the team plays together at times. And I think, I don't know if you could give us any light on the situation as you've been casting all the grid matches for Guild, but they seem to over-rely on communication to me. They're waiting for calls a lot of the time instead of just making something happen. They're the opposite of Magnifico in that way.
It was, especially last week, but although we were told they were trying different styles last week. Last week was probably the most disjointed we've seen them in terms of speed follow-up each other's touches. But for the most part, it's just been a lack of real identity to them so far. A lot of it has sort of been waiting for a player to pop off and then just allowing that player to fully take over. As Lucy Scrub trying to move forward. He's going to go for the double. He's unchallenged for it. And that is a monster block from Chaussette. Off the backboard from Nolly. Follow up this from Though.
Wow.
And Astral will keep it out. Huge defensive plays from Oxygen. And it's still 0-0.
That's the kind of Guild offense that we've been seeing glimmers of throughout this season. We get to witness brilliance from these lads on occasion, but that was world-class shot stopping from Chaussette and Astral.
This will be interesting to see what version of Guild is going to show up today. I've seen them try multiple styles, some of them more successful than others, but today's the day they've got to settle on something. Maybe one more regional after this. So this one is mighty important for them. Astral to the corner. Still 0-0. Not exactly the barn burner that we got during the previous series for game 1, but maybe Scrub Killer can have a little bit of magic. Shosset times it perfectly well, though. Notice that the young Scot was in a bit of a difficult position. Just allowed him to play it and then take the ball back over afterwards.
You know, it might yet be a barn burner, Shogun. I think that right now they're just getting the kindling in position. Somebody's gone and grabbed the lighter fuel. They're loading it up. But the ignition is yet to occur. We'll see if Guild decide to make this an interesting one later on, or if Oxygen can get out of defense. They have been solid, but with very few opportunities to score anything into the Guild net. That's a great first touch by Astral. Second one wasn't what he was looking for, trying to play that off the backboard to himself. And with how consistent he's been with his backboard setups recently, I'm surprised to see him miss one, even if it is that difficult.
Oh, here's Astral infield pass shot. It's another huge save. Defensively, both teams so solid in game 1. Like Guild should have certainly been at least 1 goal up after their 2 shots from the backboard, but Astral and Shosset both able to keep them out. Now over the top, Astral does land. Good recovery, but Nolly is going to be there first. 30 seconds on the clock. In field, it's not much to run onto for Nolly, so he drops it down to Scrub yet again. Shosset will clear. It's not a great touch from though. It's going to leave Nolly by himself. Scrub Killer still trying to get back. What's the second touch? Astral waits for it. This has been good patience so far. Neither team able to get the one crucial touch that leaves it all open for each other off the backboard, but Shosset should have that. Does make it a little bit more awkward. Oxygen will clear their lines.
I think Guild will be very happy with what they've shown us so far. They've been following up on each other's plays extremely quickly compared to what I'm used to seeing from them these days. There isn't like a visible lag between the one play and the next one. But can they keep that up going into the rest of the series? Oxygen won't be happy with anything but a win here. I think Guild, you know, based on what was their play that they've brought to the table so far, that's all they really want to do. Just play a solid series and see what happens against a team like Oxygen, who have been the better team overall, at least in terms of consistency this year.
The question would really be had is, you know, what does happen to Oxygen if they do end up losing this series and go down to 1-1? Let's set the alarm bells off, very much like it was last time.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, in first regional, they were 1-up at the end of the first round, but they ended up dropping it to Magnifico in round number 2. There and out. Life was very difficult for them, so this is so important for them just to try and get a hold of the result. 1 minute down here. Farah hasn't got any support. He chooses to go by himself. It was always going to be difficult to score from that.
Yeah, it was a nice try by Farah, but the Guild defense was in position. Oh, there's no defense here. Though couldn't recover for the rebound. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a huge opportunity. It should have been the win for Guild. And now the ball bounced across with no contest. But both teams did not have a second man in support.
The first one was just fantastic blocks from Oxygen. This one, however, Guild will feel like they should have had this game won at least twice now.
Oh, yeah.
Scrub dives on through. Good challenge. Keeping that pressure on. They've stolen a bit of boost as well. Nolly's taken out a player. Something to work with here for Guild. It's a long-term advantage for them to try and work with. And it's another huge whiff from Astral.
Wow.
Shosset covers so quickly.
Yeah, it looked like everybody missed that read. They knew they had to go up as quickly as possible, but it cracked off the ceiling very quickly. Look at the read from Farah off his own ceiling bounce. These are still like more difficult to predict than backboard reads, just because they happen less often. The bounces aren't committed yet to long-term memory as effectively and as deeply as backboard reads. Same thing can be said for sidewall and even floor bounce at times when a double touch is involved. Guild are looking solid, Shogun. And even though they are the team who I say are the underdogs in this matchup, like you already mentioned, Oxygen need this win more based on the first regional event that we've seen coming out of Europe.
Nolly has got though in the middle. Can't quite get it to him, but it's still a fantastic block. Looking for the midfield pass. Will Scrub want to commit? Not quite. There's a lot of possession so far for Guild. Very little in terms of actual goal-scoring pressure. This is one issue that Guild have had where they do control the field so often, but I described it to my co-host on this broadcast, Ian Chambers, that it feels often like Guild force themselves to score an 8 out of 10 goal whilst they concede 4 or 5s. Might be the case again here. Huge demo, though. That is massive. Cannot have the follow-up shot.
Well, you know, if they want to concede an 8, 9, or 10 out of 10 goal, they're against the right team to make that happen. With Astral on the field, you really do expect to see brilliance with such consistency. Nothing wonderful just yet for Oxygen. Oh, that was a huge
How
catch.
is this not over?
Though, just bouncing off the ball more than anything else. That was an open net from point-blank range, but he panicked. He just jumped at it too quickly.
My guild senses are tingling here, Johnny. I feel like I've seen this one. And unfortunately, this one has never ended well for guild.
Is that your bottle senses? They're like, yep, somebody's bottling.
That's my one skill on this one. It's my one thing that I do bring to these broadcasts. The bottle sense is tingling. It'll be up to them to try and make sure they maintain the maturity to not get overexcited. They know they've been close. They know they haven't quite got it yet. And they cannot afford for that to affect how they play the rest of this overtime. 4 minutes of it played now. Oxygen hanging on for a couple of major plays. They'll want their own big one very soon. Oh, it's a whiffed shot from Nolly. Long clear. So far, though, Oxygen have not had any options downfield to clear to.
I'm sure all the Scrub Killer fans watching will agree with you there. It's really good news for Guild if they don't get too excited, even though they've been so close to scoring. You can already, you know, hear Scrub bouncing up and down in his chair and yelling things like, come on, and stay focused. Focus. But, you know, it's all about putting that into action. Here is Scrub Killer, but that shot left a lot to be desired. As Scrub Killer and Guild still struggle to apply the finishing touch to these setups, which have been far better than what Oxygen have been able to produce.
Chaussette takes it down. That is magnificent. He's got 1.5 players out for himself, but he doesn't have a follow for the longest time from Oxygen. Oxygen do seem very stunted when it comes to these follow-up touches. Haven't been there just yet. Still stuck in the right side of the field. Fair according to action.
Whoa.
It's a good save, despite the fact he was in such an awkward position.
This is crazy. We've seen 2 games now. Magnifico would have own goaled at least 3 times by this point, but the defenses continue to do enough. And that's all I'm going to give them credit for, because at times it's not really been up to the defense. They're just hoping more than anything else that the shots get missed, especially on Oxygen's side.
Take over from Astral. That next player up is so far back. Chaussette's barely even crossed over the halfway line by the time the challenge was committed to by Astral. It just feels like Oxygen are banking on a massive mistake here, not committing to anything else.
Do you ever wonder in these long overtime, Shogun, if this is the one that just goes to some ridiculous length where now there has to be a rule change in Rocket League where we go to like a 1 hour overtime or something? The entire broadcast is completely thrown off. And then we have to just rewrite the rules thing. Okay, how do we introduce a penalty shootout into this game? Because we can't have this happen. It's going to happen one day, you know? This could be the day. We might be watching the longest series, the longest game that we've ever witnessed in Rocket League history, but we just don't know it yet.
I mean, we've got 2 of the 6 players that were involved in an 18-minute overtime. Is this going to be over the top? Off the crossbar and in! Though it's taken him 9 shots, but he gets the one in.
And Astral did not get a touch on that. That was just, it looked like a 50-50 at first, but Astral in fact flew straight past it. And Tho, as usual, with a banger on target. He, for me, is the consistent striker in this team. And boy, did he step up at the end of this game. A thriller for sure, but Oxygen were the back foot for the majority of it. They couldn't really escape defense for a lot of this game. Credit to Guild, given how inconsistent their year's been so far. It must have been difficult to hold on and just stay calm in these situations. But at least they've got Scrub on their team to remind them to do that. That's his one of his other catchphrases that I'm sure they're getting very used to hearing.
And you did bring up the point there that Tho is the consistent shooter on this team, but this game, he really wasn't that. A lot of the big opportunities were falling for him, especially the open nets. You know, he had 2 of them that he just couldn't convert. If he can become that, and if they can actually start hitting the ball with some decent power and accuracy, that could have been a much more convincing game. It certainly should not have hit that long of an overtime.
Yeah, it's you know, impressive that Guild can come out on top at the end of the game where opportunities have been squandered several times. They still just, you know, keep doing their thing. They just keep grinding away, trying to make the best of every situation that they get. But for Oxygen, this is extremely worrying. It's a worrying trend that seems to be happening in RLCS X. And that trend is that when the pressure is on, they aren't able to perform. And we know, where were the wondrous moments from Astral in this last game? Where were the free shots that Farah usually gets every single game that they play? Where were the dribbles from Chaussette? They didn't look entirely there offensively.
No, it was a very reserved performance is what I'll give it, because, you could see them trying to build into each of those things that you just mentioned, but you can't do that if every single time you're trying to build that play is from your own final third and you're trying to claw the ball out of your own side of the field with no real follow-up. Guild were very often just waiting for the ball to come to them. Cool, you couldn't 1v3 us, surprise, surprise. And we'll take the ball back over. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a very defensive setup from Oxygen to start off game number 2. Are they in the mentality that they're playing not to lose at the moment? After such a disastrous Regional 1, it would be easy for them to fall into that trap. Just to go about these games trying to make as few mistakes as possible, but in doing so, losing their flair, losing their offense. Oh, that was almost a great save, but Nolly picks up the second goal of the goal of the series, I mean. And it's another defensive whiff on the backboard for Oxygen. They're trying the defensive posturing, but the mistakes are happening.
Yeah, it feels like after the last game was won by Guild, you have to snap out of that playstyle because, you get a win off it. Guild will start to crumble. We've seen that a number of times, but they didn't. They gave the win to Guild. Guild will get lots of confidence from that. And they've started to play with that little bit more confidence, whilst Oxygen have just maintained the same style. It is not working for them whatsoever. And when I have been talking on these pre-shows about, put these matchups together, and often, I would always say in the grids, Oxygen will defeat Guild. But you put a different tournament and a different sort of format and a different amount of pressure on them, and you see what performance you get. So far, Oxygen have not answered that question all that well.
And I don't imagine it would be a conscious decision for Oxygen to come into the biggest event, or the biggest tournament that they've got on their calendar for this month, and say, okay, let's just change up our playstyle. Let's play a bit more defensively. Astral, stop trying to 1v3 everybody. Chaussette, none of that dribbling nonsense that you've been outplaying everybody with for the past year. And Farah, nah, shooting lanes, stay well away from those. I can only imagine that this is just the pressure of this situation getting to them again, and they're not able to bring out their best performance. Either that, or they are just completely surprised that Guild are playing as consistently and as solidly as they are, because much like Magnifico, they're kind of like Magnifico light in that way. They do throw away the occasional goal and opportunity to score.
So far, despite being the team that are down, I almost got them. There you go, Johnny. You managed to infect me on that one. But it is Guild continuing the offensive pressure for the most part. Farah does go up, but he is by far second best at the race on the ball. 2 minutes on the clock here. Oxygen facing down, going 0-2 against a team that they just beat comfortably in last week's grid. Astral drops it. Nobody around though to help. Scrub Killer would have wanted to get rid of it very quickly, but there wasn't much pressure on him. Still, this is good positioning right now for Oxygen. They need someone to move in. That is a massive miss. And Guild will get away.
Yeah, it looked like Astro was trying to read Tho's touch on that ball, get a block on him. Oh, Chaussette's made a shot go through. Astro with a follow-up.
Wow.
Pre-jumping Nolly gets back down for it. That's a great reaction. Finally, Oxygen makes something happen in offense, but it's just as unsuccessful as the past now almost 15 minutes of gameplay have been. They've yet to put a goal in an incredible length of time, and usually they just can't stop scoring in matchups like this.
And the big problem for me right now, Johnny, is that was the big opportunity. Guild were whiffing everything in the midfield. They were handing them possession. They were handing them the ball. And now you expect Guild to start shoring that up pretty quickly. It was the one lapse in confidence, the drop. Can't quite do it. Not turned in. 40 seconds on the clock. Oxygen will start getting desperate now. They've got to be. And at the moment, their version of desperate might just be their regular aggression amounts. Flip resets, secured. Astral, where's the figure out? It's got to be going in here. Though keeps it away. Game winner in the last game. Manages to be game saver this time around. And Oxygen still down by 1.
Just when you thought the script was written and Astral was going to pull out another wonder goal to bring Oxygen back from the brink, he's missed it. And that might be their last missed opportunity that they're going to get. Chaussette trying to make one happen. Ferret and Astral are both following up an attack. They know they have to. They're down 1 goal with no time left in the clock. Here's Astral, but into the ground it goes. Gil, 2-0. Didn't need overtime in this one. This is shocking. Absolutely shocking for Oxygen. A real surprise to the system once again. What is going wrong? They're on the back foot for most of the first game. They lose. They're in an offense for most of the game 2. They lose. They just can't put 2 and 2 together in the RLCS X regionals. Somebody get them a calculator because the arithmetic's just gone out the window. Guild looked good though. This is a really solid performance though. I feel like we're getting the same kind of storyline as we got in Magnifico versus Barcelona, but like I said before, not as extreme. It's hard to appreciate how well Guild are playing compared to what we're used to seeing from them because Oxygen looks so tame compared to how they usually look. But, you know, credit to Guild. They're getting the job done.
Yeah, and I came into this one, you know, talking about how Guild had tried multiple different playstyles during their boot camp. I haven't really seen much of a defined playstyle here. This is just solid Rocket League that they're playing, and that's all they've really had to do so far. They've taken the opportunities that have been given, especially a lot better in that one because, you know, despite though requiring 9 shots in the first game to try and take them the win, across the entire team they only had 2 in game number 2, and they did manage to make it stick to give them the 2-0 advantage in this series. So Oxygen, what is the answer here? Can they figure it out? Gonna need some big voices in there. I think this is Farah's time to shine, really, because this team needs a wake-up call.
Yeah, this is time for Oxygen to just throw caution to the wind because clearly the defensive posturing is not working. They're not getting enough opportunities to score. They're not giving Astral the springboard that he needs to, you know, get into the air and show off what he can do. And, you know, as a team, their offense has been just so exciting to watch recently. We're not getting to see any of that because they are playing too scared. They're playing not to lose. And against a team like Guild, that's not the best way to play the game. You need to bring it to them as fast as possible. Try and exploit their weaker communication, I would say, and weaker decision-making on the fly.
Now, one thing that does make me quite excited is in the opening 30 seconds, I've already seen Astral cut rotation. That actually is something quite exciting for me because it's what they're going to need right now. Here's going to be Nolly for the shot. Somehow doesn't make its way in, and I have absolutely no idea how.
Yeah, Farah just made himself big enough. He was lunging off the goal line there in the way of the ball. Just trying to get as much coverage as he could. It looked like he did do a really good job of, you know, just getting in the way of all the shooting angles. The accuracy from Guild has been lacking from the tight angles, but when they're shooting straight on at the goal like that, they have had pretty good consistency, just making a hard shot on target, testing the Oxygen goalies.
Oh, there's a double commit. Scrub Killer recovers quick enough to make sure it's not an issue. Again, we're seeing long balls being played, but the often question is that who to? Who's supposed to be following this play for Oxygen? Though we'll follow up a one touch. Astral takes the ball up high. That's really far back, so it's going to be on Farah to come up and give him support. And we already see he's back on the goal line. They are very much relying on a 1v3.
Maybe they're just too used to it happening. Here's Nolly. That'll test Astral. It's an awkward shot, but luckily for him, Scrub Killer had turned the other way. Here's the follow-up now from Scrub. He overhits the first touch, invites Farah in for the 50-50. Something that Oxygen will gladly take at this point. They don't want to give any free shots to Guild from their own half. Guild have definitely got the power.
For Guild, this would be the best performance and the best win on their resume with this team. A couple of nice ones in there, but to take on a team that many would argue right now is 4th or 3rd in the region. Obviously, that becomes its own chaotic mess whenever you try and rank European top 5. Though does move on in. Chaussette does not take the bait. He did not believe, though, had it, as that's a dangerous touch. Scrub Killer brave enough to take it on board. Guild holding on here. 2 minutes left. 18 minutes, Johnny, without an Oxygen goal.
Yeah, that's a crazy statistic right there. Not only have they got Astral on the roster, one of the scariest individual players in the world in offense. But when Astral joined this roster, Chaussette and Farah just started to score more often. And Farah is a prolific goal scorer for his entire, has been a prolific goal scorer for his entire Rocket League career. Chaussette just maybe, I'd say about a year ago, was considered by most to be the best player in the world because of his ability to score all by himself. Just take the ball and put it in the other team's net. But they've not been able to do it for this entire series. And although Guild have defended well, that's only been half of the story. Oxygen look timid, they look scared, they're holding back, and Guild are just waiting for that golden ticket to 3-0 them and go 2-0 in the day.
Farah puts the ball up, so we'll take it over the top of the ball. Take it over the top of the net, I should say. And as always, no follow-up from Oxygen. This is going to be their best chance. Astral looks to move up with Farah. Astral's got a shot on target. Scrub Killer avoiding the demo attempt.
Yeah, that was a big play by Scrub. Farah chased him into the goal. Scrub just stays well away from that demo and recovered quick enough to easily dispose of the triangle shot. That's a solid defense coming in again from Guild. Things that have gone unnoticed because all eyes are on Oxygen's lackluster offense. But Guild have made this hard for them and they continue to do so.
Big demo. Nolly the only one back. Scrub Killer just hounds away at Chaussette. Didn't want him to have any of that one. A little bit more bite so far in terms of what Oxygen are doing downfield, but not too much extra. It's mostly just been harassing the goalkeeper, maybe trying to get a hit. 10 seconds on the clock. One goal for Guild, and it would be a 3-0 against Oxygen. And they would do it in a perfect sweep as Chaussette looks to go up. Nolly isn't going to follow it. This might be a huge opportunity off the backboard. And so we'll get there just in time. So a goal for Guild makes it not only a perfect sweep, but a 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 affair. A goal for Oxygen means that we head over to game 4.
Didn't realize it was your birthday, Shogun.
It could very well be. I'm not saying bias. But, you know, I would like to see that result.
That is Shogun's favorite result, the triple 1-0. I also agree, it is a fun one to see happen, but Oxygen would hate to see it. Oxygen fans would hate to see it. Unfortunately, another couple of shots have gone in to the goal line area and bounced away from danger. Oxygen yet to score, and now we're approaching 21 minutes of gameplay. That is something I don't think has ever happened to any of these players, never mind all three of them on a team together.
Well, if you asked me where I was going to get that result that I've been looking for so long, it would not have been with Oxygen's name next to it. Not in a million years.
Definitely not with Guild doing it, given the year they've had, but that's what's been happening so far this series. Oh, they've done it! Chaussette breaks the deadlock. Scrub Killer could not make contact. He pre-jumps Astral's touch, expecting more than what he got. And Chaussette was first on the scene. Finally, Oxygen score. It took 21 minutes, but they have done it.
They've broken the deadlock. They've broken my heart. And maybe off that one, they can break through to a potential reverse sweep. Johnny, if they do reverse sweep this one, would this be a weirder result? I mean, so far, I actually would consider this to be a weirder game than the one we just had. And I didn't know that was possible.
No, the first series that we saw today, Barca, Magnifico, it was weird. You know, if you took away the nameplates of the players and looked at the games, you'd say, what on earth is going on here? This is some bizarre Rocket League. But when you see, oh yeah, it's Magnifico playing, of course, that makes perfect sense. You know, that's what we expect from them. But what we've seen here between Oxygen and Guild is the opposite of what we expect from Oxygen and the opposite of what we expect from Guild on any given day. Unfortunately for Oxygen, it has been their continued struggle in RLCS X regionals. The ability to perform up to their usual level is just not there. And to see Guild performing this consistently to prevent Oxygen from scoring for that length of time, that's impressive. Oh, nice shot by Nolly. Chaussette was there or thereabouts, but on the wrong side of the ball. Brilliant pass by Phil, also just catching Nolly in stride.
Yeah, you're not going to hit it much cleaner than that. Nolly, as it drops straight onto his hood, levers it at the net, and that is a 1-goal advantage. We didn't have to wait 10 plus minutes for this one. On the other hand, if Oxygen are going to do this, they've got to do something that they haven't done so far this series, and that is score 2.
Yeah, they I still think they will not be at all happy with how they played that third game. They got the win, but it's not a win that they're going to be proud of. And this isn't a game they're going to be proud of either by the looks of things. Nolly puts in yet another goal. And where was the challenge? Scrubkiller with 2 touches uncontested. Farah way too late to the play. And Chaussette, I think he took a bit of collateral damage after he jumped up for this one. Nolly landed on him by the looks of things. 4:20 remaining, so a long time for Oxygen to make something happen. Based on what we've seen from them today, very unlikely to see a 2-goal comeback.
No, unless we start going to full-on football times of 90 minutes. Their averages don't look quite good enough for it, but that is phenomenal. Farah plays it right underneath, and it is off good pressure. I think this is one of the first times, actually, we've seen Oxygen commit 2 players to the offense.
Yeah, it looked, somewhat like a whiff defensively, but there was an offensive player for Oxygen running ahead of Farah, causing interference and forcing the defender to jump as early as possible. So opening the net for Farah to score from. Now here comes Astral. Wave dash shot off the flip reset. Even though that doesn't work, that's more what you want to see from Oxygen. Oh, and there's what Guild have been trying to avoid all day. Wicked double commit as 2 players come clattering into the backboard. Is this the turning point? It might be. Astral with the equalizer.
We talked earlier on about Guild getting a little excited. Definitely so for that double commit. And they get punished for it. Phenomenal transition play from Oxygen. And, this game suddenly has a different feeling to it, Johnny. Oxygen taking their opportunities. We're actually seeing more than one player over in the orange side of the field. They've got to maintain this, though. There's a long road to go. Dropping over to Astral. Puts that one high. Not going to be a follow-up for the longest time. As Chaussette gave, though, enough time just to recover.
Yeah, it does feel different already. Guild have played so flawlessly. Well, they haven't taken all their opportunities, but they've rotated almost flawlessly this series. And for that double commit to occur, the rotation has to be wrong. You don't get a position developing naturally these days in Rocket League where 2 players can fly for that length of time at the same backboard rebound without something going wrong.
Oh, dear.
It looks like things have started to go wrong for Guild. Another demo comes in the back post for Oxygen, and there's nobody back. Guild have
Johnny,
lost
my
their
Guild
lead.
senses, they're coming back.
The ball senses must be more than tingling right now, as suddenly, Guild have conceded more in a minute than they did in the previous,
20
half an hour of gameplay.
Yeah. One of the weirdest opening days we have had so far in any level of Rocket League.
You got to highlight the physical play of Oxygen, though. 2 of these goals have had big bumps involved, and 1 bump and 1 demo playing a huge part. And you don't get those opportunities if you're holding back with all 3 of your players like they were earlier on in the series. Like I mentioned, they've kind of just thrown caution to the wind here. They think, well, we're down by 2 goals. We just saved 1 match point. We need to save another 2. Let's just get aggressive. Let's get into the orange half and start messing with the Guild rotation. Best way to mess with the rotation is to throw a demo into the mix.
And right now, should this result start going away from Guild, I would fail to turn around and say, oh, Guild just started playing bad. It just feels like, to me, it feels like the time was there. And now they've given Oxygen just that little bit too much. Oxygen seem to have woken up here. Actually playing more of the Rocket League that we expect to see from them, as Chaussette does have Farah moving up in support. Does choose to back down. But it's still just a 1-goal game, and Guild can turn this one around. Just got to get a hold of the ball first, and that has been very difficult to do so far.
Yeah, look how close Oxygen are to the plays now. These follow-ups are starting off from the halfway line, not deep in their own half. Now, there's a big difference in just the positioning that Oxygen have decided to go for. Even now that they're winning, they're staying as active as possible in the plays. They're not running all the way back to their goal line, not all the way back to their own back corner. If we're turning and getting involved in the offensive rotation again, no, they're just moving things up a little bit. This is their more normal way to play. So I'm not surprised to see it working out well for them.
Oh, there we go. That's what you want to see if you're an Oxygen fan. Just a quick half rotation from Chaussette. Doesn't even think about going back.
Farah as well, both of them.
Yeah, Guild just didn't expect it. Farah knew it, though.
Yeah, that's
what you want.
2 half rotations in a row, like you said. Chaussette making 1 play on the ball, then Farah goes in for it, Chaussette turns again, and then Farah turns again. We wouldn't have seen this in game 1 or 2 from Oxygen. As soon as they make any kind of play like that, they would have been out of the half. They would have been back into their own end. but this is the way that they have been playing when they're winning. So good to see them, at least if they are going to lose the series, they're going out doing what they do best.
I would definitely say that that goal, more than any of the 3 that came before it, was the biggest shout that this is Oxygen starting to step up to the plate.
Yeah.
Because, well, like you mentioned, we got none of that previously. They would have half rotated, but half rotated back to their own backboard to try and save the next shot from the last few games.
Indeed.
Much different.
4 goals after... We essentially saw 4 games because the first game had, of course, the 5-minute overtime. So we saw 1 goal in those 4 games, if you can call it that, to start off the series. Now we've seen 4 goals in 1 game. So it's, credit to Oxygen. They've really stepped it up here. And it kind of looked like they just needed to be backed up into a corner completely. They were losing this series, but the games were close. It was 2 1-0 games to start off this series. A super long overtime in the first one. It looked like they just needed to have more of a shock to their system before they would fully wake up. And now they realize, oh wait, we're losing by 2 goals here. Something needs to change. Let's finally just put our heads down and go for it. Just make some aggressive plays. And as soon as they did that, then Guild don't look anywhere near as consistent.
Certainly not. And Guild have been playing incredibly solid this entire time. It was just the 1 double commit seemed to just open up the floodgates, allowed Oxygen all that confidence to start throwing everybody forward. But for Oxygen, this is the big one. And imagine turning around to somebody after watching those first 2 games and saying, we're going to game 5, and we're going to game 5 with Oxygen having all the momentum. We have a crazy game here. Rocket League is good fun.
Yeah, this is nothing like what we expected from this matchup in terms of how the matchup was played start to finish, but the result kind of makes sense. Going to game 5, Guild versus Oxygen, I'm not surprised by that. And now Oxygen, like you said, look like they might be winning. That they might be the favorites to win this, which is also not a surprise going into this series. So eventually, when we've gone full circle, we're back to where we're supposed to be. But we went a weird journey through games 1, 2, and 3. And look at that, Nolly with a beautiful double to kick off game number 5. Can Guild step it up again? Can they avoid the downward spiral that commenced after that double commit in the last game?
Find out soon enough, but could not have asked for a better start. Nolly hasn't really typically been part of the rotation that has created the most goals for Guild. It is typically Zoe and Scrub Killer, but I will say when he is playing at his best, those have been the best performances I have seen from Guild. So if he can start stepping up here, that'll be massive for them. On the other side, there's the player that was on your screen just a moment ago. I suppose this one as well. Not really half bad himself. Shosset and Astral, always a threat. Here comes Astral. That was just way too far ahead of him, and he couldn't quite reach it.
Yeah, he went for it though, and that's promising for Oxygen. They are going for their chances again, not holding back. But will they be able to replicate what they did in the last game? Guild led by 2, and Oxygen came back with 4 goals in a row. Now they only need 1.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, that's the bad.
We actually saw a goal very similar to that in the matchup these 2 teams played against each other in the grid this week. It was a Scrub Killer backflip own goal from the halfway line where he just flicked it on his own net by mistake. So, yeah, really bad news to see those things happening for Guild. Luckily this time, though, was able to catch up to it. I don't think Nolly hit it completely on target as well. Still, though, Guild looks shaky. And I'd say shaky at best right now.
Amazingly, Johnny, that was not the best own goal I saw this weekend. I don't know if you quite caught the chalked one, but that was a thing of beauty. So we do see a shot coming in, easily covered by Shostet, but Nolly keeping the pressure on, and though will not fully commit to it. Awkward angle shot, Shostet clears.
Yeah, it's a big hit by Shostet, generating a ton of power with very little run up on the ball. But Guild are playing with an extremely defensive lineup. That's a fake challenge from Thoas, the second man back, which really made it difficult for the goalie behind him to know what's going to happen. Luckily, he was able to succeed on this actual real challenge that he followed up with. But you don't want to see too much of that from Guild. That kind of hesitation is what will get them in trouble. There's a long time left in this game. Plenty time for Guild to bottle it. I believe that's the storyline you'd be pushing on the Guild grid broadcast.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they'll be so happy with me on that one. Oh, dear, Astral. With a very greasy Meister flip reset. Farah over to the wall. Has he got any options midfield? Auction have done a much better job so far of just fully sending it. Astral moves in. Scrub Killer, always so good from those challenges. Auction taking a much more offensive stance here. They might get caught for it. They have. Nolly bangs it top corner.
You know, I credited Tho earlier on for being the usual suspect for Guild. Just smashing in shots from the halfway line kind of area, but Nolly in this series has been monumental for them as he drills in another shot from deep. And now, not just a 2-goal lead, but a 2-goal lead late in the game. This is a huge chance for Guild.
Real big question now is, can they survive the offensive onslaught that should be coming their way? Auction were willing to just go all out earlier on, then there's no reason why they won't do it right here. Astral hasn't got any options though. Just tries to keep the pressure going, refuel the rest of his team with some boost. I am noticing Scrub Killer, especially off the ball, is doing a lot more movement than just heading back for his own side. But Farah double demo ends up meaning very little because the shot coming forward was pretty simple for the goal line. Scrub going out of his way right now. He is stealing every boost he possibly can.
It looks like Oxygen have been failing to provide options for one another when a player is making a setup off the sidewall or just trying to counter-attack out of defense with a dribble. There's just nobody making options for them. Meanwhile, Nolly cannot stop scoring. What a time to bring out an MVP performance. And that was the shot. That was the finishing touch because he's managed to land on Chaussette after popping it into the half. 3-0. Oxygen are on the ropes. In fact, I think they're halfway hanging out of the ring, about to fall off. Guild just needs to prod them at this point, and they'll have the series win.
Ollie will be waiting for it from Tho. 60 seconds now. This would be the biggest win of this new Guild team. And they are so close to getting towards it. Scrub Killer, good challenge. Takes it away from another player. There is a demo on their back line. Here's Nolly taken out. They need a massive play. They've got it. Astral pulls it back by one.
That is a cheeky pass from Farah. Not every pass needs to be a laser center ball. Look at that. Just perfectly hit. Chipping it up for Astral. Life still for Oxygen. They've plugged in the respirator. Let's see if they can come back. They need 2 goals in 50 seconds.
Astral can't get there before Nolly, but he does remove Nolly. Best opportunities so far have come actually when Nolly's been off the field. Astral can't get it past Tho. Big opportunity. 3-goal lead is back. Nolly has got 4. They wanted a big performance. They needed an option to drag them back into it. Nolly has been exactly that.
Yeah, Nolly more known for his fancy plays, the elaborate goals. He just got it done, no nonsense this game. Just put in the shots on target. Asking Oxygen, are you going to save these? No? Okay, well, I guess in that case, we'll be taking the win. Thank you very much. As this would put Guild 2-0 on the day, and it would sentence Oxygen to the 1-1 draw. Not somewhere that they'll want to be, given the record in the first regional, but that reality is becoming more and more of an inevitability as the seconds tick away. Guild have done it. This was a bizarre series if you look at it as a whole, but overall, outside of a couple of instances, Guild have put up one of their best performances of the year, and they've thoroughly deserved this win.
Realistically, for Guild, there is only one double commit that you can really point towards as you've gone completely wrong here to concede, and a couple of other hiccups.
Yeah, well,
but overall, they're most, considering they played almost 7 games, really.
Yeah.
Can definitely get away with those 2 mistakes. They've done it. Guild move on 2-0. And it is going to be Oxygen dragged back into the 1-1. Both teams replicating their regional #1 performances so far. And if you're Oxygen, that sounds very scary indeed.
Well, brilliant showing by Nolly. Right place, right time, took his chances, and just put this game beyond all doubt for his team. Made it a bit easier than the first 2 games of the series where they were just on a tie or winning by 1, and trying to keep it that way. This was a bit more what Guild would like to replicate, as you know, sitting on a 2-goal cushion like this, and then seeing Nolly score more goals to add to that. That makes this game a lot easier to play. They're not relying on perfect defense for the remainder. If they could just add a few more to their tally, and massive plays coming out of Nolly. He's showing us once again why he is one to watch, not just for the future, but right now.
Yeah, for Oxygen, they'll be wondering, well, why didn't we just play like this since the very beginning? Because you give them a full 5-game series, looking at how they did in game 3 and 4. This is a very different looking result at the end of the day, but that is something that they need to figure themselves out for, because when we come back, it is time for stage number 3. We're going to be sending some teams home, and we're also going to be sending some teams through to next week.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dealt, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Leafex, alongside me, Gibbs and Jarby, to talk about this that last round there. We just finished round 2 of the second European Regional. Let's get into it. Let's chat about that. That went longer than most people would have anticipated a best of 5 would have gone, Gibbs.
I don't know what's going on with Oxygen at this point. 2 days ago, this team looks unstoppable outside the top, dominating everyone. And honestly, it just looked like they couldn't even score a goal for most of this. They finally win that overtime in game 3. And it's not like Guild was playing fantastic, I felt like, in games 1 and 2.
No, because I actually thought like Guild were giving Oxygen chances.
Yeah.
It's like they can't score on some of these gimme goals. And they're giving you a gift. They're asking you to come down the other side and score on them, but they couldn't. Like they just felt disjointed. I think that's the best way I could describe it.
But thankfully, we got Nolly finally in game 5. I felt like Guild actually won that game. That they took it upon themselves to win that game 5. So that's a good sign for them going forward. But Oxygen, you're a team that's been dominating like in the grid week in and week out. Guild barely ever makes playoffs. We hear it all the time from Shogun. He's like, oh, I got another short day over here. But Oxygen just can't show up for these regionals right now. And now they're 1-1. And obviously, it's a long day. There's still a lot more games to be played. But these alarm bells are going to start ringing soon for them.
Well, let's take a look at the standings so far and see how things have gone after 2 rounds. In my eyes, Jorby, things are looking relatively straightforward here. The teams that are about to qualify in their next rounds here, either BDS, Giants, Barca, or Guild. Beyond that, do you see anything else maybe in the lower half that you wouldn't have expected to be there?
No, surprisingly, Europe is
They're pulling in North America.
Stable. yeah, relatively stable for now. We're not completely out of the woods yet, and we have a whole other 16 teams to do tomorrow. But yeah, everything's pretty much panning out the way that I had expected. Barca with this 2-0, I think this is really important for them, and this next match for them is really important because if they can't defeat BDS, then I don't know I think the rest of this is going to be a struggle for them. Like they've been a team with adding Itachi to this roster was a great boon for them, but like they haven't taken that next step as a roster yet. And I think starting this strong, this early, getting out 3-0 is exactly what they need. If they lose to BDS, I'm worried.
Well, let's talk about our next matchups because we're heading into round 3. There's a total of 3 more matches to go. So lots of Rocket League to come here, guys. Guys' way. We do have another stream going on. Twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. Hit that squad button underneath the broadcast here on Twitch, or just make sure you head over there to watch as well. They have Monkeys versus Barrage coming up, and Last Resort versus Libertas. And then over here on this broadcast, our second match will be Giants versus Guild. Of course, first one coming up is BDS versus Barca. Give me some talks about Giants versus Guild here, Gibbs. Giants has been looking good in the grid so far, where Guild has not.
Man, these Giants are great. They took down TLR 1-0, and it would have been 1-0 game 3 for Shogun, but there was a double tap with 1 second left, so they win 2-0 in that game. It looked super comfortable for them, so they look great. So they have 1 game loss on the day. BDS is perfect throughout today, so when it comes down to it, these are the 2 teams that should win. These matchups are tough, but you want a top seed going into next weekend because that can help so much.
Let's break down BDS versus Barca then. Jorby, what's this going to look like on the field here? BDS, our previous Regional 1 champions, they won the entirety of that first regional. They're coming in looking to make a repeat here. They're looking like they're in a good spot to make that top 16, but they got Barca in their way. Barca's been a little quiet for a while. Do we think they're back on track here?
I think Barca are getting back on track, but I feel like the train's going to stop here for a little bit because Monkey Moon, Mark by 8, and Extra, these guys, every time I watch this team play, I think, okay, this is one of the, I'm not going to call them an up-and-coming team anymore. They've posted the results. They're a top team in Europe. Yeah. That's just, they deserve to be called that. That is what they are. And like, they're 3-star players. Like, there's not one player I look at on this team and think that's the star. Every single player on this team has pop-off potential, and all of them can take over a game. All of them have taken over a game. And Barca, I feel like as they continue to work Itachi in and they are trying to find their flow, I think Barca are going to have trouble with a team that is going to be able to find really strong challenges in the midfield and pressure them to be like solid and instant on defense as far as positioning goes. Like it's going to be a test of wills, I think, because BDS can be so oppressive on offense.
Well, chat, it's your turn to get your voice heard. Make sure you use the hashtags BDS or FCB in chat. Let us know who you think's going to take this one. And for us, it's time for us to say who we think's going to take this one. Let's get some predictions out there. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you on this one. Do you have BDS or FCB carrying through on this one?
I have to go BDS. I feel like it's a tale of two offenses. It's going to be a midfield battle, but I think BDS is that team to win the midfield battle. We saw Barca's offense really click again last round. I just don't know if that's going to hold up against a team like BDS, who is going to have so much offensive pressure. I think it'll be hard for Barca to get the ball out of their half. So I'll go BDS pretty comfortably 3-1.
You're nodding your head over there, Jorby. You agreeing with him?
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I think that Barca are going to have trouble keeping up with BDS in midfield, and so they're going to lose that battle of attrition for the boost and end up being a step slower to the ball on those challenges. And I don't know. Maybe they give me something different, but I don't see it.
Well, I think you guys nailed it. Team BDS for me as well. BDS won the first regional. They obviously have a good amount of experience under their belt here. They know what it takes to be the best in Europe for at least a little bit. And I think right now Barca has a little bit more to prove to me before I can consider them a team that I'm confident in picking and taking in series here. And it seems like chat is also agreeing with. Not as landslidey as I thought it would have been. Still a lot of believers in Barca, but 61% going to BDS. So
yeah, I mean, Barca are, again, like there's a lot of hype behind this team, and I think it's well-deserved hype. They've played really well at times. It's just finding that consistent factor. I don't think that the support is unwarranted at all.
And so Twitch chat is smart once in a while. It's Europe Day. You can't have high percentages because once that happens, where it's an 80-20%, you know what's going to happen. So it's pretty smart of them to be pretty tame with their predictions. Only 60-40s. I like it.
Well, I need you guys to get on Twitter as well with the hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports. Let us know who you think's going to take this one. Is it going to be Barca or BDS to push on through and qualify? We find out right now.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And we have got ourselves into the qualification matches now. We just got a chance to see Barca a moment ago, Achieves. BDS, though, I don't think I've seen in quite some time a team rise to the level of prominence they have in such a short period of time.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. And I'm also completely on board with the desk as well in going for BDS. Because to me, I was not particularly impressed with Barca last week. But you're right, we did just see them. And they did all right versus Magnifico. It was a bit of, had to work for it a little bit. But you really do got your work cut out for you here against Mark by 8 Extra and Monkey Moon.
Here we go, game number 1 underway. And this would be a massive statement if Barca can take this. Very much in the driver's seat when it comes to actually securing qualification for the second stage of the Swiss. But they would like to do it in another 3-0 fashion like they did last time around. There's actually quite an interesting one here, Achieves, because both these teams went 3-0 into round number 1 last time. Only one of those teams can be able to replicate it.
And to me, it feels like Barca's on a bit of a slide ever since the collapse on day 2 last week. So I'm looking for Barca to really show that they still have that ability to be that top quality just destroy you offense that I know they can be, but looking at the grid result.
Well, if you are the one that's going to do it, that was the player right there that's going to do it. Barca's playstyle can often be simple down to, but definitely not criticized for being, give the ball to Ronicky. He will shoot, and he will probably score.
He does have good numbers in that regard historically, but the real battle for them, as Gibbs said, will be in the midfield, and that's where you really need Devo to step up big.
It's going to be very much them up against it pace-wise. BDS just so solid with their hits, so quick to follow it up, and right now they have been giving up a lot of space in the midfield over to Barca. Mark, insta turns, good play from him. He's got to Monkey Moon. Double commit required, but if it keeps the ball out of your net, you'll triple commit if you have to. Itachi takes the ball. This is the player that you're expecting to see the most. If they are going to get the ball over to Ronicky, Itachi is expected to be the player that's going to do it. Had a fantastic opening week to his Barca career last time around in the regionals. Wants to replicate it this time around. Devo, good challenge, can follow. Ronicky dropping with him. They've got a bit of chaos, and Itachi will be forced to cover. Monkey Moon takes to the air. He wants to force a bad challenge. He's got the bad challenge. Ronicky recovers. Both him and Devo already up. Extra for the back corner. Couldn't quite find the net. And Devo launched into the ball. And they use it as a pseudo half flick to keep that ball away.
Disappointing for BDS. I mean, you really felt like they had to put that one in the back of the net considering how well they were challenging on that push forward. And credit to Barca for keeping that one out of the goal, but I really thought BDS should have squared that one away.
There's definitely been a day where shooting accuracy has been a major factor. Extra for the double! And I don't think I've seen him hit the crossbar twice. Definitely seems like something more of a bragging point than something to be criticized for, but attaches the other side of the field. Mark will cover. And well, after the last series achieves this many shots in such little time in the first game is very much welcome.
Yeah, refreshing to say the least, and you're still right. Definitely a little bit of space given by BDS there in the midfield. They're taking some extra time to close the distance that Barca is getting with those clears out of their own half, but at the same time, they do come back and they're making some real solid challenges. So you're really looking for Barca to find a bit more control with the clears, maybe start trying to dribble it out because they've got that extra space to work with. Monkey Moon will finally be tired of hitting the ball off the bar. We'll get it in there.
I mean, just take a look at how quickly he is following this one. That is a ceiling pass to himself, and Devo had no clue how to deal with it.
It was a good effort, to be fair. I mean, it's definitely an awkward approach to see that one come down, and you realize you're under pressure because they're just going for it, and Devo has a chance to get it right back, and Mark by 8, patient as ever after collecting the corner boost, makes the clear.
It's very much BDS's style, as they just keep hitting the ball until the ball is in a position that you simply cannot deal with. That was the position that Devo couldn't deal with. Tachi will take over. A minute and a half left. Barca would like to start getting on the scoreboard. They've had a few opportunities for it. It is the opportunity that they wanted to take, but because of the fact that it was aimed for net, did not give Ronicky the chance to turn it in. Barca holding their own, though. They'll just want that big chance.
This is a tough one, though. That clear by Mark by 8 went over the head of his teammate, and so now this could be the first real chance for Barca to flex the offensive muscles here in the final minute.
Barca will be so desperate to get Ronicky that one chance unchallenged. But that's the problem. BDS don't do anything unchallenged. They will be determined to keep themselves up in front of their faces the entire way through. Off to the wall. Here comes the chance. Itachi darts past 2. He's got the setup, and Ronicky was in too late.
It was tough. I mean, Ronicky has to wait a little further back just in case a challenge comes through. There's no guarantee that the mind game dribble works. And then he's also not sure if that ball's going to pinch fast or slow across the goal, so he's trying to give himself some wiggle room, and unfortunately, that wiggle room was just a step too far away, and now there's only 20 seconds.
That was the one they wanted. Just couldn't quite communicate fast enough. Just a little bit too quick, but that is very much how this game tends to go for you. Ronicky looks to go solo, pops it up to Devo, and extra.
Oh, they
Really
missed.
care the whole way, but here's the chance. Mark recovers. And almost after 5 minutes of defensive perfection, BDS made it difficult for themselves. But they have secured game 1.
That 0-second play, what? There must have been a huge miscomm from Barca right there, because they got that ball back in their possession after it went across the goal. And then for some reason, Ronicky, instead of turning in, like just drove to pick up the midfield boost. And I'm like, you have 2 seconds. You need to go hit the ball. And either way, they don't get the ball back up in the air. And you're right. BDS did make it a little bit more difficult on themselves than they would like. But as you said, a lot of sparks, only a little bit of fire here, but 1 goal gets it done for BDS.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there is a lot more to come here in this one. BDS, I mean, they have set themselves up as one of the big teams to beat. I'm just checking it out right now, Achieves. Give me a moment here. But this is quite the streak that we have got BDS on now. Between playoffs and what they've done so far in this tournament, they have now hit a 9-game win streak when it comes to our regionals. 7-0 here, and they won the last 2 games against Top Blokes after losing one of the overtimes against them. So right now, BDS riding the hot streak of all hot streaks. They'll look to continue here. Imagine that. 9-0 in the region that we always turn around, Achieves, and say, yeah, it's Europe, it's pure chaos. And you 9-0 it.
There is always a very enjoyable feeling to realizing that no matter the situation, you can go out there and you can win. I mean, you had stints of dominance from teams in regions, right? For the longest time, it was Dignitas, and then it became in North America, the NRG North American dominance. And when you're a team that can have that level of success for such a long time, it takes a lot of the stress off. I mean, obviously there's still the pressure to perform, but knowing that you can go out there and feel confident no matter who your opponent is a very valuable thing. Mindset is an excellent thing, and if it's in a positive one, you'll perform much better.
Especially with the format we've got now. So many teams are going to be taking a lot of losses, and it's going to be about your ability to take it back. Here's Ronicky. Well, he's clad into from Monkey Moon. Don't need to take the ball if you can take the player. BDS, though, have had a very good option towards being able to deal with losses. They've chose to not lose.
That is the most
strategy.
effective.
I'm not going to argue against it. Devo to the corner. Is well played from Monkey Moon. This is the difficulty about playing against BDS, is that one player can often be used for 2 challenges when it comes to these guys. So quick with recoveries. Ronicky, I don't know if that was almost like a fake one, as again the ball off to the side. I don't think there was really a way to squeeze that one in either way, as the shot comes in from Mark from the corner. It's not safe right now. Anything and anywhere could always be a BDS shot on target. As Itachi is by himself, I do like how quickly he jumped up. You can see Monkey Moon. He wanted to hit something, and he would have been very happy to make that Itachi.
But still, I'm liking Barca here in Game 2 a lot more than in Game 1. Significantly more time in command of the ball, which is what you wanted to see last game. They're starting to really get their mitts on it. Unfortunately, here still under some pressure in their own half for now, but a great clear from Ronicky, and it's a pass to Itachi. How about that one from Barca?
Absolute banger. Ronicky to Itachi, 2 touches to cover the field. And that is going to cover Itachi in glory. My goodness, what a goal.
Not a bad transition at all. Win the race to the ball in your own corner, and then win the next one in the midfield. And Devo with a chance, but extra there to deny it.
Oh, that was dangerous. And they've got away with it. Somehow, some way. Oh, it's not the first time. We have had a lot of very consistent Rocket League here, but 1 or 2 moments of madness from both teams. There's another one. Devo actually managed to catch his own team out. It's caused chaos for Barca's midfield rotation. He managed to recover it. For Itachi, this has got to feel so good. Just being able to play this consistently off the backboard. Here's Ronicky! And as soon as I said the name, you already knew the result.
Yeah, Extra gets stuck here on the goal line. Only 30 boost, and he thinks, I can't reach that. I gotta take my chances. And he gave Ronicky the space. And what did you say last game? Looking for the chance to get Ronicky uncontested, and he does not disappoint.
You put Ronicky at an awkward angle, he still hits it. You put Ronicky dead on, shoulders width between you and your goal. He is definitely not going to miss from there. So 2 to the better. BDS have their win streak very much up against it here. They might be forced down to a paltry 7-1 for the day.
How disappointing.
They're going to be a top team. They're going to have top team expectations. Itachi's got another one. That's his brace. 100 seconds left on the clock for Achieves, and BDS just haven't really got going.
Yeah, it definitely kind of stalled out a little bit here in game 2. They definitely understood Barca trying to take more command of the ball, and they didn't have quite the same success with the challenges. So now you're looking in game 3 for BDS to be a little bit more aggressive and not allow Barca to have that uncontested first touch out of their own half going into game 3. And that's coming to fruition here a little bit, maybe for the last 90 seconds or so.
For Barca, they're looking to just try and prove that those 2 weeks of bad field and grid results were just that. A little bit of a slump, maybe them testing out different things with their new roster. But it seems like when it matters, they are able to show up at least somewhat well.
Oh, here we go.
Here is Monkey Moon. He's not going to get the flip reset, but he does get a power challenge. And I feel like at this point for Barca, I do actually like the adjustment they've made on the challenges. They've given up on trying to win them. It's just about keeping the ball flying as far as it possibly can, as this is the big opportunity. And Itachi darts it around, realizes he can't score, so he takes it the long way. Slows down the play for BDS. Even with 3 goals up and less than 45 seconds left, Barca still playing with the clock management in mind. That one was dangerous. Okay,
They let that one go for forever.
Maybe more looking at the defender or the attacker moving in towards you than the clock for that one, Barca.
It's the real test, you know. How far can I let this one go and still get away with it? Well, about that far.
Might very well be a clean sheet here for Barca, something that very few teams can claim. They have managed to do it. My goodness, Barca bring it up to 1 each.
All right.
And it's got to be said, that was a lot more convincing than game 1. But from what I'm seeing here, far too early to call it. And we already know BDS, whilst they are fast Achieves, they don't do it mindlessly. Something that we have seen a lot from these sort of play styles is just sort of the go fast, go fast, go fast. They pinpoint where you're playing the ball and they direct their speed at that.
Yeah, and the ability that sort of speed doesn't necessarily come from just holding the boost button down. A large part of that speed comes from understanding what's happening next, and it's in your ability to read the game. It's like that's why Turbo seems to be so fast, right? It's not because he's using 800 boost a minute. It's because he understands exactly where the play is headed and he positions himself well. And that's where speed is really developed as a player in Rocket League. It comes from your ability to understand the game and understand what's happening next. So definitely a good improvement. And now you're looking for BDS here in game 3 to sharpen up a little bit and put the pressure back on Barca.
Really does feel like it's more of a statement match for either of these teams.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow. Mark by 8. Well, he's rinsed him, really, hasn't he? Not a chance for Itachi.
You want to talk about big brain? Oh, that's it. I mean, he got Itachi jumping. He's like, yep, I'm totally flicking this into the top of the goal. Just kidding. We're just going to let this one fall.
What makes that one even better for me, Achieves, is that Itachi jumped about the height of, I don't know, 1 ball. And no other space was really there. And Mark was able to slot it into that little gap.
Ooh, and a miss. Does it matter?
Well, they've got it to Ronicky, and they've got Ronicky shooting. I'm sorry if I don't sound too excited about that anymore, but I think we've seen this one enough to know how it ends.
Ronicky missed the ball, and Itachi says, don't worry. I can still just slide that one up the seam there in the middle of the pitch. And how about the catch from Ronicky? Perfect placement all the way to the back post. Ooh.
Well, it definitely shows a level of maturity as well, because a lot of the teams that we've seen, when they make a mistake like that, insta panic. Ronicky would be flying back to his own side of the field as quickly as possible. Instead, they just leave him downfield, say, all right, this is now where we're playing it. And they certainly did that incredibly well. Good pass to Extra. Can't quite get it to Monkey Moon. I think right now, Barca will be very happy with the way they're playing this. BDS
again.
Yeah, BDS getting a quick reminder that it's very difficult to do this every single time, but they still look dangerous. Extra just flies that one straight past Mark. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Itachi somehow kept out by Mark. This has suddenly become just midfield whatever.
Yeah.
We're going to give each other attempts and see who can come up with the best passing play, and I've loved it so far in Game 3. Here's the drop over to Mark. They couldn't do it. Defense just threw all three, and there was too much of an orange brick wall in front of him for it to get it round.
Yeah, I really thought it was going to be the midfield fight, but it is the, all right, fine, we'll give you the space, and let's see your transition game, and extra blocked away by Devo. And right now, it's the cycle for BDS as they're just kind of jammed here in the corner, sizing up Barca's defense.
For Barca, I actually feel like that's, you know, when you say it aloud, not a bad strategy against BDS. This is going to be Monkey Moon already up. Itachi jumped and hoped. And his faith was more than enough. Keeps that one out. You say it aloud, Achieves, and you say, okay, which one's going to control the midfield on pure pace? You would bet on BDS. If you're asked for pure quality shooting opportunities, then you start looking at Itachi and Roniki as the potential duo for that. Mark removes the backboard, and Devo was recovered. Not anywhere near good enough. Extra. Easiest goal he's going to get this series.
Yeah, Devo, even with 76 boost, is thinking he's got a safety net up there on the backboard. And as soon as he realizes he got bumped away because the call goes through, I got bumped, he goes, oh, I need to make a play. And your mind is already set on the, all right, my teammate's going to clear this away. I'm going to size up where the defense is and think about how I'm going to follow. Oh my gosh, I need to hit the ball. And then it's over your head.
Well, I talked about earlier on, the adaptations from BDS. Realized that midfield battle wasn't happening anymore. They freed up one player to just go looking around on that back line. This makes them so threatening because there's not a consistent answer to them. The password will always change. Over to the wall. They might be able to make this two. Mark's not going to go diving in just yet. Just want to force the earlier play. That player was a very good example, actually. It was a very small one, but a very good player as to how BDS go about things. They hold the challenge back, and you could already see before the challenge went in, after it had been delayed, they'd already sent Monkey Moon boosting over to the left-hand wall, just so he could be there first. Continued pressure. Extra's got his second. And BDS right back to what they do best.
Man, this is real nice job from Extra. Just realizing that while he's not entirely sure if Devo's going to get the clear, because it looks like if you take just a top-down view of that play, it seems like Extra should rotate out to the midfield and rotate back, but he knows there's only one person on defense, and it's Devo. And if Devo gets the clear, it's just going to punch all the way down to that BDS side or somewhere at the midfield line, and Extra can make it there. He just decides that, you know, if we win this, then I will have a pretty good angle to just go through and beat the defense as they're rotating in. Again, the speed comes from the ability to understand the game, what could happen, and how much risk you're willing to accept. BDS turned in a big insurance goal late in the game because they realized that this is a power play moment and you might as well make the most of it, because now they've got him just a wide open goal back the other way with Barca trying to push here real hard.
I mean, Barca really just did not have an option. They had to go for it. Unfortunately, that's what left them completely open. You can't really blame them for that one.
Yeah, you accept the risk.
Yeah, we have very much seen why BDS are so feared. You change against them, you try different things out, but they've just got to catch you once. And as soon as they've got that lead, your entire playstyle and your entire strategy goes out the window. You have to engage them in what they like to do best. It is just truly horrid. Devo, oh my goodness! That was sublime!
Devo with a lot of space here. Monkey Moon, I mean, yeah, that's the right idea. Jump, because Devo could either pump that up towards the backboard or just long clear it up the pitch, but Devo's looking at Roniki that entire time. And if there's one thing that Barca's had in their back pocket all game long, it's been a great transition game. It's kind of been shut down in the middle of game 3 here, but every time it's happened, as you alluded to early, Roniki has been able to put some beautiful balls on target.
Extra waits for it. Good play. Itachi's got very few options. He's going to have to go by himself. I feel like he realized that a little too late. Stevo keeps the pressure on. Oh, that's a shot on target. And Monkey Moon, somehow, some way, keeps it out. If that one went in, we would have had a real game on our hands. Instead, Mark by 8 is dancing around the Barca defense. And Monkey Moon, if he could have finished that one off, would have owed Mark by 8 a pat on the back. But suddenly, I know a player that I'm certainly looking out for here. You were talking about the transition game. Mark by 8 showing off his own.
And Mark by 8 for a long time, and since the last regional event was like, oh, that's the guy to watch, no doubt. And Ronicky trying to put that ball on Devo's nose to give him a last second chance will not come through. So last minute, pretty good for Barca. But overall, BDS able to squeeze some offense out of some tough scenarios for Barca's defense. And Devo, try as he might to hold the back line, just got beat a couple times too many here in this one. And through no small effort of Monkey Moon with 3 assists and 1 goal on 5 shots.
You gotta have eyes in the back of your head against BDS because they are coming towards you everywhere. You know, you can't really figure out what they're trying to do most of the time because they're already in your face trying to do it. But what I do love, they don't ever complicate any of this. You know, no goal that we just saw there was overly ridiculous. And we do know at the same time they have those mechanics in their back pocket, but they just beat you through just raw speed and power.
Yeah, and there is something to be said about the ability to just keep blasting things towards your opponent and forcing them to make plays, because you can be, you know, the most consistent team in the universe on defense and never double commit and never get in each other's way and always have a guy ready to do something. But at the same time, it's a constant drain on the resources and on the boost meter. And eventually, someone will get knocked out of position because they'll push so far forward. Like you said, they'll find that bump on the back line. That's why you need eyes in the back of your head, because you can be good as a team, but when there's 3 other people with their sole intent of destroying all your hopes and dreams, then you've got a lot of more things to worry about.
Here we go, game number 4, goal number 1 for Ronicky. Well, it's the same name over and over again. I don't think a Barca fans out there will get all that tired of it.
I'm surprised to see Ronicky commit on that as well, because to me it looks like Itachi, it was initially supposed to be a pass to Itachi, and Itachi goes, nah, I'm just gonna hit the guy. and Roniky's still following the ball up, so maybe all planned.
Oh, wow, here's BDS, and that lead. Well, it didn't last that long at all, did it? Extra strikes back.
Well, there's that transition uncontested in the midfield for Mark by 8, and Itachi and Ronicky really having a lot of faith in Devo there to get a hand on the ball. Nobody in the goal at all to be able to jump out if that one got through. So extra, again, uncontested pretty much. Puts that one in the back.
So, didn't take us a minute for us to get 2 goals. Might even get another one here. Ronicky up, ends up missing it. It's a bit of a shame, really, that the vast majority of the times that we have seen Barca's defense break down, it has been off Devo. He has had a couple of times where he's just been caught out. Definitely like to see less of that if Barca are to make a true challenge against the current regional champions. Cleared long. Monkey Moon going to take his time. He realizes he's got Itachi barreling down on him, but huge touch, and somehow Itachi was able to read it. That was a very quick read indeed. There goes Mark. Going around the world. Drop down. Ronicky can't get near it. You can tell they really want to feed that ball to him, but so far, seems like BDS have managed to spot him a little bit better this time around.
Itachi is really that big difference maker there. You're right. He's making some real nice reads about where the ball is headed. Extra will bomb one up the pitch for Monkey Moon, and, you know, forget that nice passing into the midfield. That's uncontested. Get an air dribble. Nah, man, just bash it up the field as hard as you can. Itachi towards the right side, off the mark. And Barca pressing here with about 3 minutes.
Yeah, feeling that at the end of that play, Itachi just had the hint of maybe I can whack this one into Devo midair. Went for the I think I can play, and I certainly don't argue against it sometimes, but maybe asking a bit too much for himself. Mark already up. That is a huge touch. And somehow, Devo already on the right trajectory to actually hit the ball. Monkey Moon actually looking uncomfortable. This has set the whole of BDS's rotation off. And Barca weren't ready for it, but they're going to have to capitalize. Follow-up from Devo. Huge block from Monkey Moon. And BDS were sent into chaos, but they have recovered.
Love the selfless touch from Ronicky to just throw it off the backboard for Itachi. Beat the last man, but unfortunately for them, BDS, like you said, just enough time to recover and get up there to tip that ball to safety.
Oh my goodness, Devo's making him look silly there, really, hasn't he? Let's just fake out. Extra looking to follow. 2 minutes left. BDS win this, and they will maintain their run of dominance over the region. If they don't, then we'll be going over to game 5 of what has been a, quite frankly, outstanding first day of European regionals. I have not had a single team yet that has just rolled over. Here's the follow-up. Rodiki!
Nice.
Right under the top corner. 2 goals for him in game number 3, or number 4, actually, I should say. And this is a huge provider.
The command from Devo out of the corner was so great. It's that first touch that bounces off the wall to make the defense think, all right, is it going to bounce towards the goal line? Is it coming right back to him? And Devo showing excellent ball control there and how to manipulate it so he can have that next touch as well. And of course, that perfect Rodiki finish as Monkey Moon tries to tie things up. Can't get it there.
Let's see Devo trying to find a way out. There was no options, but the option for BDS was Mark by 8. Devo just flying straight across. Barca, I don't know what their defensive situation is looking like in terms of boost, but it might be starting to look pretty low. Mark takes a shot right down the middle, but it's also an awkward save. Double save from Devo. Itachi looks to get rid, but Extra took his time. Looks to try and bring out a few more players. You can tell the bait was there for the double commit. Barca didn't quite bite. Now for the backboard. Boomer clear from Itachi into the midfield. That is breathing room from Barca. Now they might try and turn it into a goal. Rodiki over to Itachi. I have no idea how Monkey Moon was able to read that.
I don't know, man. It helps to be good.
It certainly does. I think just cover everything if you BDS.
Oh, nice demo.
Suddenly it's Devo's transition game that is starting to look like the best for it. I'm going to Itachi every single time they get a hold of it. Just causing that annoyance for BDS that they can't fully lock Barca down. 1 goal to the better. 20 seconds left here. BDS might have one big opportunity, or it might actually fall down to Barca. Itachi comes in late, and I do love this. He's wasting as much time as possible. Realized the shot was gone. Here's Rodiki moving in. Hat-trick hero. And game 5 is looking like it's inevitable.
It was looking like a disaster for a bit there. You thought Itachi squandered the chance, but you're absolutely right. Just put that chip towards the corner, freeze the defense as they tried to think they had that extra moment to go grab that corner boost, and Itachi keeps it close and goes right off the wall into the middle, and indeed, who else but Rodiki? Let's go to game 5.
Why not at this point? It's be our second game 5 in a row here over on the stream, so definitely you guys at home not lacking for entertainment so far. But maybe Barca can do what no other team has managed to do in such a long time in a regional against Team BDS. They are 1 game away from taking the win.
It's gonna be tough. I mean, both teams really having to work hard to get goals into the back there, but you're absolutely right. Devo with a good setup game here in game 4. 2 assists, and of course the hat trick for Rodiki through no small effort of his own. So extra Monkey Moon and Mark by 8, man. I mean, they've got the good pressure, but it's proven quite difficult to crack that Barca wall. But at the same time, I'm not sure if you can keep relying on Rodiki to just put these perfect shots on target. I mean, he's hitting balls through 2, sometimes 3 defenders on every shot, it feels like. And so I think Barca's really skating by off some beautiful shooting from Rodiki. And I mean, it's a long series to keep that up. So, I mean, keep feeding the hot hand.
Rodiki's been doing it for 2 years now. I've given up on thinking that he's going to cool down anytime soon. He is continuing to be the golden striker across Gfinities, across RLCSs. You put him anywhere. He's managed to find the target, but can he find it over on Champions Field? 5 minutes. And we've got to find out who our first qualifier is going to be for stage number 2. Based on this performance, I really would not doubt both teams are going to make it all the way through. But Mark off the post. Bit of a warning shot. BDS closing down, looking for that first goal.
And it was Barca getting real aggressive. They tried to get the demo on Mark by 8 so that Rodiki would have an uncontested shot, but they missed it. And Mark by 8 had a chance to put him away on transition, but it was a bit of a race. He might have felt a little rushed and couldn't really position the car where it needed to be. Itachi wants a beautiful setup. Here's Rodiki into the middle, and Mark by 8 will clear it out.
A bit of a disappointing shot there by Rodiki standards. They'll definitely want to try and get one more of those later on, but both teams showing their teeth in the opening minutes. Devo up against Mark. He's lost that one quite comfortably. Ronicky might have to go in and out. He's done so, and he's won the challenge against the Monkey Moon that very rarely will lose an aerial challenge. Did come out on top. 1 minute down. Both teams looking good here. Neither team really looking like they're going to take a defensive approach. There is the transition game from Itachi. Monkey Moon wards him off. Threatens him with the demo off the backboard. They're clear from Ronicky. The backboard option. Mark's not going to make a mistake from there. Only gets contact, holds it against the wall and pushes it to the corner. So no option at all for Barca as it's gone in. Quick transition. Extra gets it.
Very reminiscent of a Barca goal that we saw earlier in the series. Monkey Moon wins a race right to Extra, and how about pumping that one to the far side of the goal? I mean, great shot from Extra. Tough to execute as well from the wall. Just really requires some precision to hit the right part of the car and make sure it's on target as well. Well done.
There's the horrid bit, trying to chase the game against BDS. We've seen just how well they can stretch these leads out. But Tachi, very well played, puts Monkey Moon to a position where he can't really hit the ball as hard as he wanted to. Extra truly has been massive this series. And he will try to be exactly that. Mark just as massive, but more of a physical sense. As he just keeps ramming Barca players off the ball. He's actually,
Wait,
I've got
what?
this. Oh my goodness, Ronicky forced in. And that looked like a no-hoper of a play, but Monkey Moon almost got him.
Devo was just sitting there like, you gotta be kidding me, hit the ball. And it almost just rolled in.
Threat of a play more than it was an actual play.
Indeed. The threat
The thing, though, is that you see a lot of these players, you expect the flip reset. Oh my goodness, Barca are holding on. It really should have been 2-0 by now with these amount of chances that BDS have had. Barca's
right now,
somehow keeping it out.
they've got him in the vice grip, though. Barca's struggling. They're being forced into putting clears where BDS wants them. Like, they don't have the time to sit there and really decide where they want to clear it. Like, Ronicky just has to get up and punch that ball down the pitch just in case they're right there.
Yeah, you can see Ronicky as well. He is holding himself downfield when he gets the chance. Taking that start step or two before heading back, just in case one of his teammates can hit the ball towards him. But right now, option hasn't been there. Might be here, though. Drops down. Itachi couldn't get there before Mark, and Ronicky goes around the ball. Can keep the pressure going, but Extra's fake challenge on the wall. Good enough. Devo comes in, puts off the backboard. That might be 2 players gone. Already up his Extra. Monster touch from Extra. He takes away the defensive challenge. Monkey Moon looks to keep going. He might go the whole way. Every single time BDS take to the air, they have taken 2 players with them.
And it was so close. And Extra turns in a big one on defense, and the offense almost comes through back the other way, but Barca not going away quietly. This is a delicate situation here. They got to make sure that they can find a solid enough clear that doesn't allow BDS to keep putting pressure on and waste more time.
For Barca, they'll be wondering where the time's gone. It's suddenly only 1 minute left. Been trying so hard to get the ball out their inside the field. Here is Ronicky. It's gone underneath him. Attach looks for the follow. They're not going to get too many more of those. Devo clears. Well, good use of the wall.
Oh, tough one.
Yes, immediately challenge. Extra. We would have got the set. Devo can't make it. Monkey Moon makes it 2.
How about Extra with the soft touch here, following it so close and wins the challenge against the defense. And Monkey Moon's got the faith to be right there to put this one not completely out of reach, but that just got a lot tougher here for Barca.
Extra has been magical this series. He really has. Every time he gets the ball, he has caused issue after issue for Barca. Although they might get one chance. Extra already on the back line. BDS should not be dropping it from here. Across the face of the goal. Marked by 8. Gets another solid challenge. Just cannot get this ball past BDS from a solid clear, can you? It's always challenged. They're always in front of you. Always just telling you that you don't have a chance of getting it past them. And it is going to be another 3-0 opening week for BDS. The regional champions maintain their vice-like grip on Europe. If they are going to get challenged, it's going to come next week. Because right now, BDS are the team to beat.
I'm with you. That was a fantastic showing in Game 5 from Team BDS. Like you said, vice grips. I mean, only allowing 2 shots for a Barca offense that had some great transitions and had a hot shooter in Ronicky, and we're trying to get him the ball as much as possible. So big credit to BDS to just absolutely shut them out there in that game 5. Phenomenal defense, really didn't allow too much, maybe 1 or 2 scary transitions, but you are absolutely right. You're looking forward to next week for BDS and see who can take them down then, if anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. But before then, we've got to find out who our other 3-0 team is. When we come back from break, it is Guild Esports against Vodafone Giants.
Welcome back to RLCS X. I'm James Bott, joining the broadcast for the first time. And Johnny, your prediction, it was on point. BDS going 3-0 on the day.
Yeah, I can't feel too proud about that one. BDS are a pretty good team recently, and it was really close as well. Barcelona are playing phenomenal Rocket League. I expect them to probably make it through in the next round of the Swiss bracket, especially given the fact that they've already taken down Oxygen today.
It's been so impressive watching BDS's rise, especially Extra going from AS Monaco now to BDS, the top team in Europe, or so it seems. And Barcelona as well. Devo, he's been a player who's won it all and gone down to the rival series, come back. Yeah. He's been all over the place. So Barcelona, even a fantastic story in their own right. And they're looking very good as well. So BDS, however, getting the win. And we'll see them in the next stage. But let's shift our focus to this next matchup. We've got the Giants going up against Guild. And, Gibbs predicted that Guild was going to go 3-0 on this one. Johnny, I want to get your take on that.
Oh, no, wasn't it Giants? Hold on, I need to double check this.
I'll have to double check. And I have to get in the lobby.
No, he did actually. He did have Guild winning or qualifying 3-2. And Giants making it 3-0, if I'm not mistaken. So look out for that one. If Gibbs is going to be right, then Giants need to win this series. And obviously, for Gibbs to be right, Guild would have to lose this series and the next one and then win in the last round of the competition. That would be a really Guildy, thing to do, to scrape through after how well they played earlier. If the inconsistency comes back and they just have a shocking series here, all the Guild fans will just be thinking, come on, guys, where's this potential ability? When are we going to see that coming through? But they really did play well. I think I made a mistake earlier. I said that Barcelona beat Oxygen. It was Guild to beat Oxygen. Barcelona beat Magnifico. Guild, they had to, really fight for that one as Oxygen were coming back. But standout performance from Nolly got the job done in Game 5.
And Nolly, and he's been impressive for quite some time. As we get the players joining in on the lobby, we'll have Game 1 underway in just a moment. Guild taking on the Giants. Guild, we saw them go to Game 5. I thought it was going to be a quicker series, but they extended it for our viewing pleasure.
Yeah, too right. They're very kind there. Just realizing, hold on a second. This isn't what people expect from us. They don't expect clean 3-0s, far less a perfect 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 sweep. Got to throw in a couple losses. Keep people guessing. Scrubkill is all about the content, Yes, he's a competitor, but he's also very big on making the journey just as exciting as the destination.
Being a world champion, he knows how to make it interesting and how to entertain. Scrub getting demoed there by Stake. Tox did well to get a second touch on that, messing up Tho's challenge. Noli going for the 50. That'll push it up the side. Though the speed missed on the challenge, however. Tox testing the backboard. Scrub lets that get away from him. Stake the shot, and that'll sneak in just inside the post.
Yeah, careless first touch by Scrub. He's got two options there. He can either take it up onto the ceiling and go after it, or he can, keep it near the back wall and bring it down with him. But there he is, sort of in between the two. He made the first touch as if he was going to play for the ceiling clear, and then he drove down the wall and just could not catch up to it in time. Looks like he may have driven into someone at the bottom as well. But yeah, the Giants are not a team that you can give these chances to. They are such a fast Rocket League team. And if you allow them some free run-ins at the ball, they're going to take it. Watch out for the rebound speed as well. These guys don't mess around.
And almost they took advantage of a second defensive mistake. That shot challenging. Just high, however. So first touch control. We'll go for the 50. Scrub killer all the way in the back. He'll be slow to this ball. Stake hits it right to him, however. Tox floats a clear up by the ceiling. And gets the challenge, going for multiple touches. Scrub coming in to back up Noli.
Really curious to see what kind of overall strategy we'll see from Guild? Well, what they're doing right now is not working. No one covering the infield pass, and this is a really well hit play from Stake. I don't think anyone on Guild was expecting him to go that direction. He was making it look like he was going to go for a wall play or a ceiling play maybe. But we've not really got a chance to see what Guild's game plan is. Are they going to try and slow this game down, get Giants out of their comfort zone, or are they going to take them on in that mechanical war? If nothing else, I'm sure that Guild are confident in that battle. That's a bit unfortunate for Giants, but they're going to roll with that one as well.
And it's more than just a mechanical war. It seems like the Giants are winning on that battlefront, but we saw
man.
Oh, team bump and the miss as well. The Giants.
Wait, was there
getting chance after chance? It looked like it was a team bump.
Man.
They ran into each other. And then on that play before, Scrub and Noli both went for the same corner boost. That's why the net was so open.
Yeah, these things do happen for Guild. Well, they have been happening recently. And I think that, as the season progresses, we're likely to see that less and less. It's not like these guys aren't trying to improve in their weaknesses, but for now, they are clearly being exposed as Giants just first to the scene every single time a ball spills out into the middle.
And getting exposed over and over. Their defensive mistakes costing them. Guild leaving so much room for the Giants to come in and punish. And we're seeing the punish come out. Another chance on kickoff, infield pass. No one was there. Perhaps looking for the shot.
Yeah, what do you think so far? Can Guild keep up with Giants if Giants just play their usual pace and they play as consistently as they have in recent tournaments? Like the analyst desk mentioned in the pre-show, if you had to pick one team recently in EU who would be the consistent one, it would have to be Giants. They were only knocked out of the first regional by BDS, who went on to win the whole thing, and that was a Game 5 loss. They've come top 4 in every single week of the grid so far. So these are the guys who are putting up some kind of consistency. Guild, meanwhile, they are back to their unfortunately inconsistent ways. As another clean whiff comes in from Nolly, who was playing a blinder earlier. Now looks like he's aerialing while literally blind, like just missing the ball entirely. What's going on?
That is rough. Noli, big whiff there. So many mistakes. And honestly, Johnny, you have the consistency of the Giants, who they seem to bring to every single game, hence the consistency we're seeing. And Guild, it's hard to even know what's going on for Guild. I've seen so many missteps.
Yeah.
Missed balls, missed touches. This game is one to forget for Guild as the Giants go up 5-0 as we approach the final minute of game 1.
Consistently inconsistent, James. Is all you can say about Guild. Consistently out of position, maybe. Consistently in each other's way, perhaps. But definitely not consistently bringing their best performances to the RLCS X level. Definitely not the regional level so far. But there's time yet. This is still game 1. Yes, it's a crushing defeat. Well, at least it appears to be. I've been criticized recently for calling games too early, but I would definitely say that this one is over.
Almost 5-goal comeback. You don't even see that, let alone in 30 seconds. But I'm with you. There's still time to get some sort of positivity going into the next game. This game was all bad, has been all bad for Guild. Scrub under 100 points. We've seen him make a few mistakes as well. And the Giants just keep rolling. Everyone producing on their end. And we see another one.
It's funny you mentioned the points. We all know Scrubkilla is really big on the scoreboard and his position on the scoreboard. He's not just competing against the opposition when he takes the field, he's competing against his teammates. And right now, he is losing on both of those fronts. I had a chance to talk to Arsenal from Space Station Gaming about that, and he actually takes the complete opposite side, or the opposite goal from Scrubkilla. Scrub's trying to top the scoreboard. Arsenal and SSG is actually just trying to let his teammates top the scoreboard to make them feel better. So maybe a lesson to be learned there for Scrubkilla, because this has not been a good game 1 for him or the team. 6-0 Giants. They're playing pretty well. 2 goals from each of the players. That's a perfect split.
A perfect split indeed. Teamwork That's just what you expect from the Giants. When you are a consistent team, you have everyone out there on the field playing their best day in and day out. And that was the case in game 1 for Guild. Not so much. Started off with some mistakes and they kept coming. And not only that, but when you have the opponent executing, hitting their mark, hitting these shots, playing with speed, it's going to make for a bad day. And it was a bad day out there, or at least right now in game 1.
Yep, this is not looking good for Guild. And if this was just an isolated incident of them not playing a good game, then we wouldn't be too bothered by that. It does happen no matter who you are. Even the best teams in the world and the best teams historically for Rocket League, they can lose a 6-0 every now and then. It does happen because this is such a fast-paced game, and a game where so much can happen so quickly. So many goals can fly in so quickly. But this is unfortunately a recurring theme for Guild throughout this year so far, and they have to try and change it up before long. If they give Giants just a goal or two in this game, then I can already see them just resigning this series and trying again in the next one.
But in the first 30 seconds, we're seeing some life out of Guild. Game 1, a wash. Game 2, showing some promise. This shot off the crossbar. Noli coming in just late.
That one was set up by a Scrubkilla pre-jump, actually. He was up very early for the rebound, which went into the crossbar, but of course that allowed Tho to take a pre-shot on net. Rarely will Tho miss the target with those, but this was one of those times. Noli today has been the consistent striker, so they're maybe just looking to get him as involved as possible. Look for where he is and play it in front of him. You don't want to give Noli a standstill ball. You got to run it into his path so he can get some speed built up in the run-up. He's not one for generating a ton of power from a standstill.
Give him that runway. Let him work his placement. Time that flip perfect for the most power. And the air dribble from Scrub is going to kick a rebound out for Noli. But Stake breaks the play up, though. Trying to work that through the corner. Scrub denying it. We're seeing a lot of pressure from Guild. So much possession, and Scrubkilla sails this one in from the corner.
What a surprise. The Giants did not think Scrub was going to take a shot from here. They were ready to cover the infield pass, maybe. I think they were lining up to intercept something, rolling off the back wall, perhaps. But the direct shot from that angle was powerful and accurate from Scrubkilla. Way to step up after a disappointing game number 1. Can Tho add to that now? He's got Nolly on the infield. Nice save by Stake.
Good recovery. It looked to be a kickoff goal chance. Scrub. That selfishness on the score line, maybe that's paying off. Who needs to pass when you can score yourself? See if that strategy keeps working.
And you got to mix in the shots, especially from positions where passes are possible. Keep the other team guessing. If you go for an infield pass from that position every single time, then it's much more likely that they're going to be intercepted. But now you got to think that the infield pass is even more effective of a strategy for Guild to utilize, because they've taken a shot and scored it from a pass or a position where usually the pass will be the play the teams go for. Now that shot by Scrub was nowhere near as deadly. Wide and slow, so definitely not hitting full stride yet. No, he is though. Oh, what a way to go 2-0 ahead. Destroying Zamway, who is waiting for the ball to come to him.
Oh, he pre-flips, gets the demo, even touches it a little bit. Noli with the play there. 2 solo plays now for Guild. We saw them struggling, each of them in their own way, game 1. Game 2, offensively. Just like that, Stake comes in to punish off kickoff. We'll take a look at this one again.
Yeah, Scrubkilla is so ready to jump. You can see that as soon as Tox flipped into the ball there, Scrub was immediately up in the air. He didn't wait to see where the ball was going. He didn't wait to see how fast it was going. He's got the itchy trigger finger, perhaps, and that kind of jumpiness in defense, that panic, is a real problem for Guild. They've got to take their time, and Scrub's such a great goalkeeper reactively. Why would he go in for that without waiting to see where it's going? Well, they have been punished for it. 1-goal game. Big win in the midfield by Tho. He's still up for this on the rebound. Tho makes it 3-1. That is a brilliant read off the back wall.
Tho going for that one, wins a huge first challenge. Had to use his boost perfectly. Great read, gets demoed just as he lands, but it was too late. The trigger was pulled, shot on target. And Guild getting insurance goal up by 2, and I think they need it. We've seen how quickly the Giants can strike and how quickly things have fallen apart at times on defense for Guild. But now they have some room to work things out.
And it'll be a feel-good game for Guild. Not only have they got themselves in front, but everybody's scored a goal. Nobody's gonna, feel the need to step up any further or feel like they're getting carried. And it's funny that some teams, you really do have to worry about that. Like, is there going to be a problem here in the comms? Does somebody feel like they're not contributing to this win? I think there's some teams at high-level Rocket League who really will not care. I'm thinking particularly Greasy and Magnifico. If he's getting carried because Mets and Atomic keep scoring goals and assisting each other, he's not going to mind. But if Scrubkill is getting carried by Nolly and Tho, you just know that that's going to bother him, even if they get the win. So luckily that hasn't happened. He's got on the score sheet again. 4-1 Guild. This is exactly what they needed.
This was the response you're looking for. In game 1, you could tell Guild was just not playing their usual game. The Giants, game 2, they come out shut down pretty much from kickoff. We'll see if they can pick it up in this final minute. Stake forces a double commit out of Guild. Zamway will bounce it into the middle. Scrub delaying it, going for the 50 rebound to Noli, and he'll power that through. 5-1 Guild.
Scrubkiller with multiple fakes in this approach, and for a good reason. There's nothing else that he can really do here. If he knows if he takes a shot, Stake's going to save it because there's no run-up available to him, so he might as well try and get Stake to jump out the way. Pre-jumps have been so common recently that if you just bunny hop on the spot like Scrub does here, there's always a chance that Stake will just jump out of the way. And even if he doesn't, he's got Nolly in a follow-up position with momentum. Goalie's always going to be second best in that position.
Now, the closer you can get that ball to a 50 on the goal line, the better it is for you if you're on offense. Scrub getting that ball inched closer and closer, getting the rebound opportunity for his teammates. Game 2, a completely different story. Seeing a bit of back and forth. Scrub going to try to get one more play going. Nolly with the back pass. Now Zamway trying to end the game on a positive note, but it doesn't happen. Guild with a big win in game 2.
Yeah, and a big step up as well by Scrubkiller, not only making some big impact plays in offense, but not really making any mistakes in defense. And it was just, for the most part, calm defending. I say that he didn't really make any mistakes. He did make one. The one goal that would have been Giants to score was on a bad clear by Scrub. But besides that, their positioning was a lot more safe. They didn't get completely caught out of position and off the goal line by random hard clears like they did in the first game. And that kind of reserved sitting back with their third man is something that I want to see more of from Guild. It's less likely that double commits are going to happen if their entire team spreads out as much as possible.
Yeah, that spacing's so important, especially on the counterattacks. When you are locked in on your half, if you've got good spacing, you can find that teammate at the mid or on the other side of the field to work with them and get the ball cleared. That was something the Giants seemed to be struggling with. They were locked down off kickoff by Guild. Guild getting 2 solo goals to start out the scoring as well. Game 3, we'll see which way it goes.
Yeah, a good ball chase from Sox on his recovery there. It's often preached to new players of Rocket League, rotate back post, rotate away from the play when you're coming out of offense. But at the highest level, we see a lot more players just going straight back towards the play if they can make a challenge from behind. So it just makes it easier for the goalkeeper. It makes it easier for the third man to know that he's got time to react. He doesn't have to wait until the last second to make a save. You just see the ball coming from further away. That's something I expect both these teams to be utilizing to great success.
When you've got such fast players on the pitch. Oh, this shot saved from Tox, who was on empty at the end of that play. Scrub. It wasn't a bad shot either. Follow up off the crossbar. Though couldn't hit the rebound either. Good pressure from Guild, but they still go away empty-handed.
Yeah, they were dominating the boost battle for a minute there. Nolly will not be happy about that clear. You know, these players, although they're hitting the ball into the orange half, they're not really doing anything. There's no pressure following them up. They're not into positions that can be knocked on by another Guild player. And to make matters worse, there are options to pass in defense for Guild. They've just squandered a couple of opportunities. Giants struggling to make anything happen on their counter-attacking plays as well. Oh, that's a great dodge by Null. He really saved it to the last second. Let's see if either team can step up the passing game. We've seen plenty of good solo plays, but the passing is still an unexplored avenue.
We'll see if those passes come to fruition. Still scoreless. Game 3. Game 1 heavily in favor of the Giants. Game 2, the Giants, or the Guild rather, punched back. And Game 3 is a deadlock.
It looks like Guild really do, but they fancy their chances in just a full-on mechanical war, just to continue to race to the ball. And I don't blame them for that. These guys are very quick, and if they're playing well, they can definitely go toe-to-toe with anyone in that regard, even the Giants, who you already know every single series the Giants play, they're going to try and beat you to the ball. Hold on a second, though. Scrub Killer has found his way into the net from a ridiculous position. He had every single Giant in the way, and he still got this one through. It looks like it may have been an own goal. It was. He bumped Samway into it. 1-0. Scrub Killer picks it up just before halftime.
I love that. He punished the Giants for not coming up to challenge that ball. They thought he was going to go for an infield pass, perhaps a double tap off the backboard. So they just were stationary in net. Scrub going for a creative play, and you could tell that the Giants were not expecting it and they were not ready.
Yeah, Giants are boost starved, and they have been for quite a long time in this game. They haven't been able to really counter-attack with more than one player, because if you look at the boost amount of most of the players are switching to, there just really isn't enough to make a good play on the ball. Now that's a good pass off the diagonal wall. Burst life into Giants. Now Cox is there for the finish. All it took was one real opportunity. Great vision by Stake. Not once, but twice.
Yeah, the give and go still on the back wall. The finesse on that pass out. And top it off with a great strike from Tox. There's that passing you were looking for. The Giants working magic, especially Stake on that backboard.
Yeah, it's a really good pass off the diagonal wall initially. It's so easy to fall into the trap of just trying to smack the ball as hard as you can off the back wall, but that diagonal wall makes it much harder for the defense to read. They're not as used to seeing the ball come off that surface, and it does tend to run away from them. That's really all that Giants needed to surprise Guild. Get them all facing the wrong way and catch them when they weren't paying attention to the incoming play. Is that the turning point here? Giants are hunting again, looking for another lead. Nolly and Tho both flying forward. Good defense by Tox. He got away from both of them.
Talks like the scene in The Matrix. Dodging left and right all around. Escapes that play, and now trying to get a shot towards net. This one dangerous. Tox will be last back again, and Tho will give up possession. A bit of a panicky play there.
Yeah, I don't know what Tho is playing at, because it looked like Scrubkill had control and Tho just came in and took it off him. I mean, you know, we're joking earlier that they're trying to have a little inter-team battle for top of the scoreboard, but I really doubt that's the motivation there. They're just getting in each other's way, and Guild need to calm down. They need to give each other some space to work with and just let the plays develop.
Perhaps that's why Guild has been able to boost starve the Giants so well, as they have been going all out, even so much as to take it off of their teammates.
Yeah, Giants with that boost are like fish out of water. They really don't want to play that game. I mean, nobody does, but especially with their play style, trying to get into the air as often as possible, try and rebound as early as possible. Those both need tons of boost to make happen, and Guild are aware of that. They're trying to consistently run into the back corners. I mean, that's the one motivation for making these hard clears so often. Just get a hard clear, nip in, grab the boost, get out. But they haven't got a lead or a winning position out of it just yet, and Giants are coming forward again.
Tox. Go back. The challenge is low. Scrub will cut off Nolly. Now Steak be the beneficiary. Lobs it up high, will follow it, gets a bump. Zamway try to hurl that off the backboard. Nolly will come in. Steak on the corner. We've seen him in that position before, work wonders, but the play was cut out. Now the ball goes out to the middle. Scrub with a bit of space will miss hit it. Steak has Zamway to his left, but he goes for the pass off this backboard. Leaves it for Tox, but Noli will come in.
Yeah, Noli did well there. He needed to challenge as early as possible, or at least make his presence known to force a play out of Steak before he got into a position to shoot from. Heavy first touch by Tho, but there's no closing down. And is he going to go all the way? Almost. Great mind game by Tho, and now still a chance for Guild, but the shot goes away from Scrub. Tox has possession now at the left-hand side. Scrub secures mid boost and the back corner as well. That should be enough for Guild to hang on.
Tox has been left as last man back so many times as we see a double commit come out. Chance for Tox. He's airborne, goes for the shot. That one off the post. Rebound to Steak. And he'll end game 3 with a bang.
And Guild were just not at home. Scrubkiller thought that first shot was on target. And to his dismay, he sees it hit the inside of the post and bounce into the middle to give Steak a far easier opportunity. This is a really interesting game. Several chances for Guild to take it all. And, you know, there's still a few of these moments. Every now and then we see miscommunications for Guild. We see Tho tackling Scrubkiller. We see random double commits just purely by positioning, where the camera pans across to the Guild side of the field and it's like they're trying to parallel park beside each other. I don't know what gets them so tied up in these positions, but there's definitely something going wrong for Guild. It really does take the wind out of their sails. Every time they make one mistake, you just think, "Uh-oh, it's happening." it's another bottle job, like Shogun would say. Luckily, they're kind of going close to the Giants here, which is impressive. But they need 2 in a row now. Giants on double match point.
Yeah, Giants, I thought what they did best was working with each other, keeping that spacing clean, relying on Tox to make those tough defensive stops when he's last back, trusting in each other. And that seemed to be missing for Guild, as we saw even near the end of that game, Johnny, like you're pointing out. Stepping on each other's toes a bit.
Yeah. Not very good wingmen for each other.
It'd be fun to watch them out on the town.
Oh, no, that's some Scrubkiller IRL stream content.
That's good content.
I think everybody wants to see. Oh, that would be special. Scrub and Tho trying to go out and persuade anyone to have a conversation with him. That would really be, I think that would be harder than getting the wins in these games. There'd be some combination.
But they have a bigger problem to deal with right now. Giants, 1 game away from taking it cleanly and moving on into the next stage. The shot will be high stake. That touch will delay. Backward pass. Nolly's there. He'll punch that one in. Scrub does well to poke this one around the defense.
Yeah, I love that Scrub's using the underside of the car here just to make sure that he doesn't smack it too hard off the near post and kill the opportunity before it starts. And Nolly was just there to make the goal a bit bigger. It's either Scrub scores or it hits the bar and Nolly's there for the rebound. 1-0 Guild. The only question is, will they be able to go flawless for the next 4 minutes, or are the mistakes going to come? Oh, well, that might have been a mistake, but we'll have to take another look at it. Steak's shot was good, though couldn't keep it out. He only managed to put it in the other corner of the goal.
You can see that. And that was, it's tough to tell how that was going to bounce off the post.
I don't think he could save it. Yeah, it looked like all he could do is hit it into his own net, to be fair.
Well, I guess all you can do is hope that maybe your teammate can hit it off the bounce, but that was a pretty hopeless situation.
Ideal for Giants, who look pretty good still. Even on the back of a large loss that they received in game number 2, you're never really too worried about them. They're one of those teams who can bounce back from that. We're a lot more concerned when Guild were the receiving end of that heavy defeat. So that can sometimes just be the start of their tumble down a very steep hill. Scrubs missed this. Now Tox has a rebound. He's trying to read this. Very awkward bounce. He's done well. What a play by Tox. It was such a tight angle, and the ball was barely moving.
That one a half degree away. Tox comes in to finish the job regardless.
It's just not enough from Tho, and Scrubkill a half flips away from the goal. It looked like he was ready to counter-attack. He must have expected Nolly to be on the end of that pass from Tho. Either way, wide open net. Guild, their own worst enemy once again. The Giants are the team who are going to benefit from it this time.
You can just see the consistency in their play style. Very few mistakes, executing when they have to, not getting in each other's way. Clean Rocket League from the Giants.
Yeah, there's something for Guild to think about, because the Giants didn't have this immediate success as a roster. They were, they were able to make it into the promotion tournament between RLCS Season 9 and X, but they didn't make it through that promo tournament. They were kind of just stuck in the middle for a while, and it's only recently that they've made that jump up to become a very top team, and they stuck together with the same roster for that entire time, making improvements, becoming more of a full team and a unit, as it used to be much more solo play oriented and relying on an individual star play or carry. Perhaps that's the same story we're going to see from Guild throughout this year. Unfortunately for now, they're having the same struggles, not to the same degree that they have all the time, but still it is noteworthy that Guild can make mistakes for really no reason at any time.
Double demo. Tox goes for the bump on Nolly as well on spawn. Just doing work in the trenches.
I love that he's gone for the second bump on Nolly as well, just to make sure. Demos him, and then as soon as he sees the respawn, he's like, oh, I'm coming for you. Got to get him a second time. That's definitely a man after my own heart.
There is no escape. I mean, after a double demo, someone's got to be spawning over there.
Oh, yeah. Or does it actually? Can you have two spawns on the same
that's
side?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Let us know on Twitter, guys. Can you get two players spawning on the same side after a double demo? I think you might be able to, but I'm really not sure on it.
That would be a good research topic.
What do you think, James? Should you be able to choose which side of the field you demo on? I know that's been a topic in Rocket League Esports.
Yeah, I like the idea of, hold the D-pad.
Yeah.
Which side you want to be on. I like that idea.
Should the other team be aware? Should there be like
No, they should just
phasing in car?
No, it should be like rock, paper, scissors at that point. And talking about rock, paper, scissors, this is the rock coming down on Guild. 4-1 now. Stake pushes that out to Zamway. Zamway off the bounce. Perfect shot.
Yeah, it looks like Guild just they got to cut out these mistakes. If they're the scissors, they're not going to make it into a position to win a regional event playing like this. They've had moments of brilliance. Game 2 was phenomenal. All three players getting involved. And not really getting in each other's way. That's really the key for me. If Guild can go a whole series without getting in each other's way and without making each other's life difficult, then they look like a top tier team. But at times, the synergy's just not there. And it might be in the future, but it just isn't when it matters most against the top teams in EU, which Giants are, definitely in that conversation right now.
They certainly are. The Giants looking so good. That one will go the distance.
Okay. Scripted.
It's not impossible. I've seen 2 goals in 6 seconds. That's about the fastest I've ever seen it.
I think I remember that game. It was a Pashi game. Pre-season 1. Very famous 6-second comeback, 2 goals. So it has been done, but that was a long time ago. Surely Giants can put together a couple of safe kickoffs. That looks good to me. Giants will advance to stage 2. They've gone perfect, just like BDS have. Guild have 2 more attempts. They're still in a really good position. But 2-1 is what they'll have to settle for now.
One of the things I really enjoyed about the Giants is them falling behind. They battled back. They looked very good, always confident, always poised. And they are the real deal, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. They just look so okay. They look so not bothered by a mistake or something going wrong. They're like, yep, we've been through this kind of position before. Let's just bounce back. Let's just get back into the rotation, back to our normal play. Oh yeah, lose game 2, 5-1, not a problem. We're good. But Guild, whenever something goes wrong, it's like a chain reaction. It just starts off the domino effect of everything, the whole house falling down. But hopefully this isn't for all the Guild fans watching. For the Beckhams, hopefully this isn't the start of the falling apart of their stage 1 for this Swiss bracket. They've got 2 more tries. They only need 1 win, but the sooner the better.
So they got a couple of lives left. Guild will look to make it to the next stage. The Giants are through. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more RLCS X.
Threatening to steal game 5 and fend off this reverse sweep effort. Good challenge. Yeah, it's a good challenge by Rezi. Zabadom now backboard, and Rizx made 1 stop. Zabadom could have this though. He doesn't have anybody to pass to, so all he can do is just throw that off to the side. Brix Ronde is downfield. Rezi in a tough spot. Does get rid of this. They have to clear the zone. Can't get this off their own goal line. They finally do clear, and we're headed to overtime in game 5.
Overtime in game 5. This is one hell of a way to break out of our 3-0 sweeps today. The last resort looking hot throughout most of this game, but Libertas, you've got to give them credit. They've started to bring it back, and this overtime decides who's going to be going through to their next chance to make it through to stage 2. Last resort have been there before, and Mike Boy wants to give Libertas the opportunity.
So close. By the way, Giants 3-1 over Guild. That team, Vodafone Giants, and Samway is through. Yes, sure. Big Z, how's that? Is through into day 2 or week 2 of this regional. As we continue on here, one of these teams will be 1 win away from joining them. Mike Boy for Rizx. This goes all the way through. Nobody could make contact.
This is so physical. Rizx gets an awkward touch. Does send it back toward his own half. Now Boyskool Q working his way into the mid. It's just being cut out in the midfield as often as you would like. And the physicality has reached a new level. There are so many bumps in the back.
What a read again by Rezi. He's had a few in this series. This make you scratch your head and go, really? Zabadom, only one who could make the stop to keep this series going. He does so. But now he's taken out of the play. Rizx up high. Zabadom has respawned. Ball side, but nobody's there. Nobody challenged Rizx, and he absolutely punished them for it.
Rizx given a free shot at that. Seb and Boyskool Q sitting with their thumbs in their mouths towards the net. The double tap from that crossbar as well completely stops the reverse sweep in its tracks. Libertas, they go through 3 games to 2. It's not a sweep, it's a game 5er. They made it harder than it had to be.
4 of those games featured a player with exactly 7 shots, and it was always someone to look out for. In this case, Rizx. I believe in 2 different cases, it was Rizx. Just, hey, when Libertas absolutely needed him, he came through with 2 huge goals, including that overtime winner. That, by the way, his, and you're gonna love this, 7th goal of the series.
Hey. 7's our lucky number, mate. I think that's what we've decided.
Sure is.
But man, it's not the lucky number for the last resort. They didn't end up making it through on this round. But that doesn't mean, Stacks, they've not made it through at all. It just means that they're going to be going through to have another chance. That's the beauty of Swiss. We will not be saying goodbye to them yet. And Libertas, they will be going through to play another team with a 2-1 record. Their chance to make it through to stage 2, something they were not able to do in regional number 1.
Yeah, Oh, by the way, just because it's more fun with numbers, their 7th game win. All right, we're done with the number 7. All right.
That was the most stacked sentence ever.
I
More
know,
fun
right?
with numbers.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, just numbers nerd. I'm throwing it away now. We're not looking at numbers anymore. But yes, Libertas. Yeah, you're not the only one
thank you
thanking me.
so much.
Believe me. So Libertas is through to 2-1. Hey, they did not make it easy on themselves, and Last Resort didn't make it easy on them either. They battled them tooth and nail, especially throughout the second half of that series. But credit to Libertas when it looked like, Last Resort had all the momentum, especially with a couple very early goals in game 5. Libertas buckled down, they fought back, and that's the mark of a team that has a chance to make a run in a tournament like this.
Definitely. We've seen them make stage 2 before. I've not got much doubt that they're going to make it again. There are teams in this competition that are ultimately worse than them. They should make it through. It's just that Libertas in this series, they were the better team. But man, it came down to game 5 overtime. You could split these two team skills by a hair's width. It is so narrow. Guys, if you have any opinions on the games that we've seen so far, make sure that you
I do.
RL Esports. We don't want to hear your stacks. We've heard them all day.
Yeah, no,
And
I
also-
can tweet this out. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well,
Let me know. Where do I
Right.
go?
I want you to tweet at RL Esports.
Okay.
All right, you got that in?
Yeah, at RL Esports. Yeah, of course,
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
following
And
them,
then
so they come up early.
hashtag.
Yeah.
The hashtag. It looks like little, sort of lines. Yeah, you got that one?
Oh, yeah, the tic-tac-toe thing. Yep.
That's the one, yeah, the pound symbol. It is RLCS X. Make sure that you
Got
type
it.
that in as well. And
Yep.
F. will be looking at every single tweet. We have told him to. We've been screaming at him, look at your tweet deck, make sure you're monitoring it, and he's told us that he is. So make sure that he's not lying to us. Otherwise, Stacks, we are going to be throwing to a break, and there'll be more Rocket League afterwards. I'm going to be heading over to the desk. Stacks, I think that's you done for the day, though.
Almost. Am I done for the day? I don't think so.
I don't know, maybe. I honestly just made it up. Probably.
No. There's more to come. Hello,
Wishful-
F. I think Rocket League is cool. There we go.
Good. Okay. Well, it was wishful thinking that you'd be done for the day. Everybody,
I
make
know,
sure.
right? No, there's way too much. Look, one more match of me is one too many. I know.
Make sure that you guys come back after the break, wherein Stacks will not be there. We'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the second European Regional. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Chiefs and Gibbs, to talk about that last match and everything else Rocket League heading forward in this regional. So let's talk, of course, about that last qualifying match. Giants versus Guild. Chiefs, what do we see down there?
Chiefs muted.
He'll be here in a second.
Go, Chiefs.
I forgot. I got everything I wanted out of it. I really liked watching the Giants play last week. Was excited to see how they would perform against a guild that really seems hit or miss. And to see the Giants come out and still put another strong week of performances in feels good to me on day one.
Yeah, I got some words for James Bot trying to say that Guild will be a 3-0 team. No, I said the Giants would be 3-0, and they did get 3-0. James is trying to make me wrong, but again, I'm never wrong. But the Giants look to blow up, but I think that's a little bit of we know what Guild can do at times. Just they can't string it together like the Giants can, and that's why they're so consistent.
Well, talking about their match and their qualification, Talks from the Giants is here to give us, well, some talks. How you doing, buddy? Congratulations on qualifying again.
Thank you very much.
I just want to talk about that. You know, Chiefs was talking about Guild being on and off there. How did it feel playing against them? Does it get confusing to have a team that suddenly pops off, does cool things, but then doesn't do cool things the next moment?
I feel like it wasn't more them playing inconsistent. I think it was more us just
We lost
I think we lost Talks. Everyone's all over the place. What, Chiefs,
I've jinxed
what
it.
have you done,
I've jinxed
Chiefs?
it. I've jinxed it. I'm sorry.
Well, we're gonna try to get him back in the call here. I just got to say that I'm honestly just super stoked that it's not just happening to me now. That
Yes, you can now share the crown of we are.
But patient zero was Leaf.
Talks, are you back with us now?
should be.
Okay, awesome, cool. All right, carry on.
What was I? As I said, it doesn't really depend on them. I think it just depends on us playing our speedy and just ball chasey style. And in game one, we started off pretty strong, getting loads of bumps and stuff in. But then in game two, we just started getting really nervous. I think we kept it cool. We got lucky in game three that we got to win that one, and then in game four, we just showed everyone how to do it.
So I want to talk about the grid, where you guys are doing great with top 4 finishes every single week. But I want to talk about specifically week 3, where you guys finally took down Team BDS. How good did that feel?
I mean, it felt great because after losing to them twice in game 5s, it's been rough against those guys. Definitely a scary team. And I don't know, I think they're just a really good counter team for us because they play a similar play style to us, like really fast and based on team plays and individual stuff. So I don't know, it just felt great to beat them, especially 3-0.
And, finally, of course, looking ahead to next week, right? The last time you guys made stage 2 of the regionals, you guys had to squeak by tough games against BDS and Magnifico, of course. I'm curious about what adjustments you guys are going to have to try and make, because obviously this is twice now you've coasted through stage 1 and now you're looking at stage 2 again. And so how are you guys looking to handle it with a bit more experience behind it?
I think for us, we just have to play our game. That's the most important thing. If we stop playing our game, if we stop playing confident, we'll just end up losing and giving them too much space, the opponents. So I think the most important thing is just keeping our mental stuff in form, and that should carry us through.
I was going to ask, is there anything now, you mentioned some teams having a counter to what you guys do. Is there any way to deal with that? Or is it really, you're just going to keep playing this way until it stops working?
I don't think there's a way. I mean, there's loads of ways to play against us. I don't think there's necessarily a play style that would counter us perfectly. I think what BDS does so well is cover the midfield, and they're just so, especially Mark and Monkey, they're so fast and so good individually that I think it's just them. If you see Monkey Moon, he just won't lose a challenge. He won't miss anything. He's just a wall. Yeah, you can't do anything against him.
Well, I guess the next plan is to try to take them off the field the next time you face them. So congratulations again on qualifying, man, and thanks for taking the time to talk with us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There it is. Talks from Giants, Vodafone Giants. They just qualified again into that top 16 for next week for stage 2. Yeah, Gibbs, he sounded like he was confident in what he had to do there. Just chase the ball, hit the ball, and we're going to keep winning.
Exactly. And just praise to Team BDS as well. They're very happy that they beat them in the grid. Both these teams going 3-0. I expect both these teams to be playoff teams once again. They're probably hoping that they don't play one another so early on like we saw last regional.
Well, let's take a look right now at our standings and see how things are laying across the land right now. We finished 3 rounds. We have 2 more to go, but so far we have Giants Gaming and Team BDS that have qualified into next week already, and a couple teams getting close there. You said Magnifico doing well again here. Barca stepping up, Monkeys, Oxygen, Libertas, and Guild still sitting at 2-1 there. Any now achieves as we look at these standings? Upsets are pretty standard.
So I think so far this is pretty standard, but teams to watch in that 1 and 2 category for me are both Minx and Name Seekers. I think they had some good improvements in both of their runs from last time. So
what about the Last Resort?
Progress. Well, I mean, I like the Last Resort, right? But it's just like those are the 2 that I am looking forward to perform, right?
Fair enough. Let's take a look at our matchups coming up next then. Here, of course, we still have a lot more Rocket League coming your way. Over on the E-League stream, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV, we have Magnifico versus Monkeys and Barrage versus Name Seekers. And then, of course, over here, we have Guild versus Libertas coming up second. And then first is going to be Barca versus Oxygen. So why don't we just start talking about that Barca versus Oxygen match? Right now, it's a qualification match. Gibbs, what are we going to see on the field here? Oxygen, you know, looking like they're having troubles in regionals, doing great in their grids, but regionals have been a bit more difficult for them.
Yeah, maybe it's just on the main channel is when they're doing bad, because they looked pretty good versus Minx, but their offense, they need to find more offense on that team, and that's surprising to say with Astral and Chaussette on that squad, but we haven't seen it on stream yet. We know Barca's going to bring the offense. It's going to come down to, I think, Devo, like on that defensive line. Can he hold down Oxygen? And if he can, then I think Barca has a good shot here. But that's because I think every time we've seen Oxygen, it's just been so disappointing when they're on the mainstream.
Yeah,
well, let's see what. Sorry, I just want to get. I want to get their thoughts in, then we'll get yours in here. We got to see what Twitch chat is saying right now with hashtag Oxygen OXG or hashtag FCB. Let us know what you think this match is going to go. Chiefs. Now you can talk about the match.
So yeah, I think I'm with Gibbs. Obviously, I think Barca has the offensive potential, but to see it get like snuffed out in that game 5 earlier that I casted with Shogun was just so surprising that they really didn't get anything done. And I'm curious that if Oxygen continues to have this mediocre performance at best on the main channels, right? It's like you really could see Barca just waltz all over them, because Ronicky, when he was getting shooting opportunities, was destroying people.
Well, let's get our predictions in here before we find out what the what chat has said. So, Gibbs, I'm gonna let you start here. Barca or Oxygen?
Barca took BDS to game 5. I know that game 5 was a little bit more convincing for BDS, but I think that's a good sign. I think Barca wins this, and this is a scary game for either of these teams, because obviously whoever wins makes it through to tomorrow, but then the loser, it's a winner go home situation. We've seen that with Oxygen before, where they get a relatively easy matchup in quotes, but it didn't work out for them last time. I worry about either of these squads going into that 2-2 matchup. Don't tilt from this series alone, but I will go with Barca here. And for you, Chiefs?
My initial gut reaction says pick Barca, but I actually think that Chaussette's going to be able to hold Ronicky out of the goal, and I think Oxygen's going to pull this one out, if only just. I think it takes 5.
Well, for myself, this is tough. I may have to go with the Chiefs on this one and say Oxygen. I believe they're going to pull it back. I think overall the potential is higher for Oxygen. You're right, we haven't seen it as much, and Barca is starting to step up. So there is that possibility. I can see that argument, but I'm just going to go one last time with Oxygen. If it happens again, then I won't in the future. But Oxygen for now for me. And it looks like people are siding with Gibbs on this one. Barely, though, with a 55% in favor of Barca. I think, honestly, chat's been pretty reasonable today in these picks. I mean, it is Europe. It does get pretty difficult to make these picks sometimes. So once we see these teams on the field, what's it going to look like here, though?
Well, the best part about agreeing with Gibbs here is that what it's going to look on the field like doesn't matter, because if you're wrong, then you're just like Gibbs and you'll just be right on the delay. So it's okay.
Exactly. Good job, Twitch chat. Good job.
Well, also get online and give us your thoughts there. Maybe it's better if we just hear their votes rather than their full thoughts. But I'm going to risk it. Get on Twitter, hashtag RLCS at RLCSX at RL Esports, and let us know your thoughts. But it's time to get into this next match. So let's get her started.
Thank you, Leaf and Turtle. It's so good to be in the booth with you, man. We've got a fun one lined up for us. Barcelona versus Oxygen. Barcelona, one of my favorite teams to watch, just from the fact that Ronicky is out there on the field. I think he is one of the most exciting shooters that we have in the scene.
Yeah, when he gets warmed up, man, that's when Barca starts to pop off. I think that it's all about setting him up. If you could just have him, hit maybe 4 or 5 shots in the first game or two, then by game 3, the man is going to be warmed up, hitting angles we wouldn't expect, and totally popping off. And I think at the end of the day, both offenses here are going to get tested, and it's Itachi. Okay, I was talking about setting up Ronicky, but I guess you just got to hit it over to Itachi.
Itachi coming in. You see Farah, a very quick turn near post. The ball was able to get over his head. Itachi cleans that one up. Very quick start, 7 seconds in. Barca getting the first goal. You can't discount Oxygen either. Chaussette and Astral are known for their solo play abilities. Farah known for his placement and his shooting and his team captain ability. But we haven't really seen as many sparks out of Oxygen as we probably would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have the organization that I think a lot of us were ready for. Or maybe the communication has been off, because even in that matchup against Guild, it took Oxygen 21 minutes just to score 1 goal. I believe in game 3 in overtime, it was Chaussette who scored finally. But if that's happening here, which it isn't, it's Astral. It only took him less than a minute. There we go. This is so much better already than the toughest challenge for Oxygen. It's Astral doing himself fair. You can see him kind of going for that demo on Devo, made him hesitate, and Astral has an easy cleanup.
Love that play. Farah coming in, just threatening was enough to freeze Devo on that goal line. And Astral, so much control. We've seen what he can do with it, with his flip resets, his creative plays, reaction times so fast. That time, he was able to get back under the ball, put it towards net. Despite that quick goal for Barca, we're all tied up. Now a long shot. Forced Devo to put this one off the corner. Gets a big 50 win as well. Itachi down to Devo. Devo will escort this into the net.
Wow. Look at Itachi here. Look at this read in the midfield. Chaussette goes to that pass, and Itachi has him beat and read completely. Beautiful interception. He got himself inside that passing lane. And that cutoff was just enough to get an open net to shoot out. Now Barca go up. We've got a high-scoring game already, James.
Barca, you love their offense. Fun to watch. Ronicky!
Oh!
There's the sparks! We talked about him early, and he shows up early. Huge double tap.
Wow, I thought maybe somebody would get up in time. Chaussette normally reads those, and he does actually get contact. But with the speed Ronicky was flying in at, it doesn't even matter if Chaussette gets a piece of it. He's going to sink that one. And Ronicky doesn't even need any warm-up shots. I was wrong completely. The man is already warmed up and ready to go.
It's a team hat trick for Barca. Now Farah with some space. First touch control, he backflips. Tried to slow play it. It didn't work out. Despite the space, couldn't get much going.
On, here we go. Barca, I like the little dribble there from Ronicky. Take it solo. I think Barca, they can mix things up so well. A lot of times we'll see them go for maybe a solo play as Farah wins that one comfortably in Astral. I didn't know he had this angle. He wasn't even in position. He took the boost, went off the backboard, and still clean this one up.
Astral has this crazy read. Itachi actually saves it, which was also ridiculous. And then Ronicky hits it in his own net. That was a wild play, and it can't be understated how difficult of a read that must have been for Astral. But Itachi still saved it. Astral was fortunate that Ronicky hit that in.
Well, that shot was so good it forced 2 players to panic on the ball. That's how you know the angle was nearly impossible.
Almost escaped. Itachi did well to read that play. Astral, however, that read was supreme, honestly. at the midfield. Farah will keep this in Barca's half. Oxygen looking to tie this one up. Already 5 goals in the first half of the game. Will we see more? Barca threatening. 50 from Ronicky. Astral gains control, but Devo shuts it down. Ball out to Chaussette. Itachi loses that challenge to Farah. Farah will pass it out. Astral going for the second touch. Drops it down. Didn't get enough on it. But now Farah racing to it. Ball bounces by both of them. Demo from Devo. That one off the crossbar and out. Devo rebound opportunity. Backward pass. Ronicky's shot interrupted by Astral.
And really tough saves too. I mean, Oxygen, this is a huge step up from any other game we've seen either on stream, on the E-League TV stream as well. We're watching a couple of those games, and this has been a much better performance. We have seen so much more offensive pressure, confidence as they move up the field. It felt like before they just wanted to play defense only. They weren't trying to get any plays, trying to transition at all. But now we even see Astral going for solo plays, Chaussette with a couple of dribbles here and there, and Farah getting the demos. All 3 of these players starting to look in form.
That's what you expect from Oxygen. Looking for that team synergy as well as the solo capabilities. Miss from Itachi. Still trailing Oxygen. Gonna try to keep this one out. The delay from Itachi. Tried to fake past defenders. This ball will kick out. Itachi against Astral. Astral will just leave it. Farah finding Astral. Astral looked like he wanted to go for the bump or the demo, and Farah had gone for the pass, and it was a good pass.
Yeah.
Astral had just abandoned the play.
Well, it's a bad touch, though. Farah, the cleanup. There it is. Super easy, super clean. A mistouch on defense. All this pressure finally gets Oxygen one on the board, and they can tie it up.
Farah, his hits doing so much to build on that pressure. Finally, the straw that broke the camel's back. It came at 12 seconds left in regulation. We're all tied up. Can Chaussette get one more? Ronicky will deny the backboard. Enfield pass, no one's there. But Devo will hit it downfield. Chaussette sees Farah. Farah's airborne. Itachi will break up the play. Goes for a second touch, and we've got overtime.
That's something you got to worry about. Itachi, he is reading the pitch so well, knowing exactly where the passes are going to come through, and playing man coverage, keeping his eyes on the players rather than the ball. But is it enough? Oxygen with this insane offense, it seems like the passing has stepped up completely. They're finding each other, and then you've got Astral hitting crazy shots. I don't know how you can sustain yourself on defense that much longer, James.
That is a question we will find the answer to. Team pinch off the backboard. Astral, a clear. It's a race between him and Devo. Astral's up. Devo will clear it to the side. Farah wins a 50. In front of net. Itachi, not the greatest clear. Devo gets beat to the ball.
50.
The pinch, the miss from Ronicky. Itachi will clean up. If there was anyone from there, or there from Oxygen, they could have done it. Now a booming clear off the backboard, and Astral will tip it away. Itachi to Ronicky. Ronicky off the arc and down. Astral with the read. Pressure from Barcelona is building. Finally, Farah will relieve some of that stress.
So many close counterattacks. I love the speed that Barca go with their clears. It seems like they're just booming this ball down the field. Sometimes they'll have somebody to receive, and if they do, they can get such a strong redirect with the power that's coming in. It just is a matter of having boost to go forward, because Oxygen, they've been starving them out.
With how quick these teams have been playing, it's likely everyone's hurting for boost out on the field. Chaussette will chase that one down. Farah can't get to it, but it goes out to Astral. The redirect attempt from Farah, but it was saved by Ronicky. Now Devo will pop it. Farah turns. Good challenge from Itachi. Rebound down to Devo. Bounce shot. Rebound to Ronicky. Ronicky will end it in overtime for Barca off the bounce pass from Devo.
I can't believe they held on. What a defensive showing from Barca. And then to have Devo bang it off the backboard. It was honestly a benefit that he missed that. It didn't go in off the corner. It gave Ronicky an easier cleanup. And Barca narrowly managed to hold on in a game that I thought Oxygen were going to take.
I love that bounce pass as well.
Yeah.
It throws off the defense. One, it's not the speed they expect. Throw it off the backboard as well. Devo knows that Ronicky is lurking in the middle of the field. All he has to do is get him there. That defender was stuck in net, and Barca's offense, it was shining this game. Oxygen looked good too, but Ronicky, he was lights out. That double tap, the ending goal, or that game-winning goal in overtime, a thing of beauty.
I mean, that's the scariest Barca is when Ronicky is stepping up early. I think a lot of times we'll see Ronicky show up a little bit later in the series, which is not what you want, obviously, because you're already down a couple of games here. But Ronicky to show up in the first instance here. And with Itachi's defense, I think I've been most impressed from Barca with Itachi myself, because the defense, the fact that he's reading a lot of these passes so well, he's cutting off a lot of the opportunities from Oxygen. Even though we've seen a lot of Oxygen offense here, the fact that we'd still see even more if Itachi wasn't playing well speaks a lot for Barca's defense, and I think that's what helped them at least hold on the defensive side to push forward. So Barca, if they can keep defending the way they are and stop this Oxygen offense when they're looking that good, I mean, they've got to continue with this series.
Itachi had that save on the Astral read. That
that was crazy
as well. He was, it just didn't get too much credit for it because Ronicky had knocked it in afterwards.
And they didn't get tilted on that. That's a frustrating play.
Well, it was just a nutty read. You don't see reads like that too often. You see people go for it, but tough to make it work. Chaussette gets it to Astral. Astral trying to pop it. Itachi couldn't get it past Farah, but it bounces down to Devo, who looked for Ronicky in the middle. Race from Astral to Devo. It's off the ceiling and down. Chaussette. Huge clear. Now Farah with some space. It was a good idea from Farah, but too much power on that one. Didn't give much space for Astral to work with.
A couple of demos, though, back and forth. We have seen mostly Farah getting these physical plays in, but Chaussette doing a good job of rotating out and going for a bump. It has been creating a lot of chances on offense, but still, it's that Barca defense that's holding down the remaining few opportunities. They're getting in front of those shots, which is impressive to say the least.
Farah off the corner. Itachi said his defense was looking good. He continually makes those tough reads. Now he'll have to make another stop, and he does.
How does he do it? How does he do it? Every time.
Skill. Simple and sweet. This one will bounce high off the corner. Devo goes for a pass, but didn't get much on it.
Oh, off the ceiling. Astral, don't do it. Oh,
Astral can't get it past Itachi. Shoots it right at him. Itachi doesn't need any extra help to make saves either.
Oh, that's so frustrating too from Astral. He did everything perfectly. Besides that final shot, he went off the ceiling, had the flip, just couldn't get the angle to find an open spot in the net, and it's Itachi again. The guy you don't want to have, at least in the net, whenever you're shooting. He can save almost anything, it seems like.
Well, he has been saving them. Astral up again. This one off the backboard. Double tap, and Ronicky will punch this one to the side. Oxygen keeping Barcelona back. Devo will hit it out to the midfield. Chaussette was waiting, pops it up. This one off the ceiling, down. This one bounces in. Oh my, that one looked like it might stay on the goal line. Astral bounces this off the ceiling, and it goes in.
And that's where Astral shines the most, is with speedy plays like this. He wasn't even the first to jump, and he got up to that ball and touched it without even going for a 50. He was able to completely speed past that defender. And that was such a huge play for him to bounce it then off the ceiling to slot in. Astral has been playing out of his mind, it seems like. He's hungry here in this series against Barca.
Astral going for every ball that's up there in front of net, seems like. The spearhead. And there's not really many players that you would put ahead of him in that position that could do much better, if any. Astral, so quick, so talented mechanically. You could even tell just alone, from the double bounce or the double tap reads, the backboard reads. He's got it all.
Well, the crazy thing is he's doing a lot of this stuff by himself. I mean, we see a lot of great setups from Chaussette, like that shot that just went in was off of a hit from Shawset into the midfield. But other than that, I mean, Astral, he can create chances and plays out of thin air, which is what makes him so special. We didn't see any of that against Guild. It seemed like he didn't want to go for solo plays. He didn't really have the confidence. He was just trying to fit in rotation, which is not where you want to put somebody like Astral.
You want to give him space and boost.
Yeah.
See what he does with it. A lot of times if he's not scoring, he's getting your rebound chances. Pinch attempt. Barca has been stuck in their half for a majority of this game. Still not a single shot registered for Barcelona, and we're in the final minute. Itachi with a challenge on the goal line. Double commit. It's out to Ronicky. Miscommunication, confusion there, but Barca recovers well. Farah will go for a 50. Itachi will win past one. This one gets some help from Astral down to Ronicky, but Shawset cut that play out. Not the greatest clear. Net could be open, but Itachi gets into the lane. Everyone's flipping past the ball now. Barca stuck in their half yet again. Itachi will stay grounded. Follow up his hit. Infield pass to Ronicky. The shot blocked by Farah. Devo will go for the 50.
They're both turned around, and you see Astral and Shawset just chilling in net, completely backwards and just waiting for the shot, and yet nobody was there from Barca.
Barca had some space to work with. Now the final play, pre-jump from Ronicky. Ronicky, pinch. That one goes straight towards the ground, and Oxygen will take game 2.
And a much cleaner defense from Oxygen. I think in game 1, the offense was all there. They just weren't prepared for the counterattacks out of Barca. But this time, it seemed like they were throwing Astral forward for the most part, letting him do his thing, and then they'd have 2 defenders back waiting for the counterattacks. A much more clean gameplay from them while they're only up 1-0. I mean, the game, in terms of pressure, speaks a lot more. It was Oxygen the entire time, hammering shots at the net. Barca 1 shot to Oxygen 7.
There was nothing that Barca could do to break out of their half that game. The boost in favor of Oxygen. The speed from Oxygen, I think, just set him apart. And you see it. Astral, 5 shots. The goal coming out from him. They're playing with some great speed. They're getting to the ball. They're winning their challenges. But we're still not seeing as much passing as you'd hope to see out of this squad. But Astral, he's just one of those players that can make things happen on his own. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah. Sometimes he doesn't need to, but yeah, this was a 1-0 game, very close. Barca, you know, if they get locked down like that every game, then maybe Oxygen can pull it off. But you have a feeling that this is going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, there was a lot of plays though for Barca where I think they could have created opportunities. I saw a couple of times where a player from Barcelona would just kind of bring the ball up the wall and drop it off in midfield for nobody who was waiting. It seemed like everybody was back getting boost, which is pretty unfortunate because if you're trying to create any pressure as a team, you have to have somebody lurking midfield to receive that hit inwards. Otherwise, you're just giving away possession and the game is pretty much over because Oxygen are going to keep you in your own half.
Game 3. This has been a contest so far. That shot pre-jumped by Itachi. Itachi covering all angles.
Oh, and you even see Ronicky. The speed is such a factor right now that Ronicky is trying to pre-jump to get above them. It doesn't work out. And now Astral on the counterattack. It's him again to get the first goal.
And Astral, his speed proving to be too much for Barca yet again. Quick goal. Last game, just a single goal. It was the bounce off the ceiling shot from Astral. Now we see a quick 50 win. Hit off the wall. And Astral now getting a demo. Farah will challenge Itachi. Astral gets his jump back off the ceiling, but he used it immediately.
Oh, good read from Farah, too, to see Ronicky with that double tap. Even whenever Barca go for creative plays like that or high mechanical ones, it seems like Oxygen have an answer. We even see Ronicky trying to get that one out, goes for the double tap, and it's Farah instantly stuffing his face, keeping the pressure in, maintaining more boost, letting your teammates get back. Oxygen looking so much stronger than we've seen what it feels like the past few weekends.
Itachi was on 0 as well. If Astral hits that far post, I don't think there's anything Itachi can do to stop it, but now the counterattack. Ronicky to Devo, put it too far ahead of him, allowing Astral to break up the play. Backboard clear. Itachi will send it to the side. Devo was waiting, and he'll hit it hard. Chasing this down. Astral's second touch, forcing Itachi to make a less than ideal touch. But a bump on Farah at midfield will give Ronicky a chance, but Astral again is there.
And it's Ronicky just to give it away again. I mean, he had space to work with, got the flip off, but it was a little bit panic-induced. And he just gave away possession. Again, they can't transition out of midfield because they're not looking for each other enough.
It has been a midfield lockdown from Oxygen. Boost has been a problem for Barcelona. Astral hard hit. Itachi in the middle. Ronicky will redirect. It goes off the post. Backboard pass from Itachi. Devo won't be able to clean up. Ronicky came within centimeters of hitting his mark.
Oh, and it was so close, too. I feel like if Itachi didn't touch that, left it for Devo, maybe it would have had a better chance of going in. As Itachi tries to slap that one under, then Devo the follow-up. Defensive stance here from Oxygen. Multiple saves in a row, and they get this ball out, but it's still in their half.
And the creativity was there from Itachi going for that ground pinch. We're seeing good things from Barca, but Itachi runs into this ball and popped it up for Astral. The momentum lost a little bit, but Barcelona picking it back up. Itachi down to Devo. Devo will hit it off to the side and chase this down. Gets the corner boost. He has Ronicky in the middle. Ronicky on that 50. Now it's Itachi's turn to make a play. And field pass. Devo.
There it is.
The shot. Hammered top shelf. Devo ties it for Barca.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Look at this pass from Itachi. Snipes Devo in the midfield. We've got all three players from Oxygen so flat on defense. They were literally in a single line across their defensive area. Nobody infiltrating the midfield, and it's Itachi to make use of that. What a great pass out into the midfield.
That was 84 miles an hour. That is 135 kilometers per hour. A scorching shot from Devo. That demo on Ronicky, well, that'll put him in a tough spot. Farah has that ball leak out to Astral. Astral to Chaussette. Chaussette shot relatively weak. Saved by Devo. Astral going for a double tap.
Oh!
Gets it past the defense, but it wasn't scoreable for Farah. Itachi takes it up himself.
Scary. Astral the 50. I like what I'm seeing so far. Astral, whether he's on offense or defense, he's getting involved and doing it himself. I thought he was going to have that double tap off the backboard. A crazy angle from him. Itachi, another save. Seems like both defenses now getting tested more than ever.
Oh, off the post. Astral wanted to go for a pinch play. Chaussette had an opportunity as well. Chaussette sends this to the middle. Itachi, this one goes back to Oxygen's corner. Chaussette getting 50'd. Ronicky trying to control it. Loses out on that challenge. Farah going for another 50. Gets beat by Devo. This ball popped up. Astral will lob it to Barcelona's corner. Now Itachi, airborne, up to Devo. Farah misses it. Shot from Devo. That one hit down by Chaussette, who was waiting on the backboard.
That bounce in the end for Barca was so good. He just kind of banged it to his corner, but it bounced up. We almost saw the buzzer beater. But we do have overtime. I believe it was Chaussette to win in overtime in their first years. Let's see if he can step up here in this one.
Ronicky in game one scored that overtime winner. Barca looking to make a play there. Itachi hungry for that. Barca showing some life. Game two, they were shut out. Couldn't find anything on offense. Game three, they found their pace. But Oxygen has matched every step. Itachi Didn't get a great clear. And Farah, you expect more from him in that position. The infield pass from Astral looked to be on target.
And it was almost a repeat of what we just saw Barca do to get their tied-up goal, was that midfield pass. But instead, the difference was just the shot. You're right. It needs to be a better hit from Farah, a better strike. You can get so much power on that one if you time your flip properly.
And Astral also messed up on that play. Giving up possession, Devo.
Nice
Dribble
play.
pass into Itachi. Itachi was hoping to feed Ronicky off the backboard. Barca still on it. Plenty of boost for Oxygen, but they're going to have to make the stop. Itachi!
This is so look at Itachi right here. He sees two players on the backboard. Instead of banging it directly to them, he hits it right off the ceiling, lets it drop down, has an easier shot to follow up. Beautiful decision making from Itachi, and what awareness to know that both defenders are flat on the defense and waiting on the backboard.
Itachi, that was
he's insane.
Incredible reaction time. Hits it so hard off the ceiling, immediately jumps as soon as he lands to go for that second effort. What a play.
I mean, whether or not he's on defense or offense, it seems like he's always making the right decision. He's reading the passes so well. I feel like whenever there is a pass opportunity, he's the one throwing himself at the ball, trying to cut off the angle and make the shot easier to save for his teammates. And then again, you know, he's finding the midfield passes. Like, look at this one all the way over to Devo. That was beautiful. And then off the ceiling, he sees both defenders on the backboard, knows where to hit it, goes off the ceiling and does it himself, man. I mean, he is a highlight player right now in this series alone.
I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Itachi. He wasn't the most widely known player when Devo and Ronicky picked him up, and he has been really living up to the challenge, coming into Barca's squad and really helping them succeed. That was a massive play. Even from the defensive standpoint alone this series, Itachi has earned his dinner. And now with that overtime winner, moving Barcelona just one game away from securing their spot in the next stage, I think he earned some dessert too.
Oh, definitely. And after that first game as well, I think that was such a big win for Barca because they were getting buried in on their own defensive end. They still managed to dig themselves out. And the fact that they had such a quick counterattack, won that first one, gives them a lot of confidence. And now we're looking at match point just because their defense was able to hold on.
Astral flip reset ball, but he goes for the second touch, hoping to surprise the defense. But Itachi was ready. Astral to the corner, will keep it. Farah on the rebound, double commit. Chaussette very low on boost. This one high, a perfect save from Chaussette. Had to time that jump just right.
On respects to Farah too, he was cheating up on that save from Chaussette, knowing he was going to get the hit, and was able to get it clear. Good prediction. And Astral, no way, doesn't get the bump. He almost got it. It would have been all three players taken out by himself. Astral, you maniac.
Devo, he was the last one back. He knew he had to dodge that demo or that bump.
I'd be
Otherwise,
so scared.
Yeah, it was game over. Devo making the play. Backward pass opportunity. Devo gets the read. This one bounces straight down. Astral. Flip reset. Double tap. Look at that turtle. Gorgeous.
I was a little bit sad we didn't see the three-man play before, but now he gets the flip reset, double tap on an open net. I mean, the man is just styling on him at this point.
You never know where the defenders are, I guess, if you're on ball cam.
You gotta make it look nice.
You gotta beat that streaking defender.
Exactly. And I feel like it was a smart play because you're able to get more power. If you get that flip reset, you can stall out. I mean, while it's also flashy, if you were to just try and hit that one down directly, sometimes it's a little bit too weak and somebody can rotate in. So keeping it close, making sure you can at least get the 50. And for Astral, it's off the backboard too. I mean, so clean and well-timed.
And that's how much confidence he has in his mechanics.
Yeah, to go for that.
Even getting a wall dash. That one, ooh, big miss on the shot. Chaussette off the ceiling. Will go for the pass to Astral. Itachi will get in front of it. Now Ronicky hard hit upfield. Chaussette going for the double. Astral backboard. Itachi there. Devo with the assist. Astral, that 50 gets pushed by him. Now Itachi with a little bit of space. Gets demoed, and Astral will take it to the corner.
Oh, and Astral's got full boost to work with. What is he going to do? Let's pay attention. A lot of times we'll see him go up. That's a poor 50, but it's still sent back to Farah, who's got a response. And a little bit of a kickball game. It seems like Oxygen got that first goal, and now they're starting to back off a little bit, play it safe. But midfield passes like that from Barca are going to be scary.
Itachi cut on a dime. Had that infield pass. Now a give and go. And that save now off the arc. Chaussette can't get it. Ronicky, I don't know what's going on with him.
What is happening?
He's just, it's unfortunate for him. This was, you can't really plan for this, but he has been hitting them in.
It's like every time Itachi goes for a save, somehow Ronicky gets the own goal. Whenever it doesn't even feel like it's his fault. That's
Don't
the
let him
second
near
time.
the goal line.
Exactly. Even in game 1, where Itachi got that save, Ronicky kind of crashed the net too. A lot of panic play for Barca, but can you blame them with the Oxygen passing and I guess pressure from Astral alone? A lot to deal with.
Reminds you of game 2. It was a 1-0 game. Astral had 5 shots and a goal, and that was it. This time he's got 5 shots and a goal. Has some help from Farah as well.
I mean, it's also nice to see them capitalize off of a good pass between their own teammates, because that was my only concern with Oxygen so far. Yes, we've seen great plays from everyone individually, it feels like, but we haven't seen them able to execute off of great passing in the midfield. We see maybe a couple of give and goes, but where's the final shot? There, we finally get one.
Ceiling double tap, goes for the triple off the backboard.
Oh my goodness.
Astral is playing out of his mind.
It's free play for him, literally free play, off the ceiling, another tap, off the backboard. He follows it up, doesn't even need a flip reset, nothing. He's able to do it himself, not even a pass from his own team. And Astral takes out multiple players on Barca.
He makes it look so easy.
This is why you pick up a player like Astral.
Oh, yeah. Astral. There were times, Ronicky will get this one in off the challenge on the goal line. Itachi, that infield pass. Farah jumping down the double commit, causing chaos.
Those reads too off the crossbar are so difficult. Credit to Ronicky to know is going to bounce directly down like that off the crossbar. That's so difficult. A good prediction from him. And now there's 53 seconds left, James. I mean, it's possible.
Itachi on the goal line.
no.
Where's the cleanup? The 50 getting saved. That could have been a second life for Barca. Pass up to Ronicky. Ronicky comes off the ceiling. This one, a weird bounce. Devo aiming for the arc. Farah off to the side, gets a double as well. Ronicky ready. Backboard, infield pass. Devo will lose out on that 50. One thing that has been going so well for Oxygen in this game is the 50-50s. Great challenges, good positioning, and second efforts from Oxygen.
I think a big part of that comes down to Farah. Farah has been a monster on the challenge game, as this one's going to come to an end. We get a game 5, James. I'd hoped for it. This time it's not Oxygen trying to get a reverse sweep. Rather, they just forced a game 5 after winning game 2. Such an insane series. We've seen Astral pop off, but then Barca get themselves back in it slowly. I thought even there at the end, they had a chance to put themselves at least in a tied up situation.
Yeah, you got that heavyweight bout, round after round getting traded. Barca, they had moments where you thought they might be able to get a goal. Even at the end there, the challenges on the goal line kept out by Oxygen, but Astral is having a series. That flip reset double tap, the triple tap off the ceiling to the backboard. What do you do to stop someone like him? I don't think you can.
It's so difficult. It's so difficult. And I honestly have to agree with you. I think there's a lot of shots here from Astral where you just say, if you're on Barca, you just say, wow, that was a good shot. Let's move on. There's not much we can do about it. Yes, there's instances where if you're organized a little bit more on defense, you could have somebody challenging. But at the end of the day, if Astral's having a fantastic series and he's popping off like this, you have to try to work around it, because there's not much you can do to counter him.
As a defender, when you have a player who's hitting it off the ceiling, then gets the double tap off the backboard, what are you supposed to do? Pre-jump where you hope he shoots?
Exactly. And then it's like you start to respect him too much, so then a basic shot will just end up going in because you think he's going for a flip reset.
And that'll open up the passing lanes. You know, fake the shot, go for the pass, freeze the defense. We'll see if Astral can bring the level of play that he's been, you know, bringing these previous games into this final game 5. This is the decider. You win, you're into the next stage. Chaussette lobbing upfield. Farah will help out as well. Good 50 from Farah. Ronicky and Devo very close, stepping on each other's heels. Gets a good 50 into the oxygen corner. Now backboard read. Lost out by Farah. Ronicky will go head-to-head against Astral. This one lobs towards net. Double commit. Awkward ball. Ronicky gets a boost steal. This could be something building. But Astral will come in and blast a clear. Goes for the double tap. Itachi saves, but Chaussette cleans up. Oxygen take the lead.
Look at how fast they came out of their defensive end. Oxygen. It was a booming clear for Astral to send it all the way down. Barca overextended just a little bit, and it took one monster clear to set up a shot. We've got Chaussette to put it in, and they go up just about a minute in. Game 5 already off to a great start for Oxygen.
And that was coming off a double commit on defense. Astral was the last player in rotation, had to make an effective clear. Not only did he get the clear, but he forces out a rebound chance for Chaussette. Astral living up to the hype in this series.
And you can tell Barca are so desperate to find an opening. And I think it's the midfield passes that they're going to need to exploit. But Farah almost got a double tap off the backboard. It would have been a good setup. Trying to maybe outperform Astral. It's going to be a difficult task, but it would have been a pretty one.
Astral let that play get away from him in the corner. Infield pass from Itachi. Chaussette pops it up. Devo going to it. 50'd by Farah. Ronicky will bring it up the wall. Goes for the shot. Itachi tried to demo or go for the shot. Couldn't get it past Chaussette, however. Chaussette, also one of those players, kind of like what you expect from Itachi. You expect Chaussette to be in net, keeping crazy shots out.
And the dribbles, too. I mean, Chaussette has been a huge dribbler out of his own end. He always takes it slow, goes for the patient round. And you talked about it earlier, James. One thing Oxygen have going for them is their 50s. I think a big credit to that is Farah in the midfield and Chaussette when he dribbles out of the defensive area. But that's a good midfield pass. That's what's working so well for Barca. Is when they're in the corner, they get it across the passing. Back and forth, they still have possession. The bump, there it is. It's opened up. I was trying to keep track of all these passes.
Yeah, how many touches? That was like 6 or 7 passes, 6 or 7 touches in a row by Barca. That I have rarely seen that many passes, and it still lead to a goal.
That was insane. That's what Barca need to do to get a goal, is keep possession like that. Back and forth, sweeping across the pitch multiple times. I think that was 6 or 7 passes in a row just to get a shot on net.
We're back even. Astral, always a threat. Itachi airborne. This 50 will kick out deep to Oxygen's corner. Farrell let that first touch get away from him. Gives up possession. Shot coming in. Astral will hit it off to the side. Ronicky will play it back to his own corner. Picks up boost. Has Itachi down in the middle. That one also getting away from him. A struggle. Now shooting opportunity for Farah. That one hit off to the corner. Astral. Center to Farah. Farah misses. So does Devo. Going for the block.
I mean, that reminds me, I believe, of game 2 it was, where Farah was coming across another midfield pass. Nobody was able to get the follow-up, and now a good 50 from Devo. Chaussette has to rotate back. He barely gets it in time off the crossbar. This is insane, James. The defense on both teams.
Chaussette. That was a moment. I thought that was Barcelona's game-winning or goal, or go-ahead goal, rather. And Chaussette flying.
The Itachi of Oxygen right now, Chaussette.
Staunch defender. Chaussette, he can do it on defense. Oxygen looking to get that go-ahead goal. Final 30 seconds. Barca on the attack. Ronicky in the corner. Kicks out to Itachi. Itachi backboard pass. Devo's shot blocked by Chaussette. The infield pass. Ronicky was waiting. Ronicky does not fail. Barca take the lead with 18 seconds left.
They are relentless. And look at Farah. He was rotating in. He hesitated just a little bit. That shows if you stop at all in a rotation, they're going to get the pass off. You can't get a touch on the ball. It's a free shot. Barca, those infield passes are the kryptonite for Oxygen.
Final seconds of the game. Oxygen, this could be their last chance. They have it.
Oh, no way, the demo. Astral the pre-jump.
Astral the pre-jump. Farah will keep it alive. Chaussette towards the backboard. Ronicky will hit it over towards Astral. Infield pass. Farah, backboard. Astral can't get it, but it hits the corner and finally touches. Barca will win in 5. A thriller of a series. The passing in Game 5 from Barca was what set them apart.
I am amazed. This felt like it was a team passing strategy versus just a let's throw Astral forward and see what he does. And it was so close. That just shows how insane Astral is. I mean, if he was able to counter this out and work his best shots up front and try to figure something out to put his team ahead versus somebody who's passing so well, I mean, this was crazy. And I think it shows that maybe if Oxygen were just a little bit more cohesive together, going for passes like I talked about, the execution, whenever you receive passes from Farah, we saw multiple chances where he was on the receiving end, couldn't get the shot in. But on the other side, Barca, every time that ball would go across, somebody was there with a great strike, a great shot on net, and would put it in, and that's what gave them the edge.
It really was. That passing play, that first goal.
I couldn't believe that.
That was all over the place. That was all over the place. And they made it happen. Barca answering the call. They fell to BDS in Game 5, but here against Oxygen, they get the win in Game 5. So we'll see them in the next stage, and Oxygen will have another chance at making it through to the next stage. We're going to go to a break, but when we come back, more RLCS X. Welcome back. We just witnessed a stunning Game 5 series. That one was a thriller going down to Game 5. The plays from Barca, the passing plays on point, but it was a slugfest that entire series, Turtle.
That was so fun to watch. It was like a clash of play styles. We've got, Oxygen sending up Astral, having 2 players back a lot of the time, versus somebody like Barca where they play such a defensive game, but when they do move out, they go explosively out of their own half, and they use everybody getting so many passes back and forth. And it's Barca with that play style who end up taking the edge over Oxygen.
I thought Astral played very well for Oxygen, however. He was the shining light for them, multiple highlight level plays, but it wasn't enough. Barca taking the opposite approach, going for that teamwork. We even saw some great defensive stops from Itachi. But they're done. Barcelona, they're through. We'll see Oxygen again. Let's focus on this next match, Turtle. We've got Libertas going up against Guild.
Right.
We just saw Guild play, and they struggled a bit against the Giants, but what are you thinking going into this matchup versus Libertas?
Oh, man, it's tough. I think that, they struggled against the Giants. That probably was the worst look we've seen from them in a while. Giants were just really on point as well. It's hard to counter them. But for the Guild, I think it's all about Nolly. I think his incorporation on offense. We a lot of times expect Tho to be consistent with shooting and everything like that. Scrub Killer doing a lot of work on defense and also being aggressive. But I think it's Nolly and his shots on net that set this team apart and can really give them the win here, as Rizex barely gets that save, almost own goaled it. And then another demo from Nolly. So much time wasted and a lot of space opened up, but the defense from Libertas still holds on.
Libertas clutching their pearls for a moment. I'd have been scared too. This one almost going the full distance. Mike, we'll send it to Rick's Ronde. Rizex will go for the pop.
Oh, what a pass.
Scrub. That ground shot tested the defense, but so far Libertas in those tight moments has been able to get through alive.
Yeah, and I think one of the players we're looking at from Libertas, James, I know you can remember from Cast in the Rival Series, is Rizex. We watched him kind of grow as a player in Rival Series. I believe it was season 7 Rival Series. It was crazy, just the fact that this player with not a lot of experience or exposure was popping off, and to see him come all this way, find his way on a team, and then fight against Guild and put one in here. The man I mentioned is putting one away. It's just great to see.
Huge clear. Rizex had one pad, was flipping downfield, knew he had to get downfield for a pass, gets one pad, and that was enough to do the job.
That's all it takes.
Nolly getting blocked out by Rizex. Rick's Ronde, again, low boost. We're seeing Libertas struggling for boost, but they still make it work. Rizex will take a wide berth around the ball. Pinch sends it downfield deep to Guild's corner. Scrub with a pop. Second effort, gets it to Nolly. Nolly down to Scrub. Scrub, the shot was weak right at Rizex, but the idea was there.
Maybe going for a little bit of a fake, trying to get that backflip involved. Force the defense to panic. Good looks, though, from Libertas to not force yourself in an awkward situation where you're kind of flopping all over the place. You're just staying calm on defense, especially as that last man back. You need to keep a level head.
Rizex getting rid of the ball. Scrub up to Tho. Tho had it too far away from him. Nolly. Now second effort. Oh, the net's wide open. Mikey boy. Gonna slap that one in. Mike had a wide open net here, Turtle.
I mean, he might have been looking at the gameplay we saw from Itachi's perspective alone, because this is what he was doing last series, and now it comes down to Mike, who's intercepting passes. You can see Guild were looking for that team play to get that ball out, use a clear off each other. But instead, Mike Boy read it beautifully, got himself in that passing lane, and he's got a free look at net. Wonderful defense, and even better recognition of the field from Mike.
Mike now going for the ceiling pass. Rick's Ronde off the backboard. Rizex follow-up. 50 kicks it straight up. And he'll stay in the play, but a double commit. Mike goes for it as well. Rizex challenging Nolly. Infield pass. Perfect pass. The 50 as well. A bit fortunate, but it works wonders.
And the thing I love about this pass is it was towards the player himself. It wasn't just tossed in the midfield with a straight linear pass. It was going towards Rix Ronde to get more speed. It actually helped him crash on the ball a little bit more after the 50. Like you said, a bit fortunate, but it still works out. Libertas now 3-0 against Guild. I did not expect this to go, at least in game one, this way at all.
And credit to Rix Ronde canceling his flip as well. Oh, this one crossbar down. Scrub Killa with a response will keep this game within reason. Nolly down to Scrub. Look at that. Gorgeous.
And they respond with a passing play of their own. That was a very good midfield pass. And like I said, while it was linear, it had the speed to find Scrub with a beautiful finish. So almost 2 minutes left, a little bit under. Guild, if they can keep up those passing plays, I think they've got a great shot at tying this one up, especially when Scrub's starting to warm up.
What I was saying was on that 50 goal by Rix Ronde, he did a great job of canceling his flip, keeping his car as big as possible to keep forcing that ball through. Things looking good for Libertas. Though will be too slow to it. Double commit as well. Rizex will go for the side pass. Mike, a hammer blow. That one off the crossbar and the post. And in. Whoa, what a shot.
Goodness. And Rizex, he got called off by Mike with a banger of a shot. You were talking about it. I don't even think that demo, while that might have stopped out the save, I don't even think the goalkeeper would have had a touch on it with a shot like that.
Huge game one for Libertas. Rizex bouncing this off the side while another double commit from Guild. We saw that earlier against the Giants. There were times where Guild had those miscommunications, those missteps. They don't seem to have cleaned them up. Libertas exploiting that.
I mean, it's a very predictable game, too. I think that Guild, they're trying to get confident with their play and connect some passes. And Libertas know that that's their game plan. So they're getting in front of all of those clears. We even saw it earlier. I believe it was Mike who had a beautiful interception. If they can continue that trend and stop any momentum from being gathered on the side of Guild, they should be looking to have more confidence even going into game two if they can keep the strategy up.
Another save coming out from Mike Boy. Trying to pre-jump that as well. Game one. This was a hot start for Libertas.
Yeah.
There were times where they were struggling to get boost. But even on low boost, they were making it happen. And they get the win.
And again, this is a series where both teams are right now standing at 2-1. If you win this, you're going to go on to the next stage. So much on the line. You don't want to have to play again. And Guild, it was just a very dry offense. It felt like they were struggling to not only connect passes, but even the solo plays. We didn't really see much from anybody. No mechanics, too much sent at the backboard, for double taps, maybe anything that we saw from Astral in the last series. It was just very dull gameplay from them.
Yeah, it wasn't as inspired. We saw the double commits, losing on those 50s. They weren't the prettiest of goals for Libertas, I would say. The shot from Mike was quite beautiful. Good. The one that went off the crossbar in the post. But other than that, a lot of it was due to Guild's mistakes. Very similar to Guild's first game in the series that we saw earlier. So will Guild find this out? Will they figure it out? We saw them get a passing play. It worked well for them. That was the only goal of the game for them. But Libertas, keeping the rotations clean, limiting mistakes. Can they pull it off here? Scrub. Air dribble. Challenge out to Rizex. Mike to Rix Ronde. Ronde. Bopped that over to the corner. But though, was able to get the dribble, flicks it. Now Scrub in the corner. Challenge from Nolly. Those shot far post. That's the placement. That's the precision that Guild needs. Though bringing it.
Oh, and I love that hit from Scrub Killer. You see him in the corner. He actually backflips off and realizes if he goes for a softer touch here, it's going to bounce in a much more high percentage chance in that corner where it's going to bounce in the midfield. That's what we're looking for. When you go for a hit like that, just try and set up your teammate. Don't keep the ball to yourself and look for a second touch. If you can just bounce that one right to the midfield, you're setting up your teammates for either another pass that can connect across or even a shot. So Scrub Killer, I think a lot of that boils down to that initial touch in the corner.
Though, the speed outpaced Mike Boy. Scrub will roll this up. Noli gets it around Rizex. Clears downfield, can't get the 50. Rizex tried to demo Though out of the air. Numbers advantage for Libertas. Rizex will bounce to the corner and gets the boost steal. Goes for a 50. Pinch from Guild will send that flying all the way to Libertas's corner, but a big booming clear. However, Noli's there waiting. Hits it right back at Mike Boy. We're not seeing much teamwork. That one almost finding the net. Guild.
Seems like both these teams don't really feel like pushing up either. Just going for massive clears, James.
It has been massive clear, back and forth, back and forth. We're not seeing the much intentionality in the hits.
Like even there from Though, he's just banging it off the backboard. It's hard because he doesn't really have a teammate who's looking for a pass, but even then, try and keep it close, go for a 50 afterwards. Otherwise, you're expecting to lose possession, have them counterattack, but Scrub Killer's got all the space to work with. Didn't go for a double tap, instead tried to send it down off the crossbar. But it's Libertas to bear themselves out, and Rizex now has space.
Scrub will pop this high, misses his follow-up. Rix Ronde challenging now Noli. The net's vulnerable, off the ceiling. Rix Ronde will pass it back. Mike gets bumped. I wonder if that one was going to be on target or off the backboard.
And even then, I think maybe Rix Ronde, it would have been difficult, but if he could have just slightly tapped that one down, it would have been probably a better chance instead of trying to pass that one out, because nobody even expected it from his teammate, not communicated well. And we see again, it's Guild stuck in their own half. They can't get anything on offense.
Noli. Off the ceiling, passes straight down. Rizex. Flip reset. Got the flip reset, didn't make contact on the ball, however. 2v1. Pinch attempt, didn't go their way.
And where was the communication? That was an instance where you have a 2v1 play. Somebody doesn't have a cross all the way, a pass, all the way across. And instead you just kind of collapse on offense where both players flip into the ball, maybe going for a pinch. The execution has got to be there. You're not going to get many chances like that at this high level.
Double commit coming out from Libertas on that play. Rix Ronde trying to mix things up on the Guild goal line. Rizex got the ball to Mikey Boy, or Mike Boy rather. Noli to Though in field. No one was there. Rix Ronde will have it at the midfield, going for the pass off the backboard. Scrub will break it up. Noli downfield. Mike Boy to the corner. Going for that backflip. Didn't work out. Infield pass. Rix Ronde. The shot's high and it's saved by Though. Now Rix Ronde hard off the side. Double commit from Guild. Ball out to Rizex, but Scrub will be there first. Rizex doesn't even jump for it.
Oh, beautiful job by Scrub too. That clear, that is everything I'm looking for in a clear, is where you keep it close, can go for another 50. He does get another challenge, stalls out time, and now Though has some boost to work with, but it's not in time enough for Mike Boy's shot, but they still narrowly escape. And I'm surprised that Guild have been holding on. Their defense impeccable so far with having somebody always there for the shot save.
Final chance for Libertas. Scrub will keep it airborne. Rix Ronde over to Rizex, who has full boost. The dribble attempt fails, and Guild take game 2.
A much slower paced performance from both teams. It was weird, James. I don't know if you agree, but the midfield was kind of open. I don't know. It felt like sometimes we just have clears back and forth nonstop for maybe a minute or two. Somebody would then control the ball a little bit, go down, miss their shot, and then we go back to the same boomer ball where nobody wants to step into the midfield.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that boomer ball, the back and forth between Guild and Libertas. Yeah. We're not seeing as much teamwork. Some good defense from Guild in key moments.
That's
An
right.
early goal. That was all that was seen this game. A few double commits even on Libertas' side, especially at the midfield and on offense. So we'll see if they clean that up. Game 1, things were going their way. Guild cleaning up a bit on defense. Game 2, very similar to the Giant series so far for Guild. We'll see if they keep it going.
Well, it also reminds me of the one for Guild versus Oxygen. It was a very low-scoring game for the most part. And I think it's just that playstyle where instead of bringing the ball down, you just keep it high, keep it afloat, and you're not really worrying too much about bringing it down and forcing more 50s. Instead, just booming it out of your half. It creates less chances not only for both teams, but RizX, how is this going to slip in? I'm not sure what happened here. It seemed like he should have gotten the hit. So defense for Guild. What was this? I don't even know what I'm looking at.
So Tho might have been trying to dodge the bump. He might have been trying to predict the flip reset shot. You could see that the angle was cut off there. There was a bump attempt. And Rick's Ronde, that ball gets killed on the post.
Kind of gave it a hug.
Scrub trying to air dribble that one past the defense, but it didn't work. Rick's Ronde.
Although he's too out of position, but Scrub, really good rotation there to come back in from the corner. He was getting boosted. I didn't think anybody was back, but that safe play style where you're focusing more on defense for Guild, working out.
Mike will aim for Rick's Ronde. Rick's Ronde controls it. Not a ton of boost, but enough to go for a 50 in the air. Libertas slowly inching forward on the attack. That hit, however, right to Tho. RizX is ready. RizX to Mike Boy. Rick's Ronde up.
Oh,
Noli. That was a scary pass across the middle.
Some good looks from
Reset by
Libertas,
Tho.
too. I mean, we're seeing Libertas go for these huge clears that I griped on in the last game, and now they have somebody to receive them. We have an aggressor, somebody who's being annoying, getting in the face of Guild and responding to a booming clear like Mike Boy here off the bump from Scrub Killer.
And RizX was flying in there. He actually had a Guild player land on his head to prevent him from going for the ball.
Those two goals, man, what has happened on the side of Guild in terms of defense? It's weird. It's frustrating plays, too, because a lot of these don't even feel like you can predict what's going to happen.
Scrappy goals, but a goal nonetheless. Though, we'll let that go right by him. RizX gets it around Nolly as well. Pinch to the middle. Rick's Ronde finishes a 3-0 lead now for Libertas.
Oh, RizX, 2 assists now in the game. Look at the control. And then the perfectly timed flip into the ball to squeeze it across. That is so difficult. I can't express it enough. When you're in the corner and you're trying to pinch it across, getting the right amount of power to set your teammate up is so difficult. RizX makes it look easy.
Though failed to make contact at the midfield. Perhaps that play never comes to fruition if he's able to get a touch. Rick's Ronde, air dribbling pass. Can he get the ground pinch? No, not enough in the tank. But Mike Boy is able to go up for a shot attempt. Nothing doing. RizX, the midfield. Help from Rick's Ronde. So, can't get it around Mike Boy. Noli, he's demoed. RizX, infield pass to Rick's Ronde. Rick's Ronde tried to hit RizX on the fly. Mike can't get the ball centered. RizX, flip reset. Did he get it? He did. Hits it to the corner. We'll get the back pass. The boost spawned right on top of him as well. Boost starving can be a factor.
Oh, we've got
Perhaps
2
it'll be
players
the
in net
difference.
too. Look at Guild. We've got 2 players just sitting there trying to figure out who's going to go forward. They don't have a lot of boost. You talked about it, James. They can't get out of their own half or even go for the challenge because they're getting starved out. RizX has been so annoying. Not only is he getting those flip resets, he's stuffing all the clears that would normally relieve all this pressure from Guild. Now we see a big miss from both players. Nolly barely managed to get the save, but the pressure is still on. Shot after shot, Libertas are not backing down.
And with a 3-goal lead, this is time melting off the clock for Guild. Chance after chance coming out for Libertas. 8 shots rather for Libertas to just 2 from Guild so far in game 3.
But even Mike Boy, he gets the boost and then goes for the bump. I thought it was just Rizex being annoying, but it's everybody on that rotation out from Libertas. They have perfected it. Get boost, go for a bump, get back in time. Just rinse and repeat, and you can shave so many seconds off the clock.
Miss from Tho, net's open,
There it
and
is.
Mike Boy collects the 4th goal for Libertas. Less than a minute left. Surely this game is locked in.
Rizex gets that clear forward, and then he's got all the momentum just to take out somebody in the goal. A frustrating game from Guild. I mean, think back to the first 2 goals that we saw to them. They were so odd, so peculiar. It almost felt like I said, where you can't predict that stuff's gonna happen. You assume somebody's gonna hit it. They go for maybe a fake on the play, and now you're down 0-2. Time is getting shaved off the clock even more from Libertas. You can't get boost. It's just so frustrating overall.
Defensively, I have questions about Guild making a few mistakes, even though wasn't able to get that read off the backboard. It was a tough read, but the consistency not there. Rix Ronde perhaps looking for an infield pass, perhaps looking for a shot. Whatever that was, didn't work. But they're just buying time. Backboard pass. Scrub will race to it, trying to prevent the shutout. But it didn't work. And Libertas get the game 3 victory 4-0. They clobbered them this game, Turtle.
So dominant on the field. I think that everything was there in terms of rotations. They got these awkward goals. They got some solid passing, and they kept going for the passes. That's what I'm really impressed with, is even though they're up, maybe 3-0, 2-0, they kept going for those crazy passes instead of trying to play the safe route and start rotating back, stop going for demos. You're not giving any space to Guild. The entire time they were pressured, Guild was pressured, in their own half. They couldn't break out. They couldn't get boost. Not one time did we see Libertas back off and stop being annoying. They were in the face of Guild constantly.
And Rizex had some great plays. 3 assists from him. That pre-flip pass that pinched it out into the middle for Rix Ronde. That was a lovely play from him. And now Libertas just 1 game away from moving on to the next stage of the tournament. And with how they've been playing, I think they can do it here, Turtle.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Libertas, if they continue that strategy up, and I mean, they're taking advantage a lot too of the mechanical whiffs. I think that Guild, you're not happy with this performance in terms of your clears and also just mechanics. I think that a lot of times we see Tho even on the backboard or on the defense, a couple of misses. Nolly hasn't had the best looks on offense when he has a solo play that we normally see him put away. And Scrub Killer, he was popping off in the first game, it felt like, but then got a little bit silent. So frustrating game. Defense, you got annoying players to look out for, and your mechanics on point. How do you get out of this? The only way, I guess, is just to keep passing and maybe go for some demos when you're rotating back on defense to relieve the pressure a little bit.
Though, does well to get to that ball quickly. A booming pass. Scrub will break up the play, but a wide roundabout turn actually working out for Guild. Nolly now getting back on defense. That shot save from Nolly. Scary moment for Guild, but what an effort.
I mean, Mike Boy, I love the fact that he didn't even flip into the ball. Going for precision over power. And he had it on point, right on target. Last second save. And Rizex, the follow-up. That's the play we want to see from them if you're a fan of Libertas, is Rizex stuffing out that 50, finding the dunk off the backboard, and it's set up for Rix Ronde.
Rizex staying in the play, just hoping that he gets a good 50, and it was the perfect challenge.
Yeah, couldn't ask for more.
Mike Boy, upfield, Second effort from Nolly. That did get it deep into the Libertas half. Rix Ronde getting bumped as well. Can't get the 50 either.
Oh, look at the read from Rizex too to find that midfield pass, get in front of it, but then Nolly. Okay, that's what I want to see. If you're coming back on defense and you have all this pressure, try and take somebody out because nothing is working. Your mechanics aren't on point. You can't find the saves either. You're barely struggling to keep boost. There's only a few options you can go for before Libertas just take this game.
Nolly denied by Mike Boy, streaking to that shot. 2 minutes have melted off the clock. Though, punch that pass. Nolly gets bumped now on the goal line. Rix Ronde will bring it to the corner, goes for the 50. Huge win from Tho. Mike Boy will clear it downfield. Scrub gets a piece of it up for Nolly. Now Tho.
Oh, the bomb on Rix. Double commit.
We've seen a couple times now Nolly going for those bump attempts on the final defender, coming up just short. Things getting dire for Guild. Nolly getting bumped.
And Tho's being annoying too. He recognizes he needs to try to counter that aggression. He's flipping forward, ignoring rotation, taking boost. I love to see it. That's what we need to see from Guild if they want to get back in here.
Scrub to the corner. Bouncing off the corner again. Over to Mike Boy. He goes for net. Tho now to his own corner. Nolly trying to clear it up the sideline. Mike Boy was waiting. Now Tho will take his try at it. Rizex catches it, flicks it past two defenders. Scrub making a stop. Rix Ronde's up, goes for a double tap. Perhaps, no, won't be able to make it work. Tough angle.
Oh, the defense is sublime for everyone right now on Libertas. You see the third man there was waiting to challenge, forces Scrub Killer to flick out, but now here's a chance for Scrub. Speaking of him, doesn't work out, and they go back on offense. I was saying they just force that dribble to go for the flick and then have an easy clear. There's the pass, the connection from everyone on Guild. They sent it home, and the open net has been capitalized.
Great pass from Nolly there. Scrub waiting in the wings, had gotten full boost in the corner, and he was ready. That is exactly what Guild needed, and they're back into it.
And I was wrong. That wasn't even an open net. The shot was just too good. I thought the pass had opened up even more space, but credit to the shot, the strike from Scrub.
Rix Ronde finding Rizex upfield. Rizex doesn't look like he made contact, but Rix Ronde will go for it again in the middle, waiting. Rizex hoping Nolly hits it to him. It's over his head. Scrub kill his second shot off the backboard. Tho blocked. Nolly last back.
The
bump attempt doesn't come through. Had that connected, it could have been good for Libertas.
That's what's so scary too about this level of Rocket League. You have a good look at net. If you can't rotate back and scrub, the passing is there. Guild, what a comeback.
Nolly to scrub yet again. And that one looked like it even chipped the defender. Scrub really stepping up for Guild. 2 clutch goals, but it's not over yet. Rizex beat to the ball. Mike Boy left it. Rix Ronde had jumped, but a good 50 from Scrub, and that'll be game. Guild force game 5 yet again.
When they do it in the backpack of the duo of Scrub and Nolly, I mean, that was crucial in the end of this game. We saw Libertas keep going for the demos. Even a couple of scary looks where, if you remember, James, they had that counterattack and there was almost a demo on the last man back. I believe it was Nolly who dodged it, still got the save. Credit to that defense. And I am impressed because the passing wasn't working before, but now it's all of a sudden really starting to pay off. Scrub and Nolly on the offense. They can get it back and forth, open up some space, and Scrub is striking has been superb.
It has been what has kept Guild afloat in this series. 2 great goals from Scrub, but the pass is equally important from Nolly.
Yeah. Always hit out into the midfield where, you know, they give no chance for Libertas to even get in front of the shot because the ball is getting hit towards the player instead of straight across. Nolly, lovely passes, but we've got game 5, man. I mean, Libertas, they've had crazy looks. Even in that last game, I'm not convinced that Guild are completely back in shape and in form here, James.
Well, we will find out. This is the decider. You win, you go on to the next stage. If you lose, you still have one more life, but it would be much better to make it through here and now. Rix Ronde, slow plays it. The shot just off. Rix Ronde will beat Tho to the corner boost. Double commit, pinch. This shot, frighteningly close. Rix Ronde, 0 boost. Can't get the follow-up. Mike. Can't get it around Tho. Rizek's up. Nolly with the challenge. Rix Ronde towards the center of the field. Scrub will have some time to decide what to do with it. First touch gets away from him. But Tho will come in and clean up. Now goes for the pass. Scrub. He was there, but so was the defense from Libertas.
Oh, but look at the pressure from Guild. This is convincing. I've seen them barely on offense, it feels like, this whole series because they've just been going for big clears. But now in game 5, this is where they decide to step up. It's Scrub Killer following it up. Demos from Noli. I mean, this is how it's done. And then Mike Boy responds, okay, it's getting a little bit bloody out here on the field. But either way, it does feel like Guild have stepped up their gameplay in all areas.
And that was a shooting chance. Shot put high. No one there for the rebound. Now Mike Boy, his shot interrupted. Tho in his own corner, going for a challenge. It's out to Mike. Mike to Rix Ronde on the back wall. Goes for an awkward read, but it didn't work out. Nolly with that 50 will send it off the backboard. Rizek's challenged by Scrub. Mike off his own ceiling. Tho, light touch to the side wall, will take it up. Going for the solo play. The block chance was there, but it was well handled by Mike Boy.
Guild starting to send more players in with the solo plays. I like it. We saw Tho going for an air dribble now. Always keeping 2 players back, but the first player does keep it close so we can go for the 50. Even here we see a booming clear. Nolly is there to chase it up. Tho's rotating back and takes the boost. This is where I think Guild thrive the most, is whenever Tho is being annoying and aggressive, taking that boost. That's what happened last game. He would cut rotation just to go for that full boost pad. Let's see if he keeps it up.
Some space created for Libertas. You can see wide rotation. Scrub too far away from Nolly, but it bounces well to the middle. Scrub going for a second effort, but Rix Ronde on the backboard will deny it. Mike Boy around 1, but 0 boost. Gets demoed by Scrub at the midfield. Nolly hits it past Rizek. Rix Ronde, all his boost used for that touch. The pop from Scrub. Nolly's up. Missed from everyone.
Tho.
Shooting chance and a save coming out from Rix Ronde. Still trying to battle out of their own half. Libertas defending shot after shot.
Oh, there's the touch, Rix Ronde. Oh, I love it. He's so far forward, trying to receive the clear. I would have thought we'd see a counterattack a little bit sooner out of that aggression from Guild. But I think that's just to show that Guild's offense has improved drastically over here. They're not letting Libertas just take it out of their own defensive end, that easily for an open net to shoot at. Now Nolly here, good pass from Scrub. The duo trying to work their magic yet again.
Rizek's testing the defense. Scrub can't pop it around. Nolly, light first touch, goes for the block. Rix Ronde attempting to get it out. Scrub's second touch, forces it through the 50s. Almost working. Rizek's on 0 boost, gets a huge win. Nolly will back pass it. Scrub will let it go up the wall. Mike has to turn. Puts it right back out to Tho. Though off the backboard, that was a chance. That was not the greatest hit from Libertas. Now backboard. Rix Ronde can't get it, but he was threatening, though. Second effort. Mike Boy trying to pass it across the field, but Scrub Killa was already ready and waiting. Nolly out to Scrub. Scrub back to Nolly. Nolly to Tho, and Tho will put it wide off the backboard.
Where is the shot? The final execution. That's all we need. Guild have all the pressure. They just don't have that finishing shot. The bump maybe, but it's Tho to turn off, and now the 50 is going the other way. What is going on? How have Libertas managed to survive in Game 5?
I have no answer for you, Turtle, but I do know that next goal is going to take the whole thing. Scrub shut down by Rix Ronde. Bumps coming out. Mike Boy towards net.
way.
Tho through the traffic is able to recover and get the save. I thought he was out of commission on those bumps.
I would have guaranteed that to be the end, but now Nolly on the other side. Let's see what he's got. Nothing, because Mike Boy shoves the ball through him. Not even close. And like you said, I thought that bump was going to be the end of it. We just need one quick counterattack. If you can't get that final shot and you're Guild, odds are you're going to be too desperate. The shot comes out. Nolly, again, the save. Both teams now getting their chance at getting those last-second saves.
Those saves keeping Guild in it. I thought both of those instances, it was game over. But how many lives can you have? Mike Boy testing that double commit. Nolly didn't get as much on that second hit as he was hoping. Mike Boy hoping for a good 50. Misses out completely. Scrub.
Huge clear.
Yeah, that's a massive hit. Double commit as well. Great play. Tho to the middle.
midfield.
The shot. Rix Ronde might have gotten a piece of it. That one was so hard hit.
That's all they need. Just one pass into the midfield. It's so driven and linear into the corners that if you could just get it out to the midfield instead of trying to push it across the net, it makes the defense have less a chance of getting it. That's a shot on net. Still alive here is Libertas with this defense. What is going on?
Great chances from both sides. Mike Boy. Oh, the rebound out to Rix Ronde, who overpowers Guild on the goal line. Libertas in 5. Take it.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe that it's a Libertas to take away Game 5 after barely possessing the ball. They had so many shots, but it felt like Guild were the ones constantly harassing their own net. And yet, it's Libertas coming out on top in Game 5. That defense, huge respect to them for holding on.
Wow, that was a roller coaster of emotions, really. Guild having their chances to close it out. Libertas, you think they're going to be able to do it, though did so much to keep that series alive for Guild, making that stop. And, you know, Turtle,
dude,
you live for those series, man. That was stressful.
It's so frustrating too, because there's just slight chances where Guild, if it had just been a little bit more creative with tossing in the midfield, I feel like the shots would have been a little bit better. And they had all the possession. They had made a huge comeback from earlier on in the series where they were getting beaten into their own half. They finally break out, and then, of course, it's the shooting that's not working for them, and it's Libertas with a quick little counterattack and OT, man. That was such a fun series.
That was a fun series indeed. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more RLCS X.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Chiefs and Gibbs, to talk about that last match. We are partway through stage number 1 of our second European regional at Chiefs, and we're finding more and more people who are making it to stage 2. Guild versus Libertas, and Libertas are going to plow through.
And that was a tight one. Libertas were having to battle all the way through, and I am looking forward to hearing some of their thoughts later on in the interview, to say the least.
But for Libertas, this has to feel good. Last qualifier, they finished first. They played out the entire qualifier, was the best team. They didn't make it to top 16 last time. Very disappointing result there. Then this qualifier, once again, they go through the upper bracket. They breeze through it, but this time they get the job done versus a very talented Guild squad as well. This was a back and forth match. This is great for them to get more experience in those top 16 matchups.
Well, to talk about that, you mentioned an interview, Achieves, and we do have one. Juicy, the coach of Libertas, is going to be joining us. Juicy, welcome to the show. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Oh, it was a tough one, though. I think I had 10 years of my life expectancy went away during that series. Oh, my.
Well, you can breathe now.
Yeah.
You guys made it. I do have to ask the question, though. What did you guys do different this time? Obviously, this is a much different and much better result than the last regional.
But that's been the main thing. Like, we've been feeling all right whenever we went out, especially the field, because all the pressure is gone there. It's just much more chill. The grids has also been all right. It hasn't been great, but it's mainly been the fact that we needed to realize how strong we are, and we need to realize that we can have faith in each other, getting touches, and then through that, you get one step ahead of the opposition. And I think that's really what changed for us today.
So that's my question too, because the grid hasn't gotten that well, but qualifiers always have. Is there a roadblock for these guys to be on the big stream, or do you think it was just nerves?
Maybe not anymore, hopefully, but I do think we have had our issues with performing when it matters most, but it's been what we've been mainly working on, because for me as a coach, in terms of in-game, these guys are insane with their knowledge and they know what they need to do. It's mainly the mental side of things where sometimes they do need that extra setup, and that's what I'm there for.
And you mentioned that you guys need to have a lot more faith in each other, finding touches and stuff. So I'm wondering what that looks like in terms of keeping players like Nolly and Scrubkilla off the boards, because there were a lot of great passes coming off the sidewall. So is that sort of just you understand passes are coming and you just commit to cutting them off, or what does that look like for you guys?
Yeah, I think it's mainly that, but it's also mainly for how we transition into offense more than anything. It's when they get that infield pass, rather than the person that rotates back to goal just rushing there, they kind of linger around and see whether our third man already gets a good block, and then maybe we can get a passing play going. And before, we used to always get stuck on defense, and now that we start to have faith in each other to handle ourselves, even in 2v1 scenarios, that's when you get these quick transitions.
Well, it sounds like you guys have a plan now going forward. I'm questioning what the plan is for this week. Is it simply celebrating, hey, that you guys got this step, or is it nose to the grindstone now for the next week for stage 2?
I mean, up until this point, back when the season started, we told ourselves we wanted to get top 16 in the first regional, and then move on from there, hopefully break into the top 10, top 8. And I think at this point, we're happy that we made top 16, but we also realized this actually should have happened earlier.
You're behind,
now, exactly. From here on out, it is onwards and see how much damage we actually can do to the top 10 in Europe.
Hey, I like it. You know, you guys had goals, even though you fell behind, you're still trying to keep on schedule, and that's that causes for some good motivation. So, Juicy, we got to let you go to move the show on here, but thank you so much for joining us and talking Libertas.
Thank you for having me, and follow Rick's Ronde on Twitter.
that is a coach. That is a proper coach. Get his players out there. But there it is. You got Juicy now from Libertas. What a guy, full of energy too. I don't know if it's just because they came off that last match there, Chiefs, but he sounds like a fun guy to have backing your team up, right?
Yeah, it's great. It's always a lot of fun because, half the battle in team sports is, team dynamic. And if they're able to come off a nail biter like that and be like, oh man, that was great. It's always good to see.
Yeah. Well, we got to move the show along because we have one final round to get to and a couple more qualification spots. So let's take a look at the standings real quick, just to understand who's left in this. Of course, Magnifico is sitting there. Oxygen, Barrage, Guild, and Fierce and Minx are the last 6 teams, guys, to make it an attempt to get in here. And I feel like I'm kind of worried for Oxygen here, Gibbs. They're in the same spot where they could not qualify.
It's them and Guild as well. Guild has been one of these teams that's so topsy-turvy. It's going to be interesting. Right now, we've seen throughout today that we've had a clear top 8, I would say, throughout most of today, and then a clear bottom 8. But at the end of the day, there's 3 teams that are coming from that bottom side, 3 from the top, and they play 1 best of 5. And that's all that matters. That's, 40 minutes of Rocket League that will determine, are you top 16? Will you have a complete new record when you get there, or will you go home early and have to wait for some more grid matches for some of these teams?
We'll find out soon because we do again have 3 matchups left. So let's take a look at what those matchups are. Of course, we still have 2 broadcasts going. 2 of the matches will be here on this channel. 1 will be happening over on the E-League channel, twitch.tv/E-League. And of course, that'll be Magnifico versus Fierce. Over here, we have Guild versus Minx and Oxygen versus Barrage. They're about ready, so let's just start talking about this next match coming up here. Oxygen versus Barrage, everything qualification for that top 16 from here on out. Oxygen, Barrage hopefully achieves. This should be the upper hand for Oxygen, but I feel like we've said this before.
Yes, you would hope that this would be the upper hand for Oxygen. Barrage made up of Awali, Cynical, and Rise. So a few players that, have seen some high-level competition, but mostly this is a team that's kind of come out of nowhere a little bit. So Barrage definitely got their backs against the wall, but they did just come off a real big win. Oxygen have had to come off a loss, of course, but Oxygen have at least had some time to cool down and get set.
So the new name of Barrage, they were here last time at 2-2, played Magnifico, and they lost to make top 16. So they've been close before. We'll see if they can do it this time.
Get your votes in chat right now. It's the final chance for today for Stage 1 Group A to be able to get some votes in, get your thoughts out there. While you guys do that and chat with those hashtags, we're going to get our predictions out real quick before we get in. Oxygen or Barrage, Gibbs, are they making it in regional number 2?
I got to pick Astral's backpack over Barrage. Simple as that. I think Astral will carry this team. We'll find a way to make them go top 16. I haven't seen much from the other 2, but I'm going to go with Oxygen.
Yes, I think you have to pick Oxygen, regardless of how they've.
You don't have to.
Well, yeah, but you have to. It's the uphill battle for Barrage, right? Just because Oxygen looks wishy-washy doesn't mean that Barrage is just gonna be like, "Yep, we win." You have to pick Oxygen.
Yeah, you're right. You have to pick Oxygen. If you don't pick Oxygen, you're not going to get this prediction right. I really hope I didn't cast or curse that right now. Maybe Barrage is hoping that I cast or curse that.
They're definitely hoping you did.
Yeah. Chat is a little unconfident on this one. Apparently, they didn't think you had to.
Man, Twitch chat is timid today. This is
it's
Oxygen versus Barrage. I'm thinking 90-10 just for some meme picks, but 75-25 is not that bad for Barrage.
Well, we have our final round ready and set to go. So get online and let us know if you think Barrage is going to take it or if Oxygen is finally going to push through one of these regionals to the top 16 and maybe a top 8 down the road. Get on Twitter with the hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports to get your thoughts out there. But it's now time to head over to the Skybox for one last time with your commentary.
Thank you, Leaf. Getting ready for Oxygen versus Barrage. Barrage, if they can make the top 16, Corelli, would certainly be a story for them, considering we have not really seen them on the RLCS stage. They had posted a 1-game win against Barcelona, but since then have kind of traded with other teams that would be considered in their field and have lost their other ones. But I'm excited to see what this team brings to the table up against Oxygen, who've been up and down at times today, although they have won those matches that you would expect them to.
Yeah, this team formerly op-blocked the last time they were here in the regional. They have to go up against, I suppose, the final boss for them here in Oxygen. Like you said, it would be a great story for them to make it, but Oxygen, a team that's kind of wanting to redeem themselves after their last performance in the regional. And this is a team where I think a lot of people are going to expect Barrage to fall to Oxygen. I think it's up to Barrage to really show us what they got here in the first couple minutes.
Well, so far, it's Oxygen pushing into the corners, and Farah gonna let that ball drop here for Chaussette. Astral has popped off a couple of times today. He had that sick double ceiling double tap earlier, and this maybe he gets a shot there, but it's denied by Rise. So far, control belonging to Oxygen, while Barrage handle the barrage in the corners from Oxygen.
Yeah, they're holding on, and that's a great clear. They finally relieved some pressure from Oxygen, but you can already see here in the first minute the speed from Oxygen and just putting on that quick pressure from Barrage, and it broke down their defense for quite a bit of time. That's a big miss by Chaussette, and now Oxygen showing some holes in the armor here as Barrage set up for another attack.
They did get the ball out. I thought pulling off the first man would end up giving possession back to Oxygen, but they did recover. Around the corner, Wally goes, but Chaussette shadows him the whole way and safely takes the ball out of harm's way. Rotation for Barrage has been respectful, to say, but they found a quick pass on defense for Rise. Two demos and a goal for Wally. Oh, Barrage.
This was beautifully set up as well. That first touch uncontested, and you know you're in a tough spot. Any player that can bring the ball up into the air like that uncontested, they have a lot of options open up to them, and it's a great choice there for Barrage to put that one through. And I like to see them get this first goal. Is what I was talking about. It feels like for a team like this, they've been on the fringe here a couple times in this regional, have to go up against this final boss. Striking first is exactly how you start off game one and this series.
And Wally still forces more pressure against Chaussette. Oxygen's slow to get back to these balls, although Astral does a great job handling the ball out, beating two attackers, but they got it right back. Rise, his ball will be taken away by Chaussette. And now you see the confidence, and then immediately turning around was Wally. I thought he was going to go up and immediately challenge that ball, but they remain disciplined for now, Corelli. They've flipped the game from the first minute and have kind of taken over Oxygen.
Yeah, I like what they're doing, especially with these clears into space. Oxygen are giving up some holes in the midfield, and Barrage have taken advantage of just buying themselves some time and space by clearing into it. And they've put Oxygen on the back foot a couple times. So this series, I think, is going to be a bit closer, at least here in game one, than what people might expect.
Cynical couldn't keep the clear. Rise will be the next to try to force this ball out for Barrage. But Oxygen starting to get some consistent carries, really hammering that corner. Chaussette will not find the shot, blocked against Rise. Astral now stays on top of this. Farrell on the wing. He has a ball towards the net, but it will gently fall right behind Cynical. It was getting a little scary, though.
It's a little dicey there inside the box. Not the best clears coming out from Barrage at the moment. A lot of them going straight into an Oxygen player or just not far enough to clear their lines. As they are able to break out for now, the question is, can they set up an attack to break down the Oxygen defense, who, quite frankly, Jorby, haven't looked very strong here in the last few minutes of this game one.
It's definitely died. Like that opening minute, I thought was really good. It was looking solid. Oxygen had locked down midfield. They were getting a couple of chances, but then Barrage, off of that Owali goal, it's died. And they haven't been able to, they get this hard clear, and unless they win this next challenge from Farrah's not even going to do that. He's going to go for the demo instead. He wasn't going to get back to the ball. But now it's a clear lane for Barrage to take another shot, and a ton of time wasted on the clock as well. Barrage putting their best foot forward in this do-or-die match to try to get to stage 2 in the regional. It looks really good right now in game 1.
Let's see if Barrage can set up another attack here. I like what I've seen from them as they break out. They do pick up the pace once they move over that midfield line as well. Oxygen have just struggled to put the ball away. They've put on 3 shots, and a few of them have been very dangerous. But that defense has been able to hold on for Barrage. The question is, can they hold on for another 15 seconds?
Ball long for Farah. Astral found him, but midfield, the game has been non-existent for Oxygen there. They get one more chance with Astral. As time expires, can Farah catch up to it? No. And Barrage will take the first game in this set.
So this was a really good game, I think, from Barrage. First of all, obviously because they won, but they were able to weather the storm. My question is, sometimes we see this, especially with teams like this Barrage team, we haven't really seen in RLCS before, aside from maybe that last regional, but in past seasons, haven't seen them too much. So a lot of times we do see teams, they kind of win out this close game one, and then usually the team with experience kind of come through in the last few games and really pick up the pace. I think for Oxygen, they definitely know the temperature of Barrage now, and the question is really, can they start to pick up their gameplay and, quite frankly, put away the chances that they had here in this game? They had plenty to put Barrage down by at least a goal here.
Yeah, I don't think Barrage gave them any looks that they were not used to seeing or made things uncomfortable. I just thought that they got the better half of the positioning there and took advantage of Oxygen slow on their own back wall. So we'll see if they recover here. Oxygen, it's kind of been this with them today. Within a game or within a match itself, they play up and down. There are some games they play and you're like, wow, I don't know if the other team is going to come back and win this set. But then they never play. They never seem to play consistently game to game. And you just can never really get a read on Oxygen completely in this regional. So we'll see if they get squared back up. But I like how Barrage have started. And no better in this situation as Rise dives down on the double commit, but Awali picks up the save. Rise has a one-on-one with one-man shot set coming in behind him. Saved, though, and knocked away by Farah.
I think Rise might have expected a challenge there, or at least messed up a flick that he was going for. But here's a shot from Shastan. What a save from Rise! 2 touches to break out. Oh, he would clear it to the corner. Man, what a save, though, on the goal line inside of his own net.
They're still not done. Shastan had to sneak between 2 defenders to find a shot on net. Farah waiting on the side wall will take him out against Cynical. Still, though, Farah gets back to it. He's got Shastet downfield, and now coming in, you saw Astral streaming across just to keep Barrage honest on the goal line. They maintain possession. Shastet looking for Astral on the rebound, but it's taken away again by Rise, starting to say his name a lot more often on defense.
God, and great ball control from him as well. Barrage, one thing we really haven't seen from them is keeping Oxygen in their defensive third, and this could be the first time they do. That's a great block by Rise to just disrupt the clears. I think that's the next step here for Barrage, is how do you lock in this Oxygen defense? And that one's gonna go over Shastet's head, and it's a 1-goal lead again for Barrage.
Oh, how does this one end up going in? Shastet, he's already going back the other way, and he turned in before that challenge happened. He did not expect that ball to be shot right on top of him. And so he couldn't recover in time. Too fast of a shot. Great challenge from Awali that just turned into a goal.
And I am getting a bit concerned now for Oxygen. I know that one was a tough goal, and the first one in the first game as well was also one where I feel like Oxygen could have had the better of it. But now, once again, you find yourself down by a goal. You've had 4 shots in this game, a couple good looks, and give credit to the Barrage defense. But Oxygen still are sitting here scoreless, while Barrage somehow are finding a way to hit the target.
2 missed, but that might only be for their benefit. Barrage still get the ball in the orange half. If Rise finds the read, and he did. It'll be up here for Awali, and the challenge goes straight down to Cynical. Off the backboard, it's free for Rise to grab, but hopping up just in time was Astral. And now Oxygen are tight against their own back wall, having to constantly come back and defend balls like that. That one got away from the net this time, and they get along clear, but that's not the first or second time that ball has been so dangerously floated and across their net, where Oxygen just don't seem to have a response for Barrage's assault.
There's 2 demos there from Barrage as well, and I had talked about it a couple minutes ago, saying Barrage really do need to lock in Oxygen, and boy, oh boy, they have sent a message to Oxygen that they need to step it up right now. Oxygen need to find that next level, because Barrage just seem to be getting better and better as this game goes on.
Astral with the attempted catch, but Shastet, third man, came up to take a shot, and Awali takes the save, but another one's coming. Farah, Astral, slows it down and dunks it right on top of Cynical. Does it give Oxygen possession still? Yes. Now Farah, back to Astral. The goal is good! Oxygen right back in it.
It has to be perfect from Oxygen because Barrage are just saving everything. And look at the placement from Astral here, left side, right off the post and in. And that's what it takes to break the defense of Barrage right now. 5 saves from Barrage on the 7 shots from Oxygen. You know that defense is going to hold up strong.
Rise forced to make a quick save off the kickoff. Oxygen feeling the energy from that last goal. Can they turn it into a second goal for a lead? Well, Barrage stop one attack and look to set up one of their own. Owali goes straight towards paint, but Chaussette will take the rebound, cutting off it slow. No, Barrage will not hang on to the ball. Astral takes it back. Oxygen, do they have a quick play? It's turned out again, Corellian. They're sent packing to the back wall. Chaussette needs a hard clear. He's going to get it.
It's just awkward for Oxygen right now. It just feels like everything Barrage does is just away from an Oxygen player, and it just makes them tough to stay with the play. And you're seeing 2 players go from Oxygen over and over again to stay with the play to either get the block or give the man on the ball an option, and it comes right back into their face. Barrage all over them right now. Oxygen need to figure it out.
Yeah, it has to be frustrating for Oxygen too, because keeping that second man close to the first man can work out eventually, but hold on a second. The rotation blown apart here by Oxygen. Somehow, Rise and Cynical found the gap.
2 players go on the first man on the ball from Barrage, which leaves 1 man in net. Cynical saw the play all the way through and knew that he could beat that last man on the line. And that's really what we're talking about here. Barrage doing well to get past 1-2 players multiple times in a play, and it creates such a problem for the defense of Oxygen.
Not a lot of continuous touches either for Oxygen. And with a challenge like that from Cynical, it's certainly going to be hard to find any sort of touch onto the ball. Maybe a chance here, though, for Astral. No. Defense has cut off these long passes downfield. And Cynical, Owali got the goal. I was looking from far away at a different angle. It looked like that was Cynical's, but Owali gets it.
Oh, this is brilliant on the fake. Cynical so close to the ball and just lets it go. It's so hard for Chaussette to really read what's going to happen there. Even if Cynical does get the touch, I mean, who knows where he's going to put it. So for Chaussette, he really had to guess. And now a 3-1 scoreline in favor of Barrage. And they're looking at 1 more game to qualify over Oxygen.
I can't believe you just said that sentence. For a team, Owali, Cynical, Rise, I say, where have they been? The answer to that, Corelli, is this is the first time that they've been in this close of a position against a team that everybody was expecting going in. It's like, yeah, Oxygen, you know, it's been up and down and stuff, but they're killing it in the grid, and you know that they're going to be able to qualify here. Well, apparently not. Barrage are knocking at the door. Actually, no. They got a giant ram, and they're just throwing it into the door and bursting it down. Oxygen are literally about to get swept.
And I mean, through these 2 games, you know, I was a bit skeptical coming into game 2. What was Barrage really going to come out with in game 2? Because again, that's really where we start to see, you know, we separate the men from the boys at that point. And Barrage have just met every single mark all the way up the ladder here. And through 2 games, I have no doubts in Barrage now moving forward. They are the real deal. And they absolutely can take down this Oxygen Esports team. And it might even be a 3-0 at this point with the way they're playing.
I really like Owali and how he's been playing. He has been the striker finding the net most often for Barrage in this set, but Rise as well on defense, Corelli. I feel like there have been a couple of times where Barrage has been put in a third man, last man back situation that Rise has always gotten a solid touch out to buy time for his team. It's been a really solid performance overall for Barrage. They've really forced Oxygen to struggle for ideas on offense and how they can punch through this defense, because they just have not had any success.
And, you know, I feel like we do say it a lot where it's, you know, oh, you know, we hope that a team can start off really strong in that first goal. I feel like that has helped Barrage here in both the games that they've played. It just kind of proves to themselves, yes, we are here to play against Oxygen. We absolutely can take them down, especially for a team that have been on the cusp before in a regional. That's a big miss, though. And that's an open net for Farah, and not a good start for Barrage as Oxygen finally get on the board.
Real simple for that one. You just got to hit that. Huge miss for Rise, and Not the kind of vibe you want on Barrage when you're this close to sweeping Oxygen. Nerves might start playing an effect, Corelli, when you do get this close. You know you have some, wiggle room to work with. You've built that lead, but then you're like, can we really get to stage 2? I mean, we heard the interview with Libertas' coach, and he was sweating, and just hearing how elated he was for his team to make stage 2, when it makes me feel like they are under a similar position here, Barrage. You're feeling that pressure, and if they can deliver here with the last 2 games they delivered us, then it's solid. No more questions about it. But right now, Oxygen, they've struggled for offense, and maybe they could get some more of it, but it looks like Barrage has stabilized since that last goal. Another good challenge forces Chaussette to boom the ball downfield.
I mean, we need some sort of breakout performance here from an Oxygen player. I mean, right now, Jorby, we really haven't been saying any of their names. I mean, nothing's really happening for Oxygen. Up until this game, of course, they finally get a goal, and they have generated a lot more offense. These are the types of plays that are so scary. It's another miss there from Rise off the back wall, and for all the great defensive stops that he's had, there's 2 now here in this game that he just couldn't get up to.
I feel like I cursed him. It was right after I got done talking about it that he missed the first one. But you can't let this shake you if you're Barrage. You just get down to the next one. Next kickoff, we'll get the next ball. But for Oxygen, now you start to find your form. This is where it could get out of control for Barrage. Oxygen love their long series, and trying to put a third shot on. Rise will grab this one, but Astral stole his boost, and 2 players collide towards him. It's starting to look a little cleaner for Oxygen, a little more confidence in their approach to the game, and a little bit more speed, Corelli. But Barrage, can they keep this ball on offense? We'll find out. And they did not, but they did get the ball back on defense. And Cynical's downfield, but Astral got there first. Still, it's set up here for Barrage. Astral gonna pass that out to Chaussette in midfield, but he had to pull off quick. Cynical looking for Rise. He couldn't find him. Barrage are having all sorts of issues now. Once they did get on offense, they can't connect on any of their passing plays. Hasn't looked the cleanest from them in game 3.
Oxygen have done a much better job of just getting the ball out of their end without a Barrage player instantly all over it. It was a good little passing play through the midfield for Barrage, but Oxygen have found a bit more form here. The structure of the team has looked a lot better. They're not diving in too much. They're not seeing double commits. They're not being beat by 2 players aren't being beat by 1 man on the ball. That's a big miss. As Cynical has a free shot, and as soon as we start complimenting Oxygen, they have a huge blunder on defense, and Cynical takes a free goal.
I'm surprised Astral didn't challenge this ball. I thought that was one he should have just went for, but instead he stayed back. He was rotating back from midfield. He had already grabbed the boost, and by the time he was halfway to his net, the challenge from his teammate was already lost, and he could have came straight back out to that ball. Instead, he chose to stay back. Not sure if that was the right call for Astral, but either way, it's a huge relief for Barrage. You stop Oxygen's attack and maybe get yourself set up for a tying goal. But time's starting to tick away slowly, and they definitely need a better handle on the ball here on defense if they have hope of it.
Let's find a way out here in the final minute. Oxygen, obviously, making sure that doesn't happen. And Oxygen have had to play, while they've had a lot more offense in this game, they're still having to put up numbers on the defensive side as well. 6 saves for Oxygen here. That's a great demo by Farah. He almost got 1 more.
Good pressure and good possession overall by Oxygen. That's exactly what you want to see. You don't want to see him taking too many risks and put yourself in a bad spot as third man, especially with how Barrage have been able to punish you on a couple of those. Astral forced up high to make a save, and he does well to keep the ball close. Maybe he sets something up immediately for Oxygen here as Farah takes the rebound out, Corelli, but they did well to kill a lot of time off the clock. But all you need is 1 for Barrage. They'll start from midfield.
That's not the best touch there from Cynical, as it does pinch back towards his net. This is it. 20 seconds left for Barrage, looking to move on with a 3-0 if they can do it. And Oxygen trying to hang in there.
Ooh, nice shot, but not fast enough. Astral picked up the save right behind. Another shot denied by Chaussette. Who's next in the rotation? Cynical, but he lost to Chaussette. Here's Awali. He scored a couple. Oh, it barely stayed off the ground from Cynical, but it will drop to the ground. This will not end in a sweep for Oxygen. They will not go out this way. We'll play at least one more.
Auction fans taking a deep breath after that one, and I can't blame you after, again, very close game here. It took 9 saves out of Oxygen to just stay in it. But I think for Oxygen, you know, it's kind of the inverse. You know, I talked about for Barrage how you have to keep raising the level of play, and Oxygen, again, there hasn't really been that great of stuff from any of the players right now. I haven't really seen any standout performances from any 3 players. So for Oxygen, who's going to step up for them and really try and help pull off this reverse sweep that is looking very bleak? Even with that win, it was still very close for Oxygen. This is not some commanding win that they got.
No, I totally agree. I felt like a lot of Oxygen's opportunities came off of Astral carrying the ball long down the field. They're just trying to force a challenge out of whoever, and then the second man just trying to read where that challenge is going to go. That feels like where the majority of the pressure has developed for Oxygen. Whether or not that continues to work in Game 4, or whether we even see them continue to do that, is yet to be seen. But that's how they got Game 3, and Chaussette almost started Game 4 with a bang. But no, it will not, and Awali will get the ball.
And let's remember that the goals that Oxygen got, while we can give credit for someone being there to put it away, were pretty big defensive misses by Barrage. And there's a good shot from Chaussette. But, you know, that's the difference so far. Is another great setup from Rise. Look at the shot as it goes down. Everyone from Oxygen was panicking as that play developed so quickly from Barrage.
Astral wants to be going supersonic 100% of the time. Hang on a second. Chaussette found the pass from Farah, but no shot will come out of it. But I've been sitting on Astral's cam for probably about like 6 minutes now. And if that dude is going slow, he's flipping, so he's going faster if he doesn't have boost to do it for him. And like on that last defensive stop that he had, he literally drove full speed into the net before he knew that the ball was going to come that way. He knew it was going to come off the backboard, but didn't check anything. It's just whoop, up off the top of the net. Yeah, easy save. I'm just here for it. It's just, it's interesting. And he's trying to be speedy here in the corner, but ends up losing that challenge. But it allows Oxygen a setup here for Farah and Chaussette. Farah finding Chaussette again. Astral clearing up business in midfield. And that bump gave Astral a chance at the back wall. He will try to collect his own boost. Oxygen extended stay here in the blue half.
I've been watching the Rise cam here as a free shot comes out from Chaussette. He's been boost starved here for a while and been bullied around a bit. Oxygen definitely taking notice of really what's been Barrage's star defensive player so far, as he's finally been able to pick up full boost.
This one will fall down into Astral, and he will pop the ball up for himself. He had tons of space, but he had Farah on the wing, and that's a little disjointed from Oxygen. You had a couple of options. Instead, the demo gives Barrage nothing. They're denied a goal. They got screened by their own play.
Well, it was tough. Rise was already in his side flip when that came out, and it came off only into Rise on the flip, and so he accidentally put it wide. So it was tough for Rise to really make a play. So unfortunate circumstances, but a great setup from Barrage.
Astral coming the whole way down to make that challenge happen, but Rise will take it back to Oxygen's corner. Barrage set up for a long stay here on offense. Cynical will make one challenge happen, and now Farah has work to do for a clear. Awali makes it even more difficult, and Chaussette will throw the ball back out into space to Farah. That took Rise out of the play. Cynical only gave it back down to Chaussette, forcing Awali to get back quickly and make that touch. It was potentially dangerous 2 separate times on occasion there for Barrage, but we're 3 minutes of gameplay in with no goals left. Barrage might get one here. Awali winning one touch, but Chaussette will take it away again. Chaussette, some solid touches on defense to keep Barrage out of consistent opportunities. What a challenge from Awali.
It's a free
lane
shot
for Cynical, and it's a roller. What a play from Awali to give Barrage the lead.
Yeah, he's just been such a nuisance for Oxygen right now. Even on that last play with Rise just missing the shot, he was the man to be the demo or downfield, that linebacker right now. And for Barrage, it has paid off multiple times. It's not just even in this game. There's been multiple games where He's just been running downfield and getting in the face of the defense, and maybe that's what's contributing to the difficulties of the defensive organization that we've seen from Oxygen right now, is they have really struggled to stay organized, and it might just be that interference from that first man downfield.
Farah wins a couple of balls for Chaussette. The shot's on target, and it's good! Oxygen were down, but not for long. They're back.
And they really needed this one. They needed Chaussette to step up, and look at this touch from Chaussette. Beautifully done, and Rise, he went up that wall, and he just slowed him down enough where he couldn't get back to the ball fast enough. So great touch from Chaussette. Got to give him credit there. He's had all of Oxygen's shots with 6 here in this game, finally able to put one away.
Finally got one. Now Cynical. Well, Barrage are intent to end this one in regulation. Here they are set up with Awali. Hard ball off the back wall. Cynical ends up hitting the player, not the ball. That's all right for them, though, because Rise got behind it. Takes a pot shot at Chaussette. And Awali grabs the ball again, forcing Astral wide out. I love that approach from Awali on that play. You know if you play it a little closer to Astral, he's going to win that challenge. Instead, he takes it straight out and gave him enough time to get back to the challenge. And look what it's given Cynical, another shot on net. Astral struggling to find a clear while he cuts him off again. Chaussette, can he get the clear route? No, Rise goes under him.
Oh, he got
Slips
him.
around Astral. Can he get by Pharaoh? Well, he popped the ball up back for Cynical. Back towards the net, but Awali did not like what he saw and is back towards the third. Awali comes again. How have Oxygen not got the clear? Finally, Chaussette gets something off the ceiling and gets the second follow-up, but time running out and they didn't get set up on offense. How could you, with how many touches it took to get out of your own half? It's not even over. Low off the backboard, another shot. Chaussette grabs it again, trying to keep this team alive. Hang on, Rise turns around. Goal! Barrage are up with 3 seconds remaining.
Again, another demo play from Oli right in the net, and Rise just has to turn around and whip this one into net. That has been the bread and butter for Barrage here in this series, and it might just win it for him.
Barrage, is it stage 2? Are Oxygen down, or will Farah give them one last
It's
breath?
Astral.
Here's Astral. 1.
Astral.
2.
Astral.
Oh, Rise denies Oxygen the goal, and they move to stage 2.
Wow. Wow, what a huge win for Barrage. Unbelievable stuff from them, and they never slowed down here in this series, and I think that's the biggest takeaway for Barrage. They played up to par throughout this series, even when they lost, right? You know, sometimes teams come in, they ride that high, they get the first couple goals against a big team like Oxygen, and then they start to peter out towards the end. Barrage just got better and better, and this was a fantastic game to qualify for Barrage, and they should be extremely proud of themselves here.
Yeah, from start to finish. It was no holding back from Barrage, no scared approach, no over passivity. It was Awali opening things up for this team. He got the first goal of this match, and then after that, it was that was all they needed to wash off any kind of nervousness they might have had going into this match. And they never really gave it back to Oxygen. Even in the game that Oxygen won, Corelli, we didn't feel like they had won it, more that Barrage had lost it.
I messaged 43, the coach of Barrage, before this. I asked him how he felt, or actually he just told me. He said, I'm a bit nervous, but hopeful. And he just messaged me again and says, I'm shaking. So you know what this win means for him. They knew that they had a tough opponent. They qualified for stage 2. Huge day for Barrage.
Absolutely. Maybe a huge day for one more team. We got one more match to close out our very first day of the second European Regional. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need Don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X. We are getting ready for our last match of the day. It will be Guild and MinKZ Gaming trying to qualify for that coveted Stage 2 spot. But we just got done with Oxygen versus Barrage, where we saw Barrage upset Oxygen, Corelli, in a game that ended up turning real thrilling by the end as the highlight reel rolls.
Yeah, the more I thought about it, because I was thinking about it during the break, Jorby, as you do, and I felt like Oxygen, they were a little disjointed here in this game. I don't know if it was the communication or if it was just awkward for it, something the Barrage was doing, but it felt like a lot of players were going for the same ball. It felt like the second they were on defense, they were panicking. I don't know if maybe they were thinking about the last time that they were here and the problems that they had, but I feel like Oxygen, there are some things to work on when they get to the big stage, and right now it's just not working.
Now, they'll have the grid to try to iron things out for them for the rest of the season, but they are out of the European regional. Who still has a chance, though, is Guild and MinKZ Gaming. Now, MinKZ Gaming were part of the talk of the European town last regional, where they qualified for the top 16, Mats Gray, and Kern. I remember liking watching this team when we had them on stream a couple of times, Corelli, but to me, all eyes are on Guild. Guild, are they about to pull an Oxygen here? This is another team where I feel like they're disjointed, and like their philosophy on offense just kind of dies. And when you put a little too much pressure on them, they tend to they struggle, but they're not struggling right now, though they'll start things off with a goal.
And the inverse of that, Jorby, is with the weapons that this team has everyone on the team is so good individually that when they are feeling themselves and they're comfortable and confident, this team can be one of the best in Europe. But right now, from what we've seen in the games in the series from Guild, they have been shaky. Like you said, disjointed, a little disorganized. It feels like everyone's kind of playing their own game instead of playing the team game.
Or just maybe a little passive at times, or it's like, okay, well, he's going to go for that ball and I'm just going to sit back here because, you know, that ball will bounce back to me. But a little more aggressive here on this next push. Though, it goes for a hard rebound against the back wall, but Nolly and Scrub had to stay back in their own half. Though looking for a way out. He did get that slide against the back wall, but it was all for naught. Just got pitched right back into their backboard. And a high ball falls straight down to Nolly. Nothing too threatening developing, except Tho, who is the biggest threat on the field right now for Guild.
That's a tough challenge there for Mads. I mean, you feel like you had him, but he went a little bit too far to the left, and that pinched back towards his net as though it was behind the ball a bit more. So unfortunate situation there, and a rough start here for Mink's game, and they really got to turn things around here in game one. You got to stop the bleeding. Again, the Guild is a team that once they get going and they feel comfortable and confident, they will just start putting away goals. The individual talent on this team is too high to not let that happen.
Right now, it's Migs Gaming forced to dive for some of these challenges, but Mads will win one touch, Mads Gray will win another, and it will be blocked back to midfield for Tho to receive. Receive he does. But Migs Gaming, how do they want to get set up here? You have Mads Gray second man, he's waiting back in midfield. He'll go for the jump ball. That only baited out himself, and now Mads has to buy time. As Scrub gets right over him, he flips it over another, and Mads Gray avoids danger to finally get the ball out for Minx.
Yeah,
what a pass.
that's
no!
A big miss. That one hurts if you're Minx. You really need every opportunity you're going to get, and that was a huge one. They weren't able to capitalize there, and it does feel like I was about to say as well that it feels like Minx, I don't know if they're a little bit nervous or what. There's been some missed touches, some indecision. Right now, they just need to get into this series, into this game, and understand where they're sitting at. They have opportunity as that one almost goes in for Mads.
Oh, and Mads Gray got up to that next ball, but he ended up skidding right over the top of it. Another shot denied, this time by Nolly. Still, this is a good progression, and Migs, they can't get another shot on net as Scrub finds a long clear for Mads to handle. And handle it for now, but it's a dump back to Nolly from Tho. Back to Tho, and shot is denied again. Nothing here for Minx on the counter-attack. They're going to need to win a challenge or two, and they can't even win the ball against Scrub, so Scrub will carry that ball out, find Tho in traffic, and Tho will get the Hattie casually.
I was about to say, you really can't afford to give Guild this much space in the midfield. Players like Scrub will just take this one away. And that's great teamwork from Guild. You know, we talked about them being disjointed, but I like to see them combine downfield and get that confidence going. And again, I feel like Minx right now are just not playing up to the speed and to the level in which Guild want to play out. And you're seeing where those gaps are through the midfield. Very clearly, Guild are taking advantage right now.
And Minx, when they have a little bit of space, they're already going full speed by the time they get to the ball. Scrub has full length and almost found the shot. He'll get the bump in net. He'll dunk another one on his way out, and it allows another shot to come, but it's denied. And now a breakaway opportunity that Scrub has to catch. He can't. Minx finally on the board. Mads Gray picks it up.
This is a great response from Minx. Scrub's late rotating back because he accidentally landed on a player, which slowed him down when he had no boost. And that bought just enough time for Matt Gray to get down. Give credit. A good angle there to put that shot away. Nobody was home for Guild. Everyone committed. And one back for Minx.
Ooh. Getting boxed out of midfield off the kickoff for Guild. Minx have to fight Scrub for the ball, who's been having his way with the pitch in this game. Tho, who's been having his way with the net. And Nolly, who's just happy to be here with a 3-1 lead. And Guild, you know, they're able to roll that ball back out to the corner, but it's got to feel comforting for Guild when you're put in this kind of spot and it's been 2-2. Some of your matches have been tough today. You haven't looked your best at times. But it's got to feel good to come out pretty strong against Minx. They still got to be careful in this last minute.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, while Guild are looking like the stronger team, they've had to put up now 9 saves against Minx. So it's not an easy game. It's not, is he going to do it? Oh, it's just too high. And Scrub accidentally clears it away. That would have been a highlight reel goal. That would have been a highlight reel goal.
It would have.
But opportunity is there for Minx. You know, I don't want to count them out just yet. They might go down and lose this game 1, but they're putting up shots, and maybe it was a slow start here in the beginning, but I think they're warming up to this play style of Guild.
Well, they're at least making that first man on Guild. There's usually a Minx car there to force them to go to a specific direction with the ball. I think that's really helped with the rest of their rotation. But the difference really is the consistent pressure, Corelli, I think, for Minx. They can get a few shots off pretty consistently. They can find the clears, but locking down midfield for more than, say, 30 seconds is something they've certainly struggled with. And you do got to pressure Guild a little bit more than that to see those mistakes start to unfold.
Yeah, I think the biggest threat to Minx right now are just literally the individual plays from Guild. When a player has full boost and he takes the ball up the wall, they are very confident in their individual skill. And you've seen it, I mean, multiple times, Guild players air dribbling over 1-2 players of Minx. So they really do either respect it more, or they need to ideally shut it down before it even formulates for Guild.
Yeah, maybe your second man does stay a little more relaxed, understanding like, okay, we know that they're going to try for this solo play. So we'll play it like a solo play, and we'll just play not necessarily the loss, but, you know, not pushing forward, expecting the ball to be pushed forward, just to try to keep Guild honest on some of these carries. Because if you continue to give Scrub that space, or you want to play that close, tight rotation, Scrub's just air dribbling the ball over you. It's not working. They definitely have to change it up. I agree, Crowley.
But again, opportunity is there for Minx. Some were weaker than others, but there were a lot of quality shots that forced some tough saves out of Guild. And I don't know, maybe that was just because Guild kind of got a little cocky in that game. You could tell by the way they were playing. That's a great pass from Though. Minx, I mean, again, they're starting off right where they left off in the beginning of the first game, where it's just constant pressure and another shot goes wide as Guild are just peppering the back wall now.
Starting to find a good rhythm. Scrub next up in midfield. He gets one touch. It's right over the head of a Minx player. That was Mads. But Matt's Gray grabbed the ball back into the corner. Oh, the misread and the pinch goal. No! Scrub Killer denies the ultimate projected shot, and no goal.
Yeah, just didn't get enough speed. I thought that pinch was going to go a bit farther, or harder rather. But I like the setup there from Minx. Now this is dangerous once again. The Guild players just air dribbling over the defense once more. This time they get away for it. Now 1v1 for Mats against Scrub's going to go for the bump on him and can't get him.
I like the idea though. That's probably the higher percentage play there. Instead of trying to force the 50 and bulldoze your way back into the net. That was a good chance for Minx to really start putting the pressure on, but the whiff is not going to help you if you're Minx. Now Nolly's going to carry the ball towards the net, saved by Matt's Gray. Just when it starts to heat up for Minx, the ice gets applied real quick, and Guild stop any kind of real pressure they had.
Well, Kern, you avoided the demo, but you didn't keep the ball there. Scrub goes flying through it. Nolly just slicing and dicing through the defense.
Let's get one more look at it. Ready? Whoop. And one more. Wait. Whoop. Oh, and right in your net. That was wonderfully done by Nolly. And that's a Guild lead again, Corelli. It's just the solo plays. They're coming through and through. It's working. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. I mean, all of the dangerous chances that Guild has produced throughout this series, it's just been individual plays. Sure, there's been a couple passing plays. I want to give him credit. And this isn't a bad thing either. I mean, if it's working, keep going for it. I mean, they're looking good. There's a musty coming out from Scrub as well. And there's a great pass down to Though as defense has to clear that one away. So, you know, Guild, they have those quick little touches in the box as well that they keep in their back pocket. But these individual plays, Minx really do need to start shutting down a bit quicker.
Scrub got the bump on Matt's Gray, and it gave him the ball back. He wins another 50. He did have Though riding with him on that play, but it was a good job by Matt's Gray to cut off that passing angle. and keep the scoreline within one. Another great pass. Scrub went for the roller, but it's saved. Though not wanting to overcommit. He's waiting for the ball to be given to him. It was, but still Minx progressed to the blue half. Shot denied. Really not a shot, just Scrub taking that rebound option away. And Guild, the back is blown apart and Nolly has to dive back. Migs, there was nobody ready for that shot after the demo.
Yeah, everyone used their boost initially on that first try, and unfortunately nobody could get back to the ball even if they wanted to. Still just a 1-goal game here, as though gets past one. Great cut out to Scrub Kill on the back post, and an open shot from him. It's a textbook play, really, from Guild, and it's a beauty second goal.
Textbook play, but a really solid first touch, and just got it by Mads too. And I mean, that's just not the only good touch that Tho has made. Tho has been the benefactor of a couple passes from Nolly in this game, Corelli. They just haven't been able to score. The net's been well defended on those infield pass attempts. But every time his number's called, he answers in this match. Mink's really struggling for goals against Guild.
A lot of space here for Nolly. Probably not the best use of it here, as somehow Minx get away with it, but Nolly still had tons of space to play with there. That midfield still being given up by Minx.
Oh, Minx feeling desperate. That was the third man diving back on that play. It did take Guild a little bit of time to get back downfield, but you can definitely feel Minx starting to stretch for some of these challenges. They've been losing that inches battle, or that, that space battle, if you will. Well, that sounds kind of cool. It sounds way cooler than it actually probably is. Minx maybe a chance here. That's a good first touch for Mads, but Scrub is there and takes away the ball.
But it really is. It is that space battle that they're losing right now, and it's the use of the space as well, right? And there's Scrub. He'll use space quite nicely as Guild put a third one in.
And this time it's Nolly. He's been throwing passes from the corner. This time he just drives right over Mads Gray. He's like, okay, first I give you really awkward ball. Oh, you mistouched that? Okay, now I steal it. And Scrub scores. Thank you. Good game. That's what it's been.
Yeah. I mean, no, you're not wrong. I mean, what else can you say? Right now, Minx, it's kind of the same old story every single time as Scrub can't get the save on that one. But look at the shot from Mads as he placed it perfectly into the corner. I think this is I don't know what Scrub was doing there. He was sliding in the back of the net and then
maybe
didn't get back to the ball.
Maybe he thought that ball was going to be challenged. Maybe he thought there was a touch coming. But it's called the goal line shuffle, Corelli. Learn it.
Yeah.
Great dance.
Well, it gives
Nice
a chance
catch
here
from
for
Minx.
Minx to get back into it. I mean, they're only down by 2 goals in 30 seconds, of course, is tough to do, but that's a great pass out, and a second one goes through for Matt Gray, and all of the sudden, it's more and more possible for Minx.
Oh, man, the possibilities become greater indeed. What a pass in traffic to Mads Gray, who just put it on a dime, and a lot of power on it, too. That was 117 kilometers per hour. Okay, we got time, Minx. What you got in the tank? As Guild throw a long ball downfield. And for Minx, can they win that 50? That gives them the difference of scoring another goal. Nolly, great pass to Tho. Tho tried the change up, but Mads was not to be fooled. And Guild, it's still beneficial for them. It's now another. Are you kidding me? How does this ball go in, Corelli? Everybody on Guild was here.
Scrub tried to get the fake, and it would have given him enough time to kill the clock, but instead it was read perfectly and played across. Minx have given themselves a second life.
I didn't think it was going in. I was like, yeah, that'll get saved out to the side. But wait a minute, Guild with Scrub for one last war at the net. So that's probably the touch you actually want for Nolly to grab it again. Nolly one touch, though. Scrub's up in the air, but there is Kern to take the ball away. And gently, we ride into overtime, Corelli.
Wow, this would be a huge loss if Guild were to drop this game. They really have blown a lead here that they were comfortably sitting in.
It was no question about it, especially that last one. There's no reason the bump between Scrub and Tho should happen. And I'm thinking about when I had casted with Johnny Boy, the last time I casted Guild, and he said, just hit the ball between Tho and Scrub and watch them double commit or run into each other. That's exactly what happened again.
Well, it's not over yet.
Happening.
That is a question. That might be a question for later if it does come back to haunt Guild in a weak shot by Matsgrave. But it is getting dicey. You are feeling like Minx, they're starting to realize, hold on a second, this team isn't invincible here in Guild. We have opportunity, and that's a missed touch, but still spending some time here on the Guild half.
Nice first carry here from Scrub too to get Guild set up. And they've done a great job really managing every counter Minx have given them for the most part. It's just those defensive mistakes, but they find themselves back in midfield. Here's Nolly with the first touch. Mads trying to turn around, find the touch, but Nolly gets 2 bumps and Mads recovers to keep them alive. What a recovery in front of the net. Though keeps it going, but another hard clear for Kern. Still, they progress towards the orange net. It is another hard clear, giving Minx some time, but they got to get back to the ball in midfield.
That's a missed touch there. I've seen that a couple times, and the shot comes through. Mads had to clear it away. That's scary. And now Nolly with tons of boost. Place it down to Scrub. Another shot. It's wide.
Wow.
And Guild just can't find the back of the net. The defense just hanging on now. 8 saves for Minx.
I felt like that shot should have been Scrub's. Like that should have been a goal. It was a decent pass, but I think he tried to just shove it near post and missed pretty hard on that play. Still, though, I mean, Minx are having so much trouble grabbing the ball. They're just going for that hard touch. That was a panic touch from Mads. Nobody was around, and he threw the ball out. Though almost stole the ball right there. Mads barely keeping Minx alive right now. It is oppressive from Guild. Nolly losing the ball, but they can't win a challenge, Corelli. Every single challenge has just been Guild players building up momentum on the ground and then just barreling into these balls, and now Minx are just running into each other. Where's the shot from Guild? Though, throws it over one, and Matsgrave barely keeps it out, but still no clears can come. Finally, boomed it. Could you imagine if that went in?
That would be the saddest way to lose this game. And it might just happen here as Nolly playing with it above the net. Minx Gaming, though, finally break out of their end, and what do they do with it is the question here as Kern gonna try and take it himself. Gets 2 to go. It's a free shot here from Mads. Great defense from Nolly. Follow up from Matsgrave, and they take it in 3 minutes.
Oh, it's a 4-goal comeback.
Wow.
They went down 3-0. They were withstanding like so much pressure, throwing the ball away from Guild. Yeah, they weren't able to control the ball, but they were also lacking in the boost department. And they survived. They survived. That's the only way I can say it.
Look at the shot.
Guild massively, massively bottled this. All right. And I have to invoke Shogun on this because I don't know any more accurate way to describe that game than bottling from Guild.
It's funny because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, if Shogun was here, this is how he would describe this game, and it's absolutely true. There is no excuses for Guild. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be nice about this one. There are no excuses here for Guild. They absolutely destroyed Minx in the beginning of this game. And I don't know what happened, if they started messing around a little bit. I'm not going to make any accusations, but I don't know what happened to Guild to somehow change this. Look, Minx made a couple of good plays, don't get me wrong, on the comeback especially, and that last play was fantastic from them. But Guild, whether they messed up in regular time, they should have scored in overtime like 8 different times. They couldn't put it on target. There are no excuses for Guild in that game. They lost that one on their own.
And have given Minx a breath of life. But how big is this breath? Because Guild, they can recover. It's a new game, but Mads got on the front of that ball, and Matsgrave was caught in no man's land. Tho picks up yet another for Guild.
Yeah, tough situation here for Matsgrave. It's tough to just decipher where this ball really is going to go on that challenge, and he crept up a bit too far. I don't think the first or second option in your mind is, oh, this is just going to be blasted over my head straight onto my net.
Right. Yeah, you at least expect that first challenge to happen, and a lot of times it does. Some teams get caught out on that more times than others, but we haven't really seen that happen to Minx. Really just losing on a lot of solid, I'll say that Guild in the last game before the train fell off the rails, We're doing a lot of great infield passing work. Tho's doing great double touches, but it was saved by Mads this time. And now Mads, he stops on that first challenge, and then he stops Scrub Killer, which is key for Minx in this game, Corelli. If they're gonna win on their own, purely on their own merit in this game, they gotta find a way to win those challenges, because the 50 game has belonged to Guild. Here's a shot. Oh, denied by Scrub, but all in the air is Kern. Shot saved again by Tho. Is there another one coming for Minx? Maz will play a bouncer, tried to pre-flip back into it, but Nolly and Scrub got the clear, and Kern has to make this touch. He does, but now it sets Guild up. Tho was looking for Nolly. Nolly didn't like it. Wrap back around for the touch, and again, Minx handle it on defense. They've had to handle a lot of Guild offense. Can they actually get some more pressure? And
it's in.
Just in. Matt's great. The bounce shot, tie game.
Well, I guess you just get one back here. Nolly had boost to work with here. I don't think he thought it was in. I think he thought it was going to go off the post, and a great solid win by Matsgray there. And you get one back for Minx. But something I want to point out is I think if you're Minx,
do you let that bounce if you think it's off the post?
No. I have no idea, honestly. I mean, I feel like either way, Nolly should have gone for it. It was plenty of time to get to it. So I'm not really sure what he was thinking there. He had about 40 boosts, just under 40 boosts to work with. So
yeah,
he could have gotten to the ball. I don't know. But either way, it goes in for Minx Gaming. But I think if you're Minx, especially in the last couple offensive tries, you've noticed how jumpy Guild are. And I think that's their biggest weakness right now, is their defense is just a little too anxious, a little too jumpy on the play to get involved. And you see 2, even 3 players jump for a ball. They do get the clear, and that's fine. But you don't want to send 2, 3 players every single time. This one's going to bounce in. Matt's going to get a second touch and a 1-goal lead for Minx.
Oh, it's unconventional, but it wouldn't be Europe Day without a couple of these. As Tho, he tried to find the initial rebound against Mads, but then Mads put it right in front of him, and Tho just scrolled up the post and couldn't recover.
I don't know if Scrub quit on the play or he thought that touch was going to come through. I'll assume the latter, but unfortunately, he had 100 boosts and was staring at the ball. He probably could have got there if he had seen the missed touch, or at least expected it. Of course, that's hindsight, but still, there was multiple ways for that ball to be saved, and Minx better for it here as they're slowly now putting Guild to work here.
Less and less chances for them, and it's forcing Guild to go for these boomer passes in midfield where Scrub actually missed the ball. There's a little too much juice on it. Minx, that's a big whiff. That would have been some solid pressure down the field if he found that boomer. But Scrub takes the ball back. Tho following close behind, looking for the shot. Oh, it's off the corner and own goal. Tho, he's scoring them all kinds of ways. The lowest percentage ways and the highest. This one, where does it fall, Corelli?
That's a 10 out of 10 goal if you ask me, for Tho. Absolutely calculated.
You're right, that's the high percentage play.
That's the high percentage play.
You hit those 100%.
And unfortunately, that last defender only had about 12 boosts, so it was an awkward position with that back post shot. Needs to give up another one. Guild happy to see that one drop, and in a game where they haven't seen as much opportunity, there's a second touch. It's not on target. We stay tied.
It's been an interesting back and forth. I certainly don't expect all of the goals to work out the way that they have. Nolly, he's got a lead here with Tho screening across the line, and it's just in again. In such a chaotic game, it's no wonder that just the threat of Tho here is enough to stop the defense.
Well, I mean, every single time a Guild player has gone into an air dribble, they have carried it to the back post or to the back wall every single time. So seeing the fake come out is a great way to mix things up as you've trained the defense to expect that carry. And so Nolly now just does the opposite of the expectation, and you'll beat everyone every single time like that.
It may be what kills Mink's comeback run here. Mads in front for Nolly. Tho next up in the rotation. Minx looking for a way out on defense. They've been having struggles in the corner. Now they're all tied up. on that left half of the field for Guild. Nolly comes away with the ball off the demo. Has the flip reset, but it gave a chance for Tho. He almost slipped it under. Nolly recovers. 1, 2, ball is saved by Kern. Taken out. Minx trying to hang on. Can they get another quick one here? Max Gray, low on the ground. Can't have the dribble. Scrub clear, denied. Kern off the corner. Where's the shot? Oh, Mads bounced twice off of his car. Tie game.
You make 3 saves on the defensive half. You march down the field. You put 2 more shots on target, and you find your 3rd goal in the last 25 seconds. Minx are living on the edge, but here they are once again tied up late in a game.
Oh, Guild, how many times do they have to find themselves in this situation? It might happen again. The shot, double commit, saved by Tho. Now slowing it down, Kern. Shot is off the back wall, and a quick clear back to Scrub Killer. Scrub, the challenge back to Nolly, back to Scrub. Scrub back to Nolly. Oh, Guild steal the lead. 5 seconds left.
What a little give and go here from Guild. It comes back to Nolly, and he gives it to Scrub downfield, continues his run. Wonderfully played there by Guild. 5 seconds left now for Minx.
Guild, did they finally do it? Or can Minx make it interesting one last time? Hang on, Kern can't get to the ball. Guild, hang on, Corelli. But boy, oh boy, did they love to make it interesting for everybody involved.
We still got another game, Jorby. If it's going to be like this.
I'm talking about that game. I'm talking about the last 2 games.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I'm with you. And I mean, look, I think Minx, they've turned it up a little bit to the point where, obviously it's a lot more competitive than maybe what we saw in the first game. But Jorby, I gotta be honest, man. Guild are making this so hard. They really are for themselves. I mean, look, I want to give credit to Minx. They're playing well. They're hanging in there. But my goodness, Guild, they've shot themselves in both feet multiple times now.
Yeah, and they still haven't gone to the hospital for it. We tried to wrap it up with some bandages, but we only had 1 roll, and they've completely bled through, and somehow they've stabbed themselves in the foot again. So I don't know what's happening with Guild, but we can't have dangerous objects around them because they tend to hurt themselves. Maybe they can finally recover here, Corelli. I don't know. I think. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, to your point, they are their worst enemy right now. So, right, I mean, they are in they've been in control in almost every single one of these games, if not all of them. It really is up to them whether or not they want to win or lose at this point.
Already pressure. Minx. They've been able to come back a couple of times, but, the biggest thing that really hurts Minx Gaming is going down multi-goal leads and then having to rely on Guild mistakes. Like you said, you want to give them more credit. And there have been sequences where they've looked solid. But overall, Guild has outplayed this team. And they just haven't collected on a lot of their chances on net, where we're used to this team usually scoring. So as Scrub Killer comes off the ceiling and Tho gets bumped out of the way, we'll see if Guild can complete the run and move to stage 2.
The Minx defense is getting smarter. They're realizing now what Guild want to do with this ball, especially since the boost game isn't in as much control as it was for Guild. They haven't been able to have these long air dribbles through the midfield. And Minx are starting to cut off those passes, or at least bumping the player out of the way. And it's really paying off as they see a demo. It's a 1v1 over Tho, the left side shot, and Mads gets the go-ahead goal for Minx.
It's a great catch from Mads. Nolly getting demoed out of the play is the biggest factor in this. Tho still coming back, has to wait. And that's the worst position to be in as a defender. You hope that they don't hit it far post. Mads did. Excellent job. And Minx is at 2. Nolly picks up the save, but he got to keep in front. And he does. Mads up again, but Tho is there first. So Minx, they don't get a second goal quickly, but that could have been dangerous. Counterattack, crossbar league. Nolly, no goal either. We love the crossbar today.
Well, look, that's another opportunity where Guild just have to score those. That was a great pass, perfectly set up, and yet Guild just can't convert. Those are the opportunities. I mean, it doesn't get more clean than that for Guild.
Oh, speedy there from Kern to get to that ball. It forces Guild to look for another option in, but the back wall secured for now by MinKZ. Able to get a touchdown field. Matsgray gets back to the challenge. This will put Nolly in a tough spot as Matsgray still screens across to keep Guild honest on the back wall. Oh, and Mads came off the ceiling for the challenge, and Scrub made him pay. That challenge had to happen. It didn't, and Guild get the lead, or get the tie.
Look how far out that touch is from Though as well. Didn't have a lot of boost to work with catching back up to it, and Scrub does a great job. Again, Though and Scrub, a couple times now, these long arcing passes across the field, they've been able to link up a couple times. It's paid off.
This bounce for Though. He slowly lets that come to him and figures out where exactly to go on the pitch,
it's
but
wide
all
open.
of Guild are gone, and I don't know how it keeps happening. But Scrub and Though got bumped. Okay, all right. Acceptable.
At least for him, and then the fake for MinKZ there on the last man. So MinKZ, again, a go-ahead goal. 6 shots in their name to the only 2 of Guild. They have certainly put on the offense here. Guild, again, you start to think back to that opportunity they had just a couple minutes, or maybe 45 seconds ago, where the wide open shot hit the crossbar. That could be the difference maker here.
And especially when it hasn't been consistent from Guild, where you don't really know what to expect on each possession. But Scrub at least has a solid couple of shots on net now, heading the other way, but they can't control midfield, and MinKZ will take this. Sometimes looks a bit haphazard, and a demo might make things a little bit clearer, but Nolly dives in front for the save. Matsgray is there, but it's off the crossbar. Though he lost the ball, and Mads can't hang on to it either. So we're trading back and forth possession. The demo will give Kern another chance.
The demo game's been picked up by MinKZ as well, and that's creating a huge problem for Guild as they struggle to stay in good shape with that demo. MinKZ have definitely exposed another weakness in the defense of Guild.
Ooh, took a while for Mads. He was trying to figure out the flow there because Though and Nolly were kind of, weaving back and forth. You're like, is Nolly going to turn back? Is Though going to go in? But they grab the ball here in the corner. And everybody pulls back on MinKZ. They want this long ball play. And are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
No.
How? What is going on with Guild? This team is cursed. I'm convinced, Corelli. How does this happen to these 3 players? We've seen them play so well. How does this happen against a team that you would expect them to beat?
It's a great question, Jarvie. It honestly is.
I don't expect you to know the answer because I don't think any of us do.
I'm very curious to know what's going on in comms now too, because that is a very deflating goal to let in. One of your players makes a huge mistake that 99 times. There you go. He makes up for it. So he gets one back here. 44 seconds left. Nolly redeeming himself. That's what Guild needs, especially after giving up a goal like that. It's a great second touch by Though. 44 seconds now for Guild. Otherwise, we're going to a game 5.
Well, the key for MinKZ, as the great boy said, hit thy ball between Though and Scrub, and score you shall.
That's an ancient
double commit they will. Yeah. Written in the book of Johnny, chapter 2. Whatever. Pass. Scrub finds Nolly. Nolly gets a touch out to Scrub. Is it tied up? No. Kern stays on the ground. Will pick up the save. MinKZ, they'd love to hang on for as long as possible. Trying as they may, they get bumped off of each challenge. Scrub loses to Mads there. He has to work for this. He'll find Nolly in space. That's a hard ball off the back wall, picked up once by Kern. But the miss gives Though the crossbar. And
no
Scrub.
way.
No, doesn't get the goal. Nolly, no! Guild are cursed.
Jorby, they hit the crossbar again, Jorby. They hit the crossbar again and again and again and again and again. This is it. Okay, Guild. They keep hitting the post. They keep hitting the crossbar. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say for them. They have opportunities. They have clean, wonderfully set up beautiful opportunities, and they can't put it away. That is the difference right now. Guild are beating themselves, and I don't want to take anything away from MinKZ. I really don't. But I mean, look, when you have this many shots go off post, when you have this many shots go off crossbars, what do you say?
Like, it looks so bad, especially that whiff, like where I don't remember who got the goal for MinKZ, but I think it was Nolly that had to make the save, and he just didn't think the ball was going to hit the ceiling, or his launch was just poor, which is just not what you expect. And I'm stunned, man. I'm stunned. MinKZ have taken this to Guild have taken this to game 5.
Yeah,
and MinKZ can punish them if they're not careful. This might be bad for Guild.
I mean, Jorby, we usually refer to CRL as the crossbar Rocket League, but Europe really making a run for their money here.
Happy Europe Day, Corelli.
Yeah.
It's great to be here. Fo gets a long touchdown field. Nolly next up for it, takes the shot, and it's...
Oh my goodness.
Just when you think it's like, oh yeah, this is pretty standard. Nah, dude. No, it's gonna hit the post. It's gonna hit the crossbar. It'll bounce off the inside. Oh man, thank you.
That's a great pop from Scrub, but the defense again from MinKZ have definitely improved since game 1. They have been a lot more proactive on slowing down Guild.
All right, Nolly, we'll flip this up over, but can't win the challenge against Kern. Mad's already downfield, has a nice touch, but Scrub picks up the save.
Scrub.
Though with the follow-up touch, but Matt's Gray was already waiting for it. Great job by Scrub Killer on defense.
Yeah, Scrub using his flip there to stay with that ball as it was killed right in front of him, and it might pay off as Scrub fires off a shot. Though trying to get this one across, he does in the end, but no one there from his team to help him out.
And now Guild back in front of their own box, high in front of their own box. That challenge will be Tho's, but Kern, he is not going to let Tho sit around and try to carry that ball. MinKZ are playing aggressive right now controlling both of the boosts. Matt's Gray, it doesn't matter where the ball goes. As long as he can get back to it, he doesn't care. Couldn't find the pass out. Now Nolly was given the ball. Saved by Kern again. But can MinKZ get set up on offense? Everybody careening forward, and it's just challenge after challenge that it turns into awkward situations on the rotation for MinKZ. And Kern got the shot, but it was denied at the origin. Another great pass, and Mads had to stretch. Couldn't get around the ball.
And if I'm MinKZ, I smell blood in the water here. Guild have not looked good on defense. This is a scary one. It's a great save from Kern comes out, but MinKZ shot after shot have shown that Guild are fragile on defense, and they have been panicking. I don't know if they trust each other at this point, especially with some of the individual errors that we've seen. That's got to be on MinKZ's mind right now that Guild, they're not there right now. I mean, they got to be a little tilted after a few of these games.
If there's any time you're going to beat Guild, it's now. They are not playing at their level, at their usual level that we know them capable of. MinKZ, they're going to keep things going. It's a nice little back pass from Kern. And Guild have to be careful on this approach out, because Kern was just lurking for that ball. And that could be a dangerous challenge in the corner, but to commit from MinKZ, and that is not how you keep possession. Tho just waits downfield, and he hits the post. Wait, they don't need us anymore, really.
I don't know what to say for Guild.
We're out.
I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say.
Well, we know them to hit the post. You know that when Scrub has this pass out to Nolly, if you think it's going to be a goal, well, fools you. You got bamboozled. Turns out the post and the crossbar. I don't know, man. Here we go, MinKZ. MinKZ haven't really been able to stay on offense. They only have 3 shots on net. Despite everything that we're harping on Guild for, I mean, that kind of just exasperates the issue, right? It's like MinKZ haven't even been able to do anything consistently on offense, and you still can't punish them for it. Even right there, drop passing play just too far in front. All it takes is one more whiff from Guild to lose the series.
And that might be what separates these two teams, is one miss, or maybe even one missed opportunity. If you're Guild, there's the pass out to Mads, and he couldn't put the shot on target, but the net was open. Tho was still rotating back, and this is the time of the game where things get tense. The last 30 seconds upon us. Game 5 tied up.
Oh, good touch from Kern. He got the win, and he stopped. Foe is clear. The net's wide open. Oh, no, he missed the ball. Oh, the ball missed the net. If you want to be more accurate, that was the best chance MinKZ have had all game. And now regulation. Winding down. 10 seconds remaining. Scrub losing this one. It's over Tho's head. Nolly has to come in. Nolly, he has Tho as his second man. Tho gonna wait in midfield. Guild gonna start with one touch. Tho forces the ball out. Is that a shot on target? No. Well. Champions Field Game 5 overtime. Here we go.
Yeah, just get into it, Derby. I mean, I could sit here and I could talk about the analysis. I'm just going to say the same thing I've been saying. Guild have had a chance to put this series away multiple times. MinKZ, at this point, they got to be happy that they're sitting here in overtime in Game 5 for the amount of misses and chances that Guild have had.
If Guild win this game, well, that is something. That's something to say for resilience. But if you're going to make mistakes, at least you've been able to keep things pretty clean. Otherwhere. This whole match has just tripped me up, man. It's hard to get a read sometimes. Scrub will jump that passing play. And looking for a long pass in front was Matt's Grave from Kern, but a boomer from Scrub Killa into the net. Guild survive a trial that they put themselves under, but they come out alive, battered and bruised, but onwards to stage 2.
Wow. Jorby, what can I say about this game that I haven't said already? I really don't know. I truly cannot break down this game anymore. I have no words for what I just witnessed in this Game 5 series. I'm happy for Guild, but my goodness, there's a lot to talk about with this team as far as shooting accuracy and defensive work right now, because it was at times very poor. I'll put it nicely for Guild.
It felt like eventually it was really going to come back to bite them, but MinKZ Gaming, they were always still a step behind in a lot of those opportunities. They were really never able to generate anything of their own accord except for that first overtime goal at the very beginning. So MinKZ don't get to the top 16 this time, and Guilds, they do get a ticket. However, I'm sure that the desk has words to say, especially Gibbs. Gibbs always has scathing remarks,
yeah, he does.
And I'm curious. He probably will say something nice. I don't know.
Gibbs, are you going to say something nice?
I don't know what we just saw.
I don't know what we saw from the games. I don't know what we saw from the casters. I don't know what's happening anymore.
I just don't want to be the PR guy or the community manager of Guild Esports right now on Twitter, where it's like, how do we spin this in a positive light? Because you made it, but that was some of the ugliest Rocket League we've seen all day. And the one nice thing about Guild is we talk about their ups and downs. And we've seen both ups and downs. At least we saw probably the worst they could probably show. So next week, they're probably going to 3-0. That's the only positive I think I can get out of this. How do you blow a 3-0 lead? It felt like they weren't even trying at times where it's like, we're up 3-0. Nothing's going to matter. Hey, guys, Rocket League, sure. Time's got to tick to 0 before 3 goals are scored. And I am at a loss for words right now. MinKZ, they put up a fight. They looked outclassed through most of this. That's the issue, where Guild looked like the better team, but they just ruined every chance they got, and just mistake after mistake after mistake. But hey, you're not Oxygen, Guild. You made it through, so congrats to you. But that's all I can say is you're not Oxygen, so congrats.
Well, I was going to talk about that. We may as well talk about that while we look at the standings then and see what teams made it through here. Because, that whole ending, not even that last series, the one before, we lost. Oxygen again achieves.
Well, yeah, we did. It's a very big disappointment if you're an Oxygen fan, and especially so if you're a player. You know that you really kicked the bucket this time, but I know Gibbs was doing like the math about how dire it seems for them.
Yeah,
So I'm sure he'll talk about that next week.
We'll have to see. Like, we don't know, obviously, major qualification spots just yet. We're still figuring all that out. But Barrage, credit to them. They played fantastic. But this is unacceptable for this team of Oxygen, where when they're in the grid, they look unstoppable. They are in third place overall for grid points. They should be at least a top 5 team in Europe. And you can't even make it out of the round of 32 twice.
Brutal.
Once,
Brutal.
sure, whatever. Things happen. Twice, it's going to be tough for them. There's only one more regional left and then a major, of course. But when you think about it, when we get to the World Championship, we can at least talk about that right now. Top 6 from Europe will make the World Championship. And Oxygen's given a gigantic lead to the whole field right now, where Oxygen should be one of those teams in that conversation, but they keep bottling it every single week. And I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll have to see him in the grid. We'll see him do well there, but it's going to come down to that last regional for them at this point.
Well, before we look forward, anything odd, or like, I guess, which team would you not have expected to be in the top 8 here, Chiefs? We got Giants Gaming, BDS, Barcelona, Monkeys, Libertas, Magnifico, Barrage, and Guilds. Obviously, Oxygen, we thought should have been in one of those spots. Who do you think would not have been in one of those?
Well, obviously, it's the team they should have beat, Barrage.
The Barrage, okay.
But you are surprised to see teams that performed so well last week slide a little bit in Magnifico on 3-2, and as well Guild 3-2 as well. You were kind of hoping for real big turnarounds or continuations of what they showed last week, but one way or the other, they make it through, and that's what counts.
Well, let's take a look at tomorrow, because we've only, of course, gotten half of our teams for stage 2. Group B for stage 1 starts tomorrow. And these are your teams that will be performing tomorrow. Of course, 16 of them going to be cut down to 8 to find our final 16 for next week. Again, I'm looking at this one, Gibbs, like I'm okay, you know, that team will make it, that team will make it, but now I'm not sure anymore. We thought Europe was going to be
out the window.
we thought, I mean, that's what we expect from Europe, but it seemed pretty straight. We're like, okay, they're calming it down today until the last moment. They threw us a little bit of a corkscrew there. So I'm wondering about tomorrow. Any early predictions? You think we're gonna have those crazy upsets tomorrow too, Gibbs?
I just say copy and paste this script. It'll just be Dignitas and Team Liquid in these spots. I'm not sure which one will go where, but I don't have a lot of faith right now in Dignitas. They have lost, I think they're 0-6 in the grid in the last 3 weeks. Not looking good there. Yeah. So I could see them maybe barely scraping by. And Team Liquid, hot and cold team, very similar to Guild at times. So it's going to be interesting, because these are the old powerhouse teams that are supposed to do well, but it's a brand new ball game with this format, and anyone can win. And we've seen it today. We're going to see it again. It's going to keep on happening.
And Cheese, any final words before we head off here about tomorrow or today even?
Ooh, about today.
You don't have to have any words.
Take a few minutes, take a deep breath. It will be okay. Unwind and prepare yourself, because I would not be surprised to see tomorrow have some equally devastating curveballs.
Prepare yourself for tomorrow, because stage 1 of the second European regional is going to continue. Day 2 is tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern time in the morning there for the pre-show. Of course, 11 o'clock Eastern for that kickoff. But again, on behalf of the Chiefs, Gibbs, and myself, we're done for the day, but we will see you tomorrow for some more European Rocket League.
that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling fast and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this